Chapter 1. The crack in the world. The spiritual residue trade was not a dignified profession. No wind. No temperature. Exactly. Not cold. Not warm. Just the neutral sensation of air that had stopped caring what it was. The sky above was featureless gray. The ground beneath him was cracked stone and the ghost of what might have been soil, drained of color the way cloth drains of dye in water. Wei Cangming turned in a slow circle, taking in the ruins, the collapsed geometry of what had been architecture, the dead trees that stood only because there was no wind to push them over. He extended his spiritual sense and found nothing. No chi anywhere. Not a trace. Not a residue. Not even the faint background saturation that existed in the real world, even in spiritual deserts. He was standing in the most spiritually dead space he had ever encountered. And it was enormous. And then he tried to leave, reaching instinctively for the spatial crack, and found that it had followed him. He could feel it, a thin connection at the edge of his awareness, but when he tried to push through it, some force he couldn't identify resisted. Not blocking him exactly. More like the crack had decided to accompany him rather than be used as an exit. He spent 4 hours trying to force his way out before he understood. The dimension was anchored to him now. He could feel it the way he could feel his own arm, as part of his body's sense of itself. Whatever spatial mechanism governed the crack, it had assigned itself to him on contact, the way some artifacts bonded to the first cultivator who handled them. He tried again. The crack opened. He stepped through, back into the battlefield field, the copper light now gone, the sky dark and stars just visible. He turned around. The crack was there. He felt the dimension behind it, patient, enormous, waiting. He could go back. He could stay in the real world. But the dimension followed him like a shadow follows a body. He could feel it even with his eyes closed, that gray silent space tethered to him at some level below thought. Wei Cangming stood in the dark field for a long time. Then he walked back to Yanmen town, because he was hungry and his permit fee was due Thursday. He did not tell anyone. He sat in Chai Mingji's tea house eating buckwheat porridge and listening to his oldest friend talk about the week's gossip. And he turned the sensation of the tethered dimension over in his mind the way you turn a stone in your hand, trying to identify what it is by weight and texture. It was old. That much he understood instinctively. Whatever had created this space, it was not the work of any living cultivator. The scale alone spoke to something that had required generations to build and a single catastrophic moment to end. The question was what it was worth. He was, despite everything, his father's son, his father who had been a merchant before a fraudulent sect stripped him of every contract and investment through 3 years of deliberate legal maneuvering, leaving nothing but debts and a son with a second-hand sensing rod. The instinct to evaluate things in terms of what they were worth had been drilled into Wei Cangming early and deep. He put down his spoon. He thought about what the Iron Basin sect paid for intact memory shards from minor cultivators who died in battle. He thought about what they would pay for whatever was in that dimension. He thought about the spatial phenomenon itself, which would be worth a fortune to a cultivation scholar just as a research subject. He thought about all of this with great seriousness. And then, for a reason he couldn't entirely articulate and would spend a long time unable to articulate, he decided not to sell it. That night, lying on the narrow bed in his rented room, he felt it again. The tethered dimension against his awareness, gray and still and enormous. And then, just as he was about to sleep, he felt something else. Beneath the dimension's cracked stone floor, beneath the dead soil and the drained spiritual veins, a heartbeat. Faint, rhythmic, not a person, something larger than a person, something that had been beating for a very long time without anyone around to hear it. Wei Cangming lay very still. What does a dead world teach a man who finds it? He asked the ceiling. No answer. The heartbeat continued. He decided he would find out. Chapter 2. What heartbeats mean. He went back the next morning before the market opened. The crack appeared exactly where he left it, or rather it appeared where he was. He understood now that it was following him, not staying at a fixed point. When he stood still, it hovered at the edge of his peripheral vision, patient. When he walked, it walked with him. Like a dog, he thought, and immediately disliked the metaphor because dogs were warm, and this thing was emphatically not warm. He stepped through. The gray world received him without ceremony. Wei Cangming had spent his 3 years of scavenging developing what he thought of as the practical cultivator skepticism, the refusal to be impressed by anything until he understood what it was and what it cost to obtain. This was a useful quality in his profession. It had served him well at battle sites where spectacular-looking residue fragments were often spiritually inert and worthless, while dull-looking rocks sometimes contained compressed chi memories worth a month's income. He applied this quality to the dead dimension now. He knelt in the cracked soil and pressed both palms flat against the ground, the way he'd learned to check for deep residue pockets. and he extended his spiritual sense as far as it would go. It wasn't far. Mortal shell cultivation meant his sense barely extended beyond his own body, but it was enough to confirm what he'd felt the night before. Beneath him, running through the stone in branching networks that spread outward in every direction he could sense, were spiritual veins. Or what had been spiritual veins? They were cracked and empty and thoroughly dead, drained of chi the way a body is drained of blood, but their structure remained. The channels were intact even though nothing moved through them. And at the intersection of several deep veins, perhaps 30 meters below the surface, was the source of the heartbeat. Not a creature. A concentration of residual energy so compressed and so old that it was cycling automatically, mechanical as a water wheel, generating a faint pulse with no particular purpose except that whatever force had compressed it was still compressing it, still pushing in and out in the rhythm it had been left with when everything else stopped. He understood then. This was the last breath of a dead civilization's cultivation infrastructure. The spiritual veins of a world, drained and cracked and empty, but not completely gone, just waiting, the way old pipes wait to carry water again. He spent an hour tracing the visible vein network as far as he could from the surface, crouching and pressing and listening with his hands. The network was vast. The city ruins he could see from where he stood were not a district, they were the outskirts. The scale of what had once been here made the entire region where Iron Basin sect operated feel small. And while he was doing this, his knees going cold against the dead ground, his hands developing a fine layer of gray dust, he noticed a slight protrusion in the soil a few meters to his left. He moved to it and dug with his fingers until they found something smooth and hard. A stone. An ordinary stone in almost every visible respect. Oval, gray, roughly the size of his fist, except that when he wrapped his hands around it, he felt something. Not chi, not a residue. Something older and more fundamental, a memory. Not his memory. Someone else's, held in the stone the way heat is held in ceramic, waiting for a vessel to receive it. He gripped it tighter and let the impression come. A craftsman. Large hands, blunt fingers, the specific muscle memory of someone who worked stone and metal for decades. A city around him, not ruins, living, loud, 10 million people loud, the kind of noise you stop hearing because it's constant. His face was not Wei Cangming's face, his body was not Wei Cangming's body, but for one suspended moment he was the craftsman, and the craftsman was in a workshop at the edge of a city he loved, in a world he had never once questioned the permanence of. The world's name, Linghai. The spirit sea, the craftsman's emotion, ordinary contentment, the feeling of work going well and knowing people you care about are nearby. Nothing dramatic, nothing warning of what was coming. Then the stone's impression ended, and Wei Cangming was kneeling in dead gray dust with tears on his face, which surprised him considerably. He sat back on his heels. He looked at the stone in his hands. He looked at the ruins surrounding him, the collapsed geometry of what had once been 10 million people's ordinary days. The heartbeat pulsed below him, steady and patient. He thought about what to do with this information, whether he could sell the stone, whether a cultivation scholar would pay for memory fragments from an unknown dead world, whether any of what he'd just experienced had a market value. He thought about the craftsman's ordinary contentment. He stood up. He put the stone carefully in his inner pocket. He stepped back through the crack into the real world. He was not going to sell this place. He didn't examine the decision very closely. He just walked back to town with the dead world tethered to him, and the craftsman's city of 10 million people somewhere behind his sternum, impossible to sell. The next morning, he returned to Linghai. He was already calling it that, the name from the memory stone, the spirit sea, and found something he wasn't expecting. The vein he'd identified nearest the surface yesterday, a hairline crack running through a flat piece of exposed bedrock at the site's southeastern edge, had changed overnight. It was still cracked. It was still empty. But at the very lowest point of the crack, in the place where the vein had broken most severely, there was the faintest trace of color. Not chi. Too faint to be chi. More like chi had been there recently, or was considering being there. The ghost of movement in something that had been still for longer than he'd been alive. He pressed his fingers against the vein and told himself not to hope. He hoped anyway. Chapter 3. How you feed a broken world. He spent the next 3 days in the craftsman's memory. Not continuously. The stone only gave up its impression in brief flashes when he held it during meditation, but each flash added detail. The craftsman's name was Pen Tu, and he was a third-generation stone worker who had built the foundation courses of a district called the Copper Quarter, and he had opinions about the proper grading of river sediment mortar that were extremely specific and would have been profoundly boring to anyone who wasn't trying to understand how a civilization built things. Wei Cangming found them fascinating. Pen Tu's knowledge of material properties led naturally to his knowledge of Linghai's spiritual engineering. how qi moved through buildings, how the architecture was designed to channel and concentrate it, how the vein network beneath the city connected to the larger world network the way roots connect to a tree, which was exactly what Wei Cangming needed to understand. He spent those 3 days mapping the vein network's logic, using Pen 2's structural knowledge as a guide. The network was intricate beyond anything he'd imagined. Not just channels, but intersections and junctions and amplification points, designed with the same intentionality that a master calligrapher brings to brushwork. Linghai had not merely grown on top of its spiritual veins the way most cities grow on top of geography. Linghai had been designed around its veins the way a body is designed around its circulatory system. The city was the expression of the network, not the other way around. All of which was now cracked and drained and empty. On the 4th day, Wei Cangming sat cross-legged at the edge of the first visible vein crack and did something he had never done before in 3 years of mortal shell cultivation. He tried to push qi outward instead of inward. Every cultivation technique he had ever encountered, every fragment of instruction, every overheard explanation, every method he'd read in the cheapest possible guide texts available to someone of his resources, described cultivation as a process of drawing qi in. You pulled it from the environment, you compressed it in your meridians, you refined it through your dantian, you accumulated it in your spiritual body. The entire paradigm was inward, gathering, compression, growth. He reversed it. He sat still, and he breathed, and he found his qi. Thin, small, barely worth calling cultivation. And instead of pulling it tighter, he extended it outward through his right palm and pressed it into the crack in the vein. The vein resisted. Not actively. It wasn't alive in that sense. But the absence of flow created its own kind of friction. He was trying to push water through a pipe that had been sealed for centuries. The pipe's walls were still there, still structurally sound in the way dead stone is structurally sound, but nothing about them was oriented toward receiving qi. He pushed anyway. The effort was exhausting in a way that his normal cultivation wasn't. Normal cultivation built fatigue gradually, like walking a long distance. This was more like trying to open a door that someone had bricked shut. Short, sharp expenditure of effort with almost no result visible. For 40 minutes he sat and pushed and felt the qi disperse against the vein's dead walls. Then, in the 41st minute, a thread, so thin he almost missed it, found a path through the crack's lowest point and traveled perhaps 10 centimeters down the vein before dissipating. He stopped. He looked at his right hand. The skin across his knuckles had gone papery. He rubbed his thumb across it and felt the texture of a much older hand, the kind of texture that builds up over decades of sun and dry air. He turned his hand over. The backs were the same, aged 3, maybe 4 years, in the 40 minutes he'd been channeling. He sat with this information for a while. Then he opened and closed his hand several times, assessing the flexibility, confirming it was cosmetic rather than functional. His joints didn't hurt. His grip strength was the same. His qi hadn't depleted beyond normal fatigue. He looked back at the crack. The thread of qi he'd pushed through had left a trace. The vein's walls, where the thread had passed, were fractionally less gray than they'd been. The color difference was smaller than the color difference between adjacent stones after rain. He might have imagined it. He didn't think he had. So, he said to the dead air around him, the cost is time. He was talking to himself, a habit he'd developed during long solitary scavenging sessions. I push qi into you, and you take years off my life doing it. That's the arrangement. The gray sky said nothing. The cracked earth said nothing. The heartbeat continued below him, patient and utterly indifferent to his situation. He recalibrated, not stopped. He had not yet decided to stop, but recalibrated. 40 minutes of moderate effort for 10 centimeters of progress, and 3 to 4 years of apparent aging. That was not a sustainable rate. He needed to understand the cost function better before he committed to anything. He spent the rest of the day studying the vein structure more carefully, this time looking for the shallowest, most accessible points, places where the damage was least severe, where the crack was a hairline rather than a rupture, where the vein walls still had enough integrity that qi could travel through them efficiently rather than dispersing. He found 12 such points in the visible network's southeastern section. He targeted the best one, pressed his palm flat against it, and pushed the thinnest thread of qi he could manage, barely enough to sense, like the breath of someone across a room, and held it. 1 hour. 3 centimeters of progress. His hand aged perhaps 6 months. Different cost function entirely. He spent the rest of the afternoon practicing the thinnest possible channeling. It was the most boring cultivation exercise he'd ever engaged in, which was saying something given that standard qi breathing involved sitting still and counting breaths for hours. But he developed the technique steadily. A thread so fine it was almost more intention than energy, fed slowly enough that the dead vein walls had time to receive it rather than letting it dissipate against their inert surfaces. By evening, the vein's surface veins, the smallest, most superficial, were showing coherent color change. Not green or gold, or any of the colors of active chi flow. Something quieter. The gray had become less gray. The way a room becomes less gray when you light a single candle. He sat back and looked at it. And then, in the last light of Linghai's gray sky, which had no source, no visible sun, but maintained a consistent luminosity that followed a roughly day-length cycle, he saw it. At the base of the vein, in the cracked earth where the stone gave way to the ghost of old soil, a single blade of grass pushed through. Gray, not green. Gray is everything else in Linghai, but undeniably a blade of grass, with the specific geometry of something that had been growing toward light since long before Wei Cangming's birth, and had only now found an environment worth growing into. Wei Cangming sat very still and looked at it for a long time. What does a dying world teach a man who finds it? He said quietly. Then, that it's not as dead as it looks. He touched the blade of grass with one fingertip. It was soft, real, alive. He stayed in Linghai until the gray light cycled toward dark, and then he stepped through the crack into the real world's night air, and he walked back to town with the smell of nothing in his hair and the feeling of a heartbeat that was not his own faintly present in the back of his awareness, and he did not tell anyone anything. Chapter 4. The shape of what was left he spent the next week exploring, not channeling. He rationed his channeling sessions carefully, no more than 2 per day, each lasting until he felt the first hint of the aging cost reaching past his hands and up his wrists. The blade of gray grass remained. The vein he'd been working continued to show fractional improvement. He was satisfied that slow progress was real progress and that he could maintain it without destroying himself. But before he committed to a revival project, which was what he was doing, he acknowledged to himself, walking through the ruins with Pin 2's structural memories playing faintly at the edge of his awareness. He needed to understand what he was reviving. Linghai was not a single city. He understood that now. It was a world, not a large world. He estimated its area at roughly the size of a small province, based on how long it took to cross in different directions, but a complete one, with the geography of something that had evolved naturally. Mountains on the northern border, already collapsed into rubble, but the remains showed scale. An ocean basin to the west, utterly dry now. The seabed cracked into enormous plates of pale stone that had contracted as the water evaporated over whatever length of time this place had been dead. 3 distinct city ruins at the south, east, and northwest, each large enough to have housed populations measured in hundreds of thousands. And at the geographic center, visible from almost every high point in the dimension, a structure that was not ruined. A vault. It was the only thing in Linghai that had not collapsed, crumbled, or degraded. It stood at the dimension's center on a raised platform of stone that had been engineered for exactly this purpose. The perfect center point, equidistant from the dimension's edges in all directions, connected by the deep vein network to every part of the world simultaneously. Black stone construction, flawlessly fitted, sealed with a series of arrays that Wei Cangming could see even through the vault's walls because the arrays were not dead. They were the only active spiritual signatures in the entire dimension. The vault was locked, and the lock was still powered. He circled it twice on the first day he found it. He pressed his hands against the stone and felt the arrays activate slightly in response to his spiritual sense, not letting him in, but acknowledging his presence. Whatever kept this vault sealed was sophisticated enough to recognize that someone was there and respond to them. On the second approach, he found something near the base of the vault's entrance platform, a memory stone, partially revived, glowing faintly, more than any other stone he'd found, but still not fully accessible. He touched it. A flash. Brief. Fragmented. A woman's face. Older, carrying the specific authority of someone who has given orders for a long time and expected them to be followed. She was speaking to someone Wei Cangming couldn't see, her expression intensely serious, and she was saying, "Never wake the heart sleeper. Whatever else changes, whatever else you do not wake it. It cannot be reasoned with. It predates us. It has no alignment we can appeal to." Then the stone's partial revival ran out of energy, and the flash ended. Wei Cangming stood at the vault entrance and turned this information over. The heart sleeper. Something inside or near this vault. Something that an empress, because that was what the woman's bearing suggested, a person accustomed to governance at the highest level, had specifically warned against waking. Something old enough to predate the civilization that had built the vault to keep it sealed. He filed it carefully in the back of his mind and designated it a problem for later. Whatever the heart sleeper was, it was sealed, and the vault was sealed, and he couldn't open the vault anyway. He had tested, Touching the vault's door with his palm and attempting to feed qi into its arrays produced a gentle but absolute rejection, the equivalent of a door that would not move until the correct key was presented. He estimated, based on how the arrays felt, that the key was a level of cultivation significantly beyond anything he currently possessed. Years of work, then, between him and whatever the vault held. He accepted this with the equanimity of a man who was already used to long games. His father had spent 14 years building a trade network from nothing. 3 years of scavenging was not impatience. He explored instead. He mapped the dry ocean basin, walked the floors of what had been Linghai's sea, found the preserved remains of deep-water architecture, domes and vaults and cultivation chambers built for underwater use, now sitting exposed on a cracked seafloor. He climbed into the ruins of the northeastern city, which was the best preserved of the three, and spent 2 days moving through collapsed streets, piecing together from Pen 2's memories and the visual evidence what this city had looked like alive. A name, from a fragment of signage still legible on a collapsed gateway. Qingyan, green smoke, one of Linghai's 3 major urban centers. He found another 12 memory stones in Qingyan. He absorbed what he could of each, quick flashes, fragmented, the stones not fully revived enough to give complete impressions, and accumulated a growing understanding of Linghai's people. Merchants and cultivators and craftspeople and officials and farmers and healers, ordinary in the way people are ordinary when they don't know they're about to stop existing. No one in any memory was afraid of an ending. Everyone was in the middle of something. He came back to this image repeatedly, a civilization interrupted. On the 5th day of exploration, he found the dry ocean basin's center point, and something moved. Not wind. There was no wind. Not an animal. There were no animals, no insects, no birds, nothing alive beyond the single blade of gray grass he'd coaxed out near the first vein. But at the far eastern edge of the basin, perhaps 300 meters away, something shifted. He couldn't identify it. By the time he reached the location, there was nothing there. Only the featureless pale stone of the exposed seabed. He stood and looked at the marks in the stone, a slight disturbance of the fine mineral dust that had settled over the basin floor, and felt something he hadn't felt since entering Linghai for the first time. Awareness. Not his. Something nearby that was aware of him. He left the basin and did not come back that day. In the real world that evening, his hands looked 8 years older than they had when the exploration began, and Yinmen town felt very loud. He ate Chai Mingji's buckwheat porridge and listened to the market noise from the open window and thought, whatever was in that basin, it was not hostile. He hadn't felt hostility. He'd felt the particular quality of being noticed by something very old, the way you might feel noticed by a mountain, with the understanding that a mountain does not have an opinion about you, but is still undeniably aware of your weight on its surface. Something on your mind? Chai Mingji asked. He was a comfortable-looking man, round-faced, the kind of person who attracted confidences the way still water attracts fallen leaves. He'd been Wei's closest friend since childhood, the son of the tea merchant who'd sometimes done business with Wei's father, and he had the particular quality of asking the right question at the right moment without pressing for an answer. Found a good scavenging site, Wei said. Chai looked at his hands. You look tired. New technique. Costs something. Chai Mingji nodded slowly. He had failed at cultivation. His meridians didn't channel correctly, some structural issue that no healer had been able to fix. And so he had become an extremely good observer of people who succeeded at it. The kind of cost that's worth it? Wei thought about the blade of gray grass. The heartbeat below the cracked earth. 10 million ordinary lives interrupted. I think so, he said. I'll know more after I understand what I'm working with. That night he returned to Linghai one final time and stood at the edge of the ocean basin in the gray non-dark of the dimension's night cycle and looked out at the place where something had moved. The vault's faint arrays pulsed behind him, steady and sealed. Below him, the heartbeat continued its patient rhythm. He went home and did not tell anyone about the vault, the warning about the heart sleeper, the thing in the basin, or the blade of grass that had grown from a dead world's first revived vein. Some things, he was learning, you had to understand completely before you shared them with anyone. Chapter 5. The girl who waited. She was 17, not 16, and she had been waiting for 4 days. Wei Cangming stepped through the spatial crack on a cold morning in early winter and found her exactly where she'd apparently been since she first saw him vanish, sitting cross-legged on the boulder nearest the crack's usual hover point, arms wrapped around her knees, wearing a coat that was adequate for autumn and not adequate for winter, looking like someone who had decided she was going to be unreasonably stubborn about this and had managed to succeed. Finally, she said, I was starting to think I'd imagined it. She was young, mid-teens, he corrected himself, revising from the adult composure she was projecting, with the angular, watchful face of someone who had learned to read rooms from the perspective of someone rooms frequently forgot to include. Her eyes were dark and quick. She had a cheap sensing rod strapped to her back, a scavenger's, the kind that barely functioned. Wei Cangming looked at her. He looked at the sensing rod. He looked at the marks she'd made in the frost near the crack location. Methodical, a grid pattern, exactly the kind of survey a careful person would make when marking an unmarked location. She hadn't just seen him vanish. She'd mapped the site. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "Since the morning after you disappeared," she said. "For days. I went home to sleep. I came back by dawn." She paused. "Where did you go?" "Through," he said, which was both true and completely uninformative. "Through what?" He looked at the crack. "Invisible now, or nearly. You had to know where to look, and she apparently did. Are you a scavenger? I haven't seen you at the permit office." "Unofficial," she said, which meant she was working without a permit, which was technically illegal but practically ignored for anyone working small sites in the territory's periphery. "I work the boundary sites. Less competition." She studied him with that quick, cataloging gaze. "You're Wei Cangming. You have the permit for the Yanmen battlefield and 4 adjacent sites. You never find anything worth reporting." A pause. "Except now you went through something that shouldn't exist, and you've been going back to it repeatedly, and your hands look wrong." He looked at his hands. He'd gotten better at managing the aging cost, thinner channeling threads, more controlled sessions, but the accumulated effect over weeks of work was visible if you looked. The skin across the backs of his hands was that of a man closer to 30 than 22. "What's your name?" he asked. "Ro Xiantian." "What do you want, Ro Xiantian?" She unfolded herself from the boulder in a single economical movement and stood up, and she was shorter than he'd expected, a head shorter than him, which meant she was genuinely young, not just young-looking. "Information," she said. "Specifically, what is that thing? Why does it let you through? And why is something that shouldn't exist sitting unreported in a field outside Yanmen town? And if I don't tell you?" She reached into her coat pocket and produced a marking talisman, standard issue for scavengers needing to register site locations with the sect office. She'd already inscribed it. He could see the coordinates were accurate. "I file it," she said. "I don't know what I'm filing, which makes me sound like I found a spatial anomaly I can't identify, which means they'll send someone senior to investigate. You'll have Iron Basin sect crawling all over your site inside a week." Wei Cangming looked at her. She looked back. Neither of them blinked. He ran a rapid evaluation. Threat assessment. She was real. She had the talisman. She had the coordinates. She clearly had the nerve to use them. Bluff assessment. If she'd intended to file it, she'd have filed it 4 days ago. The fact that she was sitting here waiting instead of going straight to the sect office meant she wanted something more than a finder's fee. She wanted in. He looked at the talisman. He looked at her coat, which was the coat of someone who hadn't budgeted for waiting 4 days in early winter. He looked at the sensing rod, which was genuinely terrible. He could see from here that 2 of the calibration crystals were cracked. "Put the talisman away," he said. "Here's what I'll offer. I'll teach you proper chi-breathing cultivation. Basic foundation work. It'll take you from wherever you are to a stable chi-breath foundation over the next few months." He paused. "In exchange, you don't file that talisman, you don't mention the crack to anyone, and you forget the exact coordinates you marked." She considered this with the same focused attention she'd been giving everything since he arrived. "And the sensing rod? What about it? Can you fix it?" "The crystals are cracked." "Where'd you get them cracked?" "Fell off a wall." He studied the rod. He'd replaced calibration crystals before. It was basic maintenance, the kind of skill any experienced scavenger developed. "I can fix the rod," he said. "Teach you cultivation. Fix the rod. You forget the coordinates." She put the talisman back in her pocket. Then, immediately, "I want to see inside." He'd been expecting this. He still didn't have a good answer for it. "No." "Why not?" "Because I don't know what's in there. Because something in the ocean basin is aware of visitors. Because I found a warning about something sealed in a vault that predates the civilization that built the vault. Because the heartbeat in the ground might mean something I don't yet understand." "Because I said no," he said. "That's not a reason. It's the reason I'm offering." She looked at him for a long moment. She looked at the location where the crack hovered invisibly. She looked at his hands again, and he could see her filing the information about his hands, noting the age discrepancy, storing it for later interpretation. "Fine," she said. "Cultivation lessons and rod repair. I'll forget the coordinates." "Good. Starting when?" "Tomorrow. Come to the tea house on 2nd Market Street at the 7th bell. Ask for Wei." He turned toward the crack. Behind him, she said, "Wait." He stopped. "I want to see inside," she said again. Not a demand this time. Just a statement. "Not now?" "I understand not now. But eventually. I want to see it." Wei Cangming stood with his back to her for a moment. Eventually isn't a promise, he said. No, she agreed. But it's a start. He opened the crack and stepped through. He heard, from behind him, her quick intake of breath as the crack opened. The small, involuntary sound of someone seeing something real that they'd been trying not to admit they believed was there. He didn't turn around. On the other side, in the gray silence of Linghai, he took 3 steps and then stopped. He could feel it immediately, something different. The dimension's ambient spiritual vacuum, the complete absence of qi that was this place's defining characteristic, had shifted, very slightly, in the few minutes since he'd entered. Above him, the gray sky was lighter. Not bright, just less dark. He turned and looked toward where Rou Xiangtian was standing on the other side of the sealed crack. Her presence, outside the dimension, was somehow affecting the inside. He stood and thought about this. He thought about what Pen Tu's memories had said about how Linghai's architecture interacted with the spiritual energy of its inhabitants, how the city was designed to resonate with the people who lived in it, to draw their ambient cultivation presence into the vein network the way roots draw water, slowly, and without any single person noticing the process. He thought about the gray sky, which was lighter. He looked at the blade of grass at the southeastern vein. It was still gray, but it was standing straighter. Interesting, he said to the dead silence around him. Then he took out the memory stone he'd been carrying, Pen Tu's stone, worn smooth from handling, and turned it in his hands. Whatever Linghai had been designed for, whatever instincts it had built into its surviving infrastructure, it appeared to respond to people. Not just his qi, his presence, and apparently other people's presence, even from the other side of the barrier. He filed this away beside the heart sleeper warning and the thing in the ocean basin, in the growing file of things he did not yet understand but intended to. At the edge of the dry ocean basin, very faintly, something blinked. He pretended not to see it. He went to the southeastern vein and began his careful, slow, morning channeling session, one thread at a time. The world was not as dead as it had seemed, and he was beginning to suspect that this was exactly the design. Chapter 6. What a graveyard teaches you about the living. Rou Xiangtian stepped through the spatial crack on a cold morning and stopped walking before she'd taken 3 steps. She had the manner of someone who was very good at not showing when something surprised her. Wei Cangming had noticed this at the boulder. The careful composure, the measured voice, the eyes that cataloged everything while giving away nothing. She was clearly practiced at navigating situations where expressing surprise was a disadvantage. But Linghai broke through all of that in the first 5 seconds. She turned in a slow circle. She looked at the gray sky, the dead city ruins, the collapsed mountains on the northern horizon, the dry ocean basin visible as a pale depression to the west. She looked at the blade of gray grass near the first vein, still standing, slightly straighter than the day before, the only living thing Wei had managed to produce here. She looked at the vault at the geographic center, its black stone the one sharp, intact structure in a field of entropy. Then she turned and looked at Wei Cangming. "What is this place?" she asked, and her voice was quiet in a way that had nothing to do with composure and everything to do with the specific feeling of standing in a space that was too large to process quickly. "Dead world," he said. "Or what's left of one. It's pocket space?" "Yes. Anchored to me somehow. It follows me." He watched her process this. "It was sealed before I found it. The crack let me in and then attached." "How big is it?" "Province-sized, roughly." He let her do the math. She did it, and he saw the number land. "Province-sized," she repeated. "And it's dead. Was dead. Is less dead now." He showed her the blade of grass. She crouched to look at it, and she didn't touch it. The instinct of a scavenger who knew the value of not disturbing things before you understood them. "You grew this," she said. "Revival project," he agreed. "I push qi into the spiritual veins. The veins revive. Techniques and structures, and eventually, possibly, other things come back." She was quiet for a moment. She was still crouching, looking at the gray grass blade, and the gray sky above them was doing the same thing it always did when she was present. It was slightly lighter than when Wei was here alone. He'd been tracking it for 3 days now, and it was consistent. Something about her presence, possibly just her cultivation potential, the ambient spiritual energy that every person carried even without active cultivation, was affecting the dimension. He decided not to mention this yet. He needed to understand it better first. "And the cost?" she asked. She looked at his hands. "Time," he said. "Lifespan. The veins pull vitality to process the channeled qi. The effect is visible." He flexed his right hand. "I've been managing the rate. It's sustainable." She stood up. She looked at the ruins of the nearest city, the eastern outskirts of what the memory stones told him had been called Qingyan. She looked at the vault. She looked back at him. "You said this is a dead world," she said. "That means people lived here." "Yes." How many? He thought of Pen 2's memories, the craftsman's casual awareness of the city around him, the noise of 10 million people's ordinary days. Best estimate from the memory stones, 40 or 50 million across the whole world. 3 major cities, various smaller settlements. The numbers sat in the gray air between them. Rose Xianxia had been maintaining a carefully neutral expression throughout this conversation, the composure of someone who is not going to be seen visibly affected by anything. Now, for just a moment, the neutrality slipped. Not into fear or sadness exactly, into something more like recognition. The face of someone who has just understood a category of thing they had only known abstractly before. 40 million people, she said. Approximately. She looked at the gray grass blade again, then at the ruins, then at the sky. She was doing what Wei had done in his first week here, revising her understanding of the scale, the specific kind of silence that exists in a space where the people who were supposed to be making noise have stopped. He had spent enough time in this space that he'd developed a kind of working relationship with the silence. He no longer noticed it the way he had at first, but watching it hit someone else with its full weight, watching Rose Xianxia stand in a dead world for the first time and understand what dead meant when the scale was a civilization, he felt the weight of it freshly. They're gone, she said. Not a question. Yes. She was quiet for a while. The gray sky was lighter than it had been when they arrived. The blade of grass held its position. The heartbeat continued below them, patient, as always, completely indifferent to any of the emotional weight the surface world was managing. Then something happened that he hadn't expected. At the edge of the dry ocean basin, which was visible from here as a pale depression perhaps 2 kilometers away, something shimmered. Not motion exactly, more like the visual effect you get near fire, the distortion of air above a heat source, except there was no heat here and no fire. Just that shimmer, at the basin's edge, where something had blinked 3 days ago, and he'd been carefully pretending not to notice. He saw it. Rose Xianxia also saw it. She didn't pretend not to. What was that, she asked. I don't know yet, he said, which was entirely true. I'm working on it. She looked at him sideways. Then she looked back at the shimmer, which had already faded. You have a lot of things you're working on. Yes. You've been doing this alone? Yes. She thought about this. That seems like poor allocation of resources, she said finally, which was such a practical observation in such a measured tone that Wei Cangming almost laughed. The first time he'd felt the urge to laugh since finding the crack. I've been figuring out what I have before getting other people involved, he said. And now you know? Now I know enough to start. She looked at him. He looked at her. The gray world waited around them, patient in its own large way, the heartbeat pulsing below their feet. Cultivation lessons, she said. And rod repair. Tomorrow, first thing. 7th bell, the tea house. Fine. She looked at the ruins one more time. The specific look of someone filing something in long-term memory. Not just the visual detail but the feeling of the place, the scale of it, the particular quality of standing in a graveyard that covered the area of a province. I want to come back. He'd been expecting this. We'll see. I kept the talisman, she said. I know. She stepped back through the crack into the real world. Wei stayed in Linghai a moment longer, looking at the eastern city ruins, listening to the silence. 40 million people. What does a dead world teach you about the living? He asked the gray air. Then he went back to the real world, and that evening he started Rose Xianxia's cultivation lessons, and he fixed her sensing rod with 2 replacement crystals he bought from the market, and 2 he had lying in his kit, and he didn't mention that the sky had been lighter when she was there. That night in bed he lay and felt the dimension tethered to him, and thought about Pen 2, the craftsman, whose ordinary contentment he'd borrowed from a memory stone weeks ago, and still hadn't entirely returned. Chapter 7. The Dead River Fist. 3 weeks of slow channeling work produced results that were, by any objective measure, extremely modest. The southeastern vein cluster, 12 interconnected micro-veins running through the foundation stones of what had once been a residential district, had recovered to approximately 15% of their original capacity. The blade of gray grass had been joined by 7 others. A thin film of moss had appeared on 3 of the larger stone blocks nearest the vein intersections. The color change in the stone was visible to a careful eye. Gray, yes, but a gray that had warmth to it now. The way old wood is a different gray than fresh stone. Wei Cangming cataloged these results each morning with the same methodical attention he'd applied to the vein network structure in the early weeks. Progress was real. Progress was slow. He was comfortable with slow progress in a way that might have surprised people who knew his history, but the years of scavenging had trained patience into him the same way they trained observation, through the repeated experience of learning that nothing worth having arrived quickly. What arrived quickly on the morning of the 22nd day was a memory stone. He was working the southeastern cluster's deepest intersection point, the place where 3 primary veins crossed, the highest traffic node in the section, the equivalent of a major road junction, when his channeling thread connected to something that pushed back. Not resistance. Response. He pressed his palm flat against the stone and the memory stone, which he hadn't located previously because it was embedded in the vein intersection itself rather than near the surface, unlocked. The impression was not a person. It was a technique. He'd absorbed 7 memory stones since finding Linghai, and they'd all been personal impressions, craftspeople, merchants, a minor official, 2 children playing in a street. This was different. There was no identity behind it, no individual emotional texture, no sense of someone's life. Just information, compressed into pattern the way qi is compressed into meridians, a fighting method, complete from first principles to advanced application, designed specifically for combat in an environment with no ambient spiritual qi. The Dead River Fist. It came in layers. The theory arrived first. Combat in zero-density environments requires no reliance on environmental qi, only on what the practitioner carries internally. Therefore, efficiency is absolute law. Therefore, every movement must accomplish at least 2 things simultaneously. Therefore, contact is to be avoided until the moment of commitment, because contact lets the opponent feel your intent. Therefore, control the space, control the timing, commit fully or not at all. Then the forms, 7 of them, unfolding in his awareness with the crystalline clarity of information that had been waiting for exactly the right vessel to receive it. His body understood them before his mind did, or rather, his meridians understood them, which was how techniques transmitted through memory stones worked, the pattern impressing itself directly on his cultivation structure rather than requiring conscious learning. He sat back after the transmission ended. His heart was beating harder than normal. His hands were tingling. He stood up and threw the first form. A single motion, starting from rest, entirely without telegraphing. No wind-up, no weight shift, no preparatory tension in the shoulder that would warn anyone watching. The fist arrived where it was going with the specific quality of something that had always been going there. It hit the air, and he felt it hit correctly. Not powerfully. His cultivation was still only mortal shell, his chi reserves were small, his physical conditioning was the kind you develop from years of walking battlefields rather than any serious training regimen. But the technique's alignment with his body was perfect, the way a key is aligned to its lock, and he understood immediately that this was something exceptional. The Dead River Fist was not a showy technique. It had no visible chi effects, no elemental manifestation, no spiritual light or color that would impress a crowd. It was pure movement science applied to the specific problem of fighting without environmental support, and it was the most efficient fighting method Wei Cangming had ever encountered, not because he'd encountered many, but because he could feel the efficiency in his own structure as he ran through the 7 forms. Each one an equation that solved the problem of combat in empty space with the elegance of a proof that uses exactly the right number of steps. He practiced for 2 hours. His qi gradually restored from the morning channeling session. The moss on the foundation stones was slightly more visible than yesterday. Then he walked back to Yanmen town to check in at the permit office, which he did every 10 days to avoid flags on his scavenging record. And on the way through the market he was accosted by a young sect disciple who wanted to see his permit and then decided, based on some combination of Wei's worn coat and his aged hands, that he looked like someone who could be pushed around. He was not someone who could be pushed around. He demonstrated this with the Dead River Fist's second form, a simple redirect that turned the disciple's aggressive grab into a controlled fall, and kept walking. The disciple sat in the market dust and stared at him. Wei didn't look back, but he noticed, filing it carefully, that at least 3 people had seen the exchange. Word would get around. Word always got around. He was starting to need a plan for what to say when word got to the wrong person, and he could already name the wrong person. Elder Duan Chifeng, Iron Basin Sect's resource overseer, whose name came up in every conversation about anything unusual happening in the region, and who had the specific reputation of being very patient and very thorough and not at all willing to leave an interesting anomaly uninvestigated. He would need to have something to say when Duan came calling. He didn't have it yet, but he was thinking. That night, for the first time since finding Linghai, he had a cultivator's dream, the kind that comes when a new technique has fully integrated with your cultivation structure and your meridians are processing it in sleep. He ran the Dead River Fist in the dream, 7 forms, again and again, and each pass was cleaner than the last, until by morning his body remembered it, as if he'd been born knowing it. What does a dead world teach you about fighting? He asked the ceiling. He answered himself immediately. That you can't wait for conditions to be favorable. You fight with what you have in the space you're given. He got up and went back to Linghai. Chapter 8. Elder Duan Chifeng. It took 11 days. Wei Cangming was reviewing his permit records. He kept meticulous records, had learned from his father's experience that the first thing you need when someone comes after you legally is documentation, and the second thing you need is more documentation. When the messenger arrived with the iron basin sack seal on the folded paper, an invitation to attend a routine compliance review at Elder Duan Chifeng's administrative offices at the third bell tomorrow. Not a summons, an invitation, which meant it was designed to give him the choice to appear cooperative. He appeared cooperative. He arrived at the second bell, 15 minutes early, which was the specific timing of someone who respected the official's time without being so early as to seem anxious. He wore his cleanest coat. He had his permit records organized by date and cross-referenced by site. He had practiced his answers to the questions he expected during the walkover. Elder Duan Chifeng was waiting for him, which was unusual. Elder officials in the Iron Basin sect typically made their visitors wait as a matter of establishing hierarchy. Duan was sitting behind a desk that was very organized. Not the aggressive organization of someone performing orderliness, but the comfortable organization of someone who had been using this desk for decades and had developed efficient systems for it. He was perhaps 60, with the weathered face of a cultivator who'd spent more time working than advancing, and eyes that had the specific quality of someone who had seen many things try to be other things and had become very good at identifying the difference. He gestured to the seat across the desk. "Sit, please." Wei sat. "Thank you for coming," Duan said, which was a remarkable opening for an official review because it implied the option to not come had been genuine. "I have some questions about your cultivation activities. I hope you don't mind." "Of course not," Wei said. What followed was 2 hours of the most patient, methodical questioning he'd experienced in his life. Duan was not aggressive. He was never impolite. He did not make accusations or implications or threats. He simply asked questions, noted the answers with an expression of mild interest, and asked follow-up questions that were precisely targeted at the gaps in whatever answer Wei had just given. He asked about the market incident with the disciple. Wei explained it as a basic self-defense situation, no cultivation involved. The disciple had been physically aggressive and he'd redirected. Duan noted the witnesses had described the redirection as technically accomplished. Wei said he'd been practicing basic movement disciplines. Duan asked which school. Wei named a minor hermit tradition. Duan said he was familiar with that tradition and the movement in the witnesses' descriptions didn't match its typical expression. Wei said he'd adapted it to his own proportions. Duan made a note. He asked about Wei's cultivation progress. Wei confirmed he was at mortal shell and working toward chi breath. Duan asked what method he was using. Wei described the standard breathing technique he'd bought from the open market 5 years ago. Duan noted the standard technique required 8 to 12 months to reach chi breath from baseline, and Wei had been scavenging for 3 years. Wei said he'd had interruptions in his practice. Duan made a note. He asked about Wei's hand condition. Wei said he used an intensive chi circulation technique that sometimes affected the extremities. Duan asked which technique. Wei said it was part of the same hermit tradition adaptation. Duan made another note. Wei spent the 2 hours watching Duan's notes accumulate with the feeling of someone watching a skilled craftsman lay foundations. Each piece individually unremarkable, the structure only becoming visible once enough pieces were placed. Duan was not fishing. That was the thing Wei kept coming back to. A fishing official asked broad questions hoping something would bite. Duan was asking specific questions because he already knew the shape of the fish and was measuring it. He knew something, not everything. If he knew everything, this meeting would have had a different character entirely. But he had data points he was confirming. When the 2 hours ended, Duan stood and extended his hand in the formal dismissal posture. "Thank you for your time," he said. "Everything seems to be in order." Wei shook his hand. "Thank you for the review." He walked home at a measured pace. He did not run. He did not look behind him. He got to his rented room, which had 2 doors, the main entrance and a back window used for discretion, and he checked both. The main door had been opened in his absence. The lock was undisturbed. Whoever had entered had either picked it with considerable skill or had a key. His belongings were approximately as he'd left them, with the specific approximateness of someone who had searched the room and then replaced things carefully rather than exactly. He moved his pocket dimension anchor sigil, a small carved stone he used to stabilize the tether between himself and Linghai, the one material component of the connection, from its location under the floorboard to inside his boot. Then he thought about what Duan had taken notes on and what it implied about his knowledge. The market incident had clearly reached him. That had been expected. But the way Duan had discussed it implied he'd seen the witnesses' descriptions before the meeting, which meant he had someone in the market watching. The questions about cultivation progress implied someone had been comparing Wei's observable behavior to his recorded cultivation level, which meant multiple points of observation over time. The questions about the hand condition implied he'd been informed about it specifically, which meant someone who'd seen Wei's hands up close and found them notable enough to report. 3 sources minimum, possibly more. He had perhaps 3 months before Duan's case was complete enough for formal action, based on how official investigations typically progressed. Possibly less if Duan had a source Wei hadn't identified. The next morning, he went to Linghai and told Shen Baoli about the situation, which would have been a strange sentence except that Shen Baoli wasn't there yet. He would arrive in 3 days, emerging from a glowing memory stone in a blaze of furious, disoriented confusion. And so instead Wei told the gray silence about the situation, a habit he was developing of narrating problems aloud in Linghai where they couldn't be overheard. He had 3 months. He would use them. He returned to his room that evening to find that Duan had also visited Rou Xiangtian. She was waiting for him outside his door, coat pulled tight against the winter evening, with the specific expression of someone who had held together under pressure and was now reporting on it with professional precision while privately shaken. Chapter 9. The compass and the moss. Rou Xiangtian's account of the interview was admirably concise. He knows you've been teaching me. He asked how long. I said 2 months, longer than actual. Gives you a consistent pattern before the market incident. He asked what techniques. I said breathing foundation and basic movement discipline, same school you're registered under. He asked if I'd noticed anything unusual about your cultivation. I said you age a little faster than other practitioners I'd seen, and you told me it was a cost of your chosen method. She paused. I framed it as something you disclosed voluntarily, like it was normal enough to mention. Wei looked at her. How did he respond? He made a note. Then he thanked me and left. She exhaled once, controlled. He didn't believe me entirely, but he didn't have contradicting information. No, Duan would have enough to flag, but not enough to act. You did well. She accepted this without visible reaction. He filed a permit review against you. Suspicious resource cultivation. You have 30 days to show documented advancement to Qi breath, or your primary site permit gets reviewed. This was worse than expected. 30 days was not 3 months. 30 days was an immediate problem. Wei ran the math. He was at late mortal shell, solidly, with the Dead River Fist fully integrated and his Qi reserves stronger than they'd been a month ago. Qi breath rank required a specific internal threshold, a compression of cultivated Qi through the meridians to a density that the standard testing equipment could measure and categorize. He was perhaps 6 weeks from that threshold naturally. He needed to get there in 30 days, which meant pushing his channeling rate in Linghai significantly beyond what he'd been comfortable with. He was thinking through the implications of this when the old man arrived. He appeared at the end of the street the way old men sometimes appear at the ends of streets, suddenly, without having been visible in the distance, as if the corner had simply produced him. He was ancient and thin and carrying a staff with the specific posture of someone who was going to fall over without it very soon. He wore sect robes that had been good quality once, a generation ago, and were now clean but frayed in the way of things maintained with care past their useful life. He was struggling with a travel pack too heavy for him. Wei Cangming was not a person who helped old men with their luggage as a rule. His philosophy was that most people were capable of solving their own problems, and his intervention generally created more complications than it resolved. But the old man had the specific look of someone who would fall down within the next 30 seconds if nothing changed. And there was a healing fee for fallen cultivators in the market district that was not cheap, and the old man would almost certainly be unable to pay it. And Wei didn't want to watch an old man fall over. He went and took the pack. The apricot inn, the old man said, without preamble, with the tone of someone who was used to having assistance appear when he needed it. Wei carried the pack to the apricot inn, which was 4 streets over and uphill, which explained the problem. The old man walked beside him at the pace of someone who had made peace with being slow and was not particularly interested in apologies about it. At the inn's entrance, the old man dug through his coat and produced, after considerable searching, payment. Not coin, but a small object he pressed into Wei's hand with the manner of someone who had run out of coin some time ago and was working with what remained. This was mine, he said. Used to point at something important. Can't figure out what anymore. Maybe it'll be useful to you. The object was a compass. Wei turned it over. It was old, genuinely old, the casing worn smooth from decades of handling, the calibration markings partially faded. The needle was present, but didn't move. He tapped the case experimentally. The needle stayed still, pointing nowhere in particular. Thank you, Wei said, because the old man clearly intended it as genuine payment, and dismissing it would be unkind. Useful life in it yet, the old man said obscurely, and went into the inn. Wei put the compass in his pocket. He went back to Rou Xiangtian, who was waiting exactly where he'd left her, and told her about the 30-day deadline. She nodded, already calculating. What do you need? Time. All of it in Linghai. You handle anything in the real world that can be handled. The monitor check-ins, permit maintenance, market records. I can do that. She paused. What monitor check-ins? He explained Bao Yi, the junior sect member Duan had assigned. She absorbed this and immediately began working through how to manage the situation, her mind visibly moving through options with the quick practicality he was coming to recognize as her characteristic mode. He left her planning and went to Linghai. The next morning, he entered Linghai before dawn and began the first of what he now thought of as push sessions, channeling at a rate 2 or 3 times his careful maintenance standard, accepting a higher aging cost in exchange for significantly accelerated revival progress. The southeastern cluster had been at 15%. Over the next 3 days of intensive push sessions, it climbed toward 20, then 25, then 30%. The moss spread beyond the immediate vein intersection, colonizing a wider area of foundation stone. The gray grass became 7 blades, then 15, then a small patch. 2 of the collapsed buildings at the district's edge stopped losing structural integrity and held their shape. The aging cost was real. He looked 4 years older by the end of 3 days. He compensated by sleeping 10 hours and eating more than usual and accepting the discomfort in his hands, which were now, cosmetically, the hands of a man in his early 30s, despite his actual age of 22, as the arithmetic of his situation. And then, on the 4th day, 3 memory stones unlocked simultaneously. He was ready for 1 at a time. 3 at once was not something Pen 2's memories had given him any guidance on. The impressions hit him overlapping, and for a few confused seconds he was 3 different people, a master cultivator, a teacher, and a pharmacist, all simultaneously present in his awareness with their specific memories and emotional textures and knowledge sets bleeding into each other. He sat down immediately on the dead gray earth and breathed slowly and waited for the impressions to settle. It took 40 minutes. When they did, he had the advanced form of the Dead River Fist, 6 additional movements that extended the technique's utility into close-quarters situations, a spiritual sense expansion technique, Linghai standard issue for reconnaissance cultivators, which would more than double the range of his perception, and the recipe for a chi-density cultivation pill, specific to zero-density environments, that was significantly more efficient at building the chi compression needed for chi breath rank than anything available in the current market. He checked his available ingredients. He had 3 of the 5 required. He returned to the real world, spent 4 hours sourcing the remaining 2 from specialty herb sellers who were confused by the specific combination but not enough to refuse the business, and brewed the first batch in his room. He took 1 pill. The compression hit over the next 6 hours. He lay on his bed and felt his meridians densify the way stone densifies under pressure. Everything about the process unpleasant, everything about the result exactly what the technique described. When it ended, he ran the standard self-test, concentrated chi through the measurement point in his left wrist, felt the density reading, confirmed it. Chi breath rank. The 30-day clock stopped. He lay on the narrow bed with his aged hands folded on his chest and the compass in his pocket and the dead world tethered somewhere at the edge of his awareness, and he breathed. And he felt the specific satisfaction of a problem solved through exactly the right combination of understanding, preparation, and willingness to accept the cost. Then he got up, because one of the memory stones, the 3rd one, the pharmacist, was still glowing. Not finished. Not fully delivered. Still processing. He went back to Linghai to receive the rest. What he found when he arrived was the moss. Specifically, the moss had spread overnight far further than 3 days of progressive growth could have caused. It covered the entire southeastern residential district's foundation stones now, a gray-green carpet across the ruins, reaching up the walls of the partially stabilized buildings, extending toward the dry creek bed at the district's eastern boundary. In the 3 hours since he'd last been in Linghai, more revival had occurred than in the previous week. He extended his spiritual sense, expanded now, the reconnaissance technique integrated, the range significantly greater, and understood immediately. The vein network was accelerating on its own. The energy he'd been pushing through the southeastern cluster had reached a saturation point, and the vein walls had responded by beginning to conduct on their own, drawing residual chi from adjacent cracked sections, rebuilding their own capacity through the process of being used. Like a pipe cleaning itself from the inside. He stood in the gray morning of Linghai and looked at the spreading moss and felt something he had not expected to feel, the quiet, specific satisfaction of something beginning to work on its own, not dependent on him anymore, self-sustaining, within this small section, growing. What does a dying world teach a man who finds it, he asked. Across the city ruins, in the distance, the heartbeat continued. It sounded, perhaps, very slightly stronger than yesterday. Chapter 10. 3 stones at once. The pharmacist's impression arrived in full on his third day back in Linghai, and it was the most useful stone he'd absorbed. Her name had been Magistrix Xiao, and she had spent 40 years developing cultivation pharmacy for a population that lived in zero-density conditions. Linghai's spiritual environment had been rich. His memory of Pen-Tu's ordinary life included the background saturation of ambient qi the way a fish includes the background presence of water, but Linghai's cultivation philosophy had included extensive training in zero-density methods because spiritual veins could be disrupted, environments could collapse. And a cultivator who only knew how to work with plentiful qi was a cultivator with a single point of failure. Magistrix Xiao's knowledge was encyclopedic, practical, and ruthlessly efficient. She had not been interested in elegance for its own sake. She had been interested in results obtained with minimum waste. Her entire pharmacy methodology was built on this principle, and it aligned with Wei Cangming's own approach to his situation so precisely that absorbing her knowledge felt less like learning and more like recognizing. He spent the next 3 days working through her technique catalog, absorbed during the stone's complete delivery. The qi density pill he'd brewed was the most immediately useful, but there were 40 others, ranging from healing compounds to perception enhancers to longevity-supporting formulas that specifically addressed the kind of physiological stress caused by, she hadn't called it this, but Wei recognized the description, accelerated aging through energy exchange. He was aging himself to revive Linghai. Magistrix Xiao had spent 40 years treating people who aged themselves through various forms of cultivation overreach. She had solutions. Most of them required ingredients he didn't have. But the framework was there, and the framework told him which ingredients to prioritize sourcing. Meanwhile, the vein network continued its accelerating self-repair. The moss spread. The gray grass became a proper patch, 15 square meters of it, still gray but dense and clearly living. 3 memory stones unlocked in the northeastern section without his direct intervention. The veins there had reached sufficient vitality to process the stones independently, which he hadn't expected. He left them alone for now. He wasn't ready to absorb more impressions without a rest period between sessions. The 3 simultaneous stones had been disorienting in a way that lingered, and he was learning to respect the limits of what his cultivation structure could process. Instead, he mapped. With the spiritual sense expansion technique fully integrated, he could now perceive the entire southeastern district clearly and reach the edges of the neighboring zones with some fidelity. He spent 4 days mapping what the technique revealed: vein locations, depth, integrity, connection patterns. He found 17 additional memory stones he hadn't previously located. He found the outline of what had been the district's cultivation training grounds, identifiable by the specific configuration of practice arrays embedded in the stone floors. He also found something he'd been looking for without knowing it: a resonance pattern in the vein network's deep sections that confirmed what he'd suspected about the dimension's overall topology. The veins didn't simply branch outward from the center. They formed a complete circuit, with the central vault as the convergence point. Every vein in Linghai, regardless of depth or location, ultimately connected to the vault. The vault was not just a building at the center. It was the heart of the entire world's spiritual infrastructure, which meant that reviving the peripheral veins was building towards something he didn't yet understand. The energy he was channeling was eventually going to reach the vault. What happened when it did was a question he couldn't answer yet. He added this to the file of things to understand before they happened. On the 9th day of his push sessions, he returned to the real world and went to Chai Mingji's tea house for dinner and to maintain the pattern of his visible life. And Chai noticed his hands immediately. "You look 32, Chai said, without preamble, because Chai had always been direct when directness was needed. "I'm 22. I know." Chai refilled his tea. "I'm not going to ask what's happening unless you want to tell me, but I want you to know I'm not noticing." Wei looked at his hands. They were better than they'd been at the worst of the push sessions. Magistrix Xiao's foundation compound, which he'd brewed and begun taking, was slowing the accumulation, but still clearly older than a 22-year-old's hands should look. "It's a cultivation method," he said. "The cost is visible. I'm managing it. You look tired." "I am tired." Chai poured him more tea and didn't ask additional questions, which was why Wei had been friends with him for 15 years. Walking home, Wei Cangming turned the compass over in his pocket. It still didn't point at anything, the needle loose and directionless, and he'd stopped expecting it to. But he kept it, the way you keep things from the hands of people who gave them with sincerity, regardless of their practical utility. He was 3 blocks from his rented room when his expanded spiritual sense caught something. The glowing memory stone, the one he'd left in the southeastern district because he'd needed a rest period before absorbing more impressions, was still glowing. It had been glowing for 10 days. That was unusual. Normal memory stones either fully delivered their impression or went dormant. They didn't sustain output for extended periods unless something was maintaining the energy. He went to Linghai immediately, despite the hour. The stone was in the same position. But the glow was different, not the diffuse light of chi energy, but something more focused, more directed. It had changed during the 10 days since he'd left it alone. It was trying to tell him something specifically, not just deliver a passive impression. He crouched in front of it. He extended his spiritual sense carefully. The stone was not a passive memory stone. He'd misidentified it. The impression it contained was not a recording. It was an active consciousness, something that had been preserved in semi-dormancy within the stone's chi matrix, waiting for sufficient spiritual energy in the surrounding veins to sustain a full manifestation. He'd been building that energy for 3 weeks. He touched the stone with both hands and opened his spiritual sense fully and felt the consciousness inside it wake up. It was furious. It was confused. And it was absolutely certain that the catastrophe was happening right now, at this moment, and someone had to do something about it immediately. Stop, Wei Cangming said, which was not a particularly elegant first thing to say to an ancient general's consciousness, but was what came out. Stop. You're not there anymore. Listen to me. The consciousness pushed back, not physically, but spiritually, a force that was considerably stronger than anything Wei had encountered in Linghai's dead space. This was a person who had been a significant cultivator in life, and even compressed and preserved in a memory stone's matrix. They carried the spiritual weight of that cultivation like a bruise carries the weight of the impact that caused it. Listen, Wei said again. The catastrophe is over. Whatever happened, it's over. You've been in the stone for a long time. I need you to come back slowly and tell me what you remember. The pushing stopped. Silence. And then, in the specific silence of Linghai, the dead world silence he'd been living with for weeks, the silence of cessation, something breathed. The stone cracked down the middle and the consciousness stepped out. And it was not what he expected, which was a shimmer or a light or any of the things that cultivation stories described when ghosts were involved. It was a man, approximately 50, or the appearance of approximately 50. Military bearing so deeply ingrained it was visible even in the disorientation of awakening. Wearing the armor of a civilization that had been dead before his grandfather's grandfather was born. He looked at Wei Cangming. He looked at the gray grass. He looked at the moss on the foundation stones. He looked at the gray sky, which was lighter than it had been when Wei arrived. And Wei Cangming watched Linghai's last general understand, piece by piece, that he was alive in a dead world, and the person who had revived enough of that world to wake him was a 22-year-old scavenger with old hands who was figuring this out as he went. Who are you? The general said. Wei Cangming, Wei said. I found this place 6 weeks ago. I'm reviving it. How much have you revived? This district, and some of the surrounding veins. The general turned and looked at the moss-covered ruins, the gray grass, the 3 buildings that were holding their structural integrity instead of collapsing further. His expression was unreadable in the way of someone who was very good at keeping their expressions unreadable and was currently under more pressure than that skill could fully manage. The general population? He asked, his voice carefully even. I don't know how to revive people yet, Wei said. I'm working on it. The general was quiet for a long moment. Then, the vault. Sealed. I can't open it. I'm working on that too. Another silence. The heartbeat pulsed below them. When the general finally spoke again, his voice had a different quality, less the furious disorientation of awakening and more the specific tone of someone who has processed a very large piece of information and is already thinking about what comes next. The vein reconnection pattern, he said. What direction is it moving? Southeast to center, Wei said. Following the primary circuit. It's accelerating? Started 3 days ago. The general's mouth pressed together. Then we have less time than I thought. He looked at Wei again. Really looked, in the way of someone conducting a rapid but comprehensive assessment. You're not a cultivation sect member. No. Independent. Yes. What rank? Chi breath. Something crossed the general's face that might, in a less controlled person, have been described as dismay. It passed quickly. I am Shinbali. I was Linghai's military commander. I died with my world. He looked at the gray grass. Apparently not permanently. Apparently not. Shinbali straightened his armor with the unconscious gesture of someone who has worn armor long enough that adjusting it is a reflex rather than a thought. The moss, he said. It's spreading faster than vein recovery alone would explain. I know. That's the natural reconnection beginning. It means the world's infrastructure remembers what it's supposed to do and is starting to do it without prompting. He looked at Wei. How long have you been pushing chi into the southeastern veins? 6 weeks. That's fast. For someone at chi breath rank with no institutional support, That's extremely fast. A pause. Are you trading something for the speed? Wei showed him his hands. Bali studied them. He said nothing for a long moment. Then, with the tone of someone accepting a very uncomfortable fact, we need to talk about what happens next. Yes, Wei agreed. Start with what you know about the current political situation outside. Wei told him. It took an hour. Bali asked 23 questions during that hour, each one precisely targeted. And by the end, he had a working map of the current era's power structure that was clearly incomplete, but clearly more than minimal. He processed information the way Wei had learned to process difficult situations, systematically, without panic, with his attention on what could be done rather than what could not. When Wei finished, Bali was quiet for a moment. The moss growth, he said. The acceleration. It's going to become visible to someone who knows what to look for. He paused. The veins are reconnecting toward the center. When the primary circuit closes, even partially, the spatial resonance signature will change. There's a detection threshold. I know, Wei said. I need to mask the signature somehow. There's an array, Bali said. Our spatial communications engineer designed it. Ashen, Grand Scholar Ashen, he built a silencing shell for exactly this purpose. Interworld detection suppression. He paused. But Ashen is in hibernation somewhere in the dimension. You need to wake him. Wei Cangming looked at the spreading moss, the gray grass, the three holding buildings. Then he looked at the old general who had just learned he was alive in a dead world he'd tried to die for. Tell me where he is, Wei said. Bali turned and looked toward the dry ocean basin, his expression going through several things quickly. He stopped at something that was very far from the military composure of 5 minutes ago. He's in the basin, Shin said quietly. I thought he died in the collapse. We all assumed he was gone. A pause. If he's in hibernation, if the world preserved him, he stopped. That means the world's emergency protocols worked. Ashen designed those too. Something moved at the edge of the basin. Wei Cangming looked. Bali looked. Neither of them said anything. Not wind, Bali said finally. No, Wei agreed. How long has that been happening? Since my second day here. Bali turned and looked at him with the expression of someone who was updating their assessment significantly upward. And you've been operating alone this entire time? Yes. Chi breath rank. No institutional support. 6 weeks of solo revival work. And you've been aware of an unidentified presence in the basin and continued working anyway. I couldn't identify it, Wei said. I couldn't afford to stop. Bali was quiet for a moment. Then, in the tone of someone making a decision that was not entirely comfortable, all right, he said. I'll help you map the vein network. I know where every junction is in the primary circuit. The natural reconnection is going to need guiding, or it'll collapse itself from acceleration overload. He turned back toward the gray world, his posture shifting into something that was clearly the posture of a general who had found a situation to manage. Tell me how much chi you have to work with, and we'll start from there. Wei Cangming looked at the ruins of a world that had survived its own death and was beginning, slowly, to remember what it was. What does a dying world teach a man who finds it? He asked, to himself, to the general, to the gray air. Bali glanced at him sidelong. Is that a rhetorical question? Usually, Wei said. Linghai taught its people that what you leave behind matters more than what you took while you were alive. A pause. I suppose it might still be teaching that. He walked toward the vein network's nearest junction, and Wei followed him, and above them the gray sky was lighter than it had been all morning. Chapter 11. The general wakes up. Bali was not a restful presence. Wei Cangming had spent the previous 2 months operating in a dead world alone, which had developed in him a set of habits oriented around silence, methodical observation, and the slow accumulation of understanding. Bali's consciousness had been compressed in a memory stone matrix for longer than any living person had been alive, and when it was released, it hit the open space of Linghai's gray morning like a door kicked in. He asked 17 questions in the first hour. He asked them in rapid sequence, not waiting for Wei to finish any single answer before beginning the next. He was collecting facts, processing them, adjusting his model in real time, prioritizing without apparent effort. What is the current dominant cultivation methodology? What are the standard ranks? What are the major political structures? What detection equipment exists? How has spatial cultivation theory advanced? What happened to the neighboring nations that were in contact with Linghai? Wei answered what he knew, admitted what he didn't, and watched a military mind engage with an entirely unfamiliar world with the focused intensity of a commander who had learned a new battlefield's terrain in the middle of a campaign. Linghai itself watched too, in its way. The gray sky was lighter. The moss spread another meter while Wei was talking. At the end of the first hour, Bali stood in the middle of the revived district and was quiet for a long moment. Then, The vein network is your priority. I'll help you map the junction points. I know the primary circuit from memory. I supervised its construction in the era before the collapse. The natural reconnection will accelerate now that the first threshold has been crossed, and without guidance it will run into 3 structural problems I can already identify from what I've seen. Show me, Wei said. Shin Baoli walked him through the district's vein topology with the confidence of someone who had personally overseen its design, pointing out junction configurations, load-bearing intersections, the places where the natural reconnection's momentum was likely to outrun the vein wall's capacity to handle it. 2 of the 3 problems he'd identified were ones Wei had already noted, and the third was one he'd completely missed, a deep vein that ran directly beneath the vault's foundations, sealed in a configuration that would rupture if natural pressure reached it from both directions simultaneously. If that one ruptures, Shin said, it doesn't just damage the vault's connection, it sets back the northeastern section by years. Can we prevent it? Channel a maintenance thread through it before the pressure reaches critical. Keeps the walls conditioned. Standard practice. He looked at Wei's hands. The cost? Manageable, Wei said. Smaller than the main revival sessions. Shin Baoli nodded once. The nod of a commander accepting a resource constraint and adjusting plans accordingly, and moved on to the next structural concern. He did not stop moving. For the next 4 hours, they worked through the southeastern district's entire vein topology, with Shin identifying points of concern and Wei taking notes in his mental map. The quality of Shin's knowledge was remarkable even to Wei, who was still learning the field. Not just the facts of the network's design, but the reasoning behind each decision, the trade-offs that had been made, the places where the original builders had compensated for weaknesses with additional engineering, and the places where they'd accepted risk in exchange for efficiency. He had loved this world, Wei understood. Not in the way the craftsman Pen Tu had loved his workshop and his neighbors. That was personal, warm, small-scale. Shin Baoli had loved Linghai the way a general loves a position, by knowing every meter of it, every strength and weakness, every approach and exit, with the ruthless intimacy of someone who was responsible for defending it. That kind of love was cold and specific and completely compatible with weeping. Wei saw him do it once, briefly, when they reached the edge of the district where the revival stopped and the dead gray ruins of the next zone began. Shin looked at the border, at the cracked stones and the dead trees and the absolute absence of anything living, and something moved in his face that was gone almost before it registered. Then he pointed at a vein junction 40 meters into the dead zone. That one connects to the secondary circuit. It's a priority if you want to prevent the pressure problem in the northeastern section. Yes, Wei said. They kept working. Later, when the gray sky had cycled toward what Linghai used as evening, Shin Baoli sat down on one of the holding building's foundation blocks and looked at the gray grass. You said you've been here 2 months, he said. Yes. And the void harvesters? Wei paused. He'd mentioned the term in his briefing, a reference from a very old scavenging text he'd found that described entities that consumed dead worlds. He hadn't known what it meant fully when he said it. Shin Baoli's expression had changed when he said it, and now the same expression was back. The look of a man who had just remembered something he had been trying very hard to forget. What are they? Wei asked. The reason Linghai died, Shin said. He was quiet for a long moment, looking at the gray grass. Not the direct cause. The reason. He seemed to decide something. The people voted to die. You should know that. It wasn't an enemy attack or an accident. There was a vote by the full population in the last days before the collapse. The vote was to activate the emergency protocol, to drain the world's spiritual energy deliberately, collapse the dimensional structure, and seal the remnant rather than allow the harvesters to consume what was here. Wei sat with this. They feed on dead worlds, Shin said. Specifically on the release of a world's compressed spiritual energy when it dies. A living world doesn't give them what they want. Its energy is too distributed, too dynamic. But a dying world, or a world that can be killed efficiently, that's a concentrated release. 3 times the caloric equivalent, one of our scholars calculated. His voice was very flat. We were prey. We had been prey for 2 years before the vote. The harvesters had already destroyed 2 neighboring worlds and were moving toward us. We built something to stop them, sealed it in the vault, and then decided that the best way to protect the weapon was to not be alive for them to interrogate. He looked at the gray grass again. The moss growth will eventually produce a recovery signature. Any harvester with functioning detection equipment will notice it. How long? Wei asked. Depends on how fast the revival progresses. At your current rate, before the natural acceleration fully kicks in, a year, maybe 2. He paused. The acceleration changes that timeline. I know. Wei thought about the month he had before Duan Shifeng's review became a problem. The months after that, before the revival's signature became detectable, the years of work still ahead. He thought about the 30-day window that was now solved, but had only been the first window. I need the silencing shell, which means waking Ashen. Shin Baoli looked toward the basin. I'll tell you where he is. But you should know, waking him will cost more than you've spent on any individual revival session so far. He was one of Linghai's most significant cultivators. His hibernation matrix is dense. How much will it cost? Years, not months. And the cost isn't just visible aging. You'll feel it in your cultivation structure afterward. You'll need significant recovery time. Wei turned the compass over in his pocket. He thought about Magistrix Qiao's pharmacy notes, which included specific recovery protocols for exactly this kind of structural strain. He thought about the silencing shell, which would protect against harvester detection. He thought about the timeline. Show me where he is, Wei said. Shin Baoli looked at him for a moment with an expression that Wei couldn't quite categorize. It was assessment, but it had something else in it, something that might have been relief. Then he stood up and walked toward the ocean basin's eastern edge, and Wei followed him. What does a dying world teach you? Shin Baoli said, without looking back. You asked me that, Wei said, surprised. No, I told you what Linghai taught its people. I'm asking you what it's taught you. Wei thought about it as they walked. The gray sky, the moss spreading, the heartbeat below. That the people who built it didn't stop caring about it after they died, he said. That they planned for someone like me. Shin Baoli was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. They did. Chapter 12. The map of a broken world mapping the full vein network with Shin Baoli took 4 days. The practical work was Wei's. He extended his spiritual sense through each section, tracing the vein paths, marking junctions, noting depths and diameters, and damage severity. The strategic framework was Shun's, which sections to prioritize, which junctions were load-bearing for the circuit as a whole, which damage patterns indicated structural risk versus cosmetic cracking, where the natural reconnection was moving and how to guide it. They worked in 12-hour sessions. Wei accepted the aging cost of the push. He looked closer to 40 than 30 by the end of the first day, and Magistrix Qiao's recovery protocols helped, but didn't eliminate the accumulation, because the mapping was foundational. Without it, he was working blind. With it, he had something approaching a plan. Shin Baoli was, as it turned out, a remarkable teacher. Not patient in the general sense. He had exactly zero tolerance for time wasting and a direct style that didn't soften criticism of Wei's technique when criticism was warranted. But he had the teacher's essential quality. He assumed intelligence in the student and taught at the level of that intelligence rather than simplifying down. He explained the architectural logic of the vein network in enough depth that Wei could extrapolate principles to situations neither of them had encountered, rather than just following rules. The primary circuit is the backbone, Shin said on the second day, using a stick to draw in the gray dust. 24 major junctions, each one connecting multiple secondary circuits. If the primary circuit completes, the world's fundamental spiritual metabolism restores. You stop being the only source of qi input, and the world starts generating its own. He looked at the map. You need approximately 30% of the primary circuit functional to reach that threshold. Currently, you have 4%. The southeastern district. Yes, the natural acceleration will get you another 8 to 10% without significant additional cost, if you guide it correctly. After that, each additional percentage requires active work. Wei studied the map. The 3 structural risks you identified. Where are they in relation to the primary circuit? Shin pointed. 2 were in sections adjacent to the southeastern district, relatively accessible, solvable with maintenance channeling over the next few weeks. The third, the deep vein beneath the vault's foundations, was at a circuit junction Wei hadn't yet worked near. It was dormant now, but the natural reconnection's advancing wave would reach it within 3 months. I'll address the adjacent ones first, Wei said. The vault junction. Can I reach it without opening the vault? The vault's external foundation work, yes. The vein runs beneath it, not through it. You don't need vault access to maintain the vein. Shin paused. Yet. The yet carried weight. Wei noted it and moved on. On the third day, they mapped the northeastern section, which the memory stones had been unlocking independently. The veins there were in significantly worse condition than the southeastern district. The collapse had hit this area harder, the damage more severe, the reconnection more fragile. Shin identified 7 points where the natural process would stall without intervention, which meant 7 locations for Wei to work over the coming weeks. And on the 4th day, in the northwestern corner of the dimension where the ruins were most complete, 3-story buildings still standing, streets still identifiable beneath the dust accumulation, the ghost of a city's geometry present in the landscape, Shin Baoli found the warning stone. Wei hadn't been to this section. He'd identified it on his initial exploration as geographically significant, the largest of the 3 city ruins, the one most intact, but hadn't prioritized it. Duan had been tracking Dead World signatures for 20 years. He had detection equipment specifically calibrated for them. He had, apparently, professional experience with at least one Dead World event. And he had been asking questions about Wei Cangming since before the market incident. The timeline of his interest was not recent. It predated Wei finding the crack, which meant Duan had detected Linghai before Wei had found it, or detected something near Linghai. The residual signature of the crack, perhaps, or some other spatial anomaly associated with the collapsed world's presence in the region. Wei put the compass in his pocket and went to Linghai and told Shunbaoli that they needed the silencing shell faster than originally planned. Chapter 13. The engineer's memory. He opened the warning stone alone. He knew he was doing it. He had decided to do it anyway, because the logic was simple. Shunbaoli's manifestation in Linghai was not stable enough to be counted as meaningful backup, and waiting until he had someone else present was indeterminate. The stone had been glowing at increasing intensity over the past week, which he had been monitoring, and which implied the vein activity was energizing it to the point where it would eventually deliver its contents whether he absorbed it deliberately or not. Better controlled than accidental. He sat cross-legged in front of it in the administrative complex's main hall. The building's roof had collapsed, but the walls held, and the interior space had the quality of something that had been important, the specific gravity of rooms where decisions were made, and placed both hands on it, and opened his spiritual sense. The impression arrived in fragments. Not because the stone was damaged, it was intact, fully energized, but because the consciousness that had recorded it was itself damaged. It had been compressed into the stone in distress, during a crisis, by someone who was fighting to maintain coherence while their world was ending. What Wei received was not a clean transmission but a mosaic of pieces, words, images, emotional textures, professional memories, all jumbled by the recording conditions. The person, a man, middle-aged, carrying the specific exhaustion of someone who had been working for days, this was where the memory fragmented most severely. The engineer knew what it was. The knowledge was present in the stone. Wei could feel its shape, but the crisis conditions of the recording had damaged the specific details past recovery. He got the emotional texture. Terror, the specific terror of something incomprehensible, and underneath the terror something more complicated. The feeling of a civilization that had looked at what was coming and decided that dying together was preferable to being consumed by it. He came out of the absorption with his hands shaking slightly and his meridians trembling with the effort of processing a fractured impression. He sat in the administrative hall's open-roofed space and breathed slowly and let the fragments settle. Died deliberately. Protecting something, or protecting against something. A weapon in the vault. A thing they wouldn't name clearly even in their last record. He bought his herbs and left. On the way back, he turned her card over in his fingers. He'd apparently taken it without thinking, and thought about what she'd said. That evening in Linghai, he found Rose Xiangtian waiting for him at the crack entry point. She'd been doing this periodically, not entering, just sitting near the crack as if proximity was sufficient. She'd been remarkably disciplined about not entering without invitation since their initial encounter, which he'd taken note of without remarking on. Your cultivation monitor thinks you're advancing well, she said. He mentioned it to me today. He's genuinely pleased. Good. I've been looking into something. She produced a sheet of notes, actual written notes, organized in her compact, precise hand. Legal framework around spatial cultivation artifacts, specifically around unauthorized dimension cultivation, which is what Elder Duan would charge you with if he found sufficient evidence. She handed him the notes. There's a provision in the Sovereign Cultivation Code, Revival Doctrine, Section 14, Subsection 3. He read it. His first reaction was disbelief. His second was that Rose Xiangtian had found, through careful independent research with no institutional access, a legal protection that specialists in cultivation law apparently didn't think about because it had never been invoked. A dead world's revival reaching 40% of original vein capacity triggered provisional stewardship rights for the reviving cultivator. He checked his mental estimate, approximately 18%. Not close yet, but not impossible. It's never been invoked, Rose said. The legal commentaries say the 40% threshold was set deliberately high to prevent abuse. Nobody's ever actually reached it. What does stewardship give me? Provisional territorial rights. Sect authority doesn't supersede it without sovereign code review. It freezes most jurisdictional claims while review is pending. She paused. It's not full protection, but it's protection. He read the section again. He thought about the timeline to 40%. Months, at least, with the natural acceleration factored in. possibly faster with Ashen's help once the scholar was awake and the primary circuit was being guided properly. The aging cost of getting there fast enough to protect himself before Duan built a complete case. He would look 50 by the time he got there, at this rate. He handed the notes back. Keep this. Keep researching. If there are any procedural requirements for filing the doctrine, filing dates, attestation requirements, I need to know them. She nodded and tucked the notes away. Your hands look worse than last week. I've been pushing harder. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to say something directly or filter it. She filtered, this time. I've been reading longevity cultivation texts. I know, he said. She blinked. How? You've borrowed 4 from the market library in the past week. The librarian mentioned it to the cultivation permit office as part of routine activity reporting, and my monitor mentioned it to me offhandedly, because he noticed the name. She was quiet for a moment. You're monitoring me? I'm monitoring the information environment around me. You're in it. He softened the directness slightly. I'm not concerned. I'm grateful. Just aware. She processed this. Then, the reverse tithe suppression regimen. It's in one of those texts. It's specifically designed for qi exchange metabolic aging. She paused. You'd need an apothecary with experience in cultivation pharmacology to administer it correctly. He thought about Yufengling's card. I'll consider it. Consider it quickly, Rose said. You look 34. He was 22. He went into Linghai and found Shin Baoli examining the northeastern section's damaged veins, moving through the ruins with the efficiency of someone who was already mentally identifying everything that needed to be addressed, and Wei watched him work and thought about the cost arithmetic of his situation and felt it pressing down. What is the cost of refusing to abandon something worth keeping? He said. Shin didn't look up from the vein he was examining. In Linghai, it was a civilization. I was thinking smaller scale. Everything is smaller scale than a civilization. Shin stood. The cost is whatever the thing is worth to you. That's not a calculation you can do from the outside. Wei looked at his hands. Then I'll do it from the inside, he said. Chapter 15. Chai Mingji reads the old text. Chai Mingji had a remarkable memory for things he'd read, which was the result of years spent in a tea house, where interesting customers came and went and told interesting stories, and sometimes left interesting texts behind. And he had the intelligence to retain what he encountered even when he didn't immediately know why it was worth retaining. He had also, from the moment Wei started showing up to dinner with increasingly old-looking hands and an expression of controlled exhaustion, been waiting with specific patience for Wei to decide to tell him more than nothing. He was not the kind of friend who pushed. He was the kind of friend who made room, and waited, and made certain the tea was ready. Wei arrived on a Thursday evening looking 37 and asked Chai to help him establish a cover record for his income. Chai poured the tea. Tell me what you need. Wei explained the situation in the same measured way he'd been practicing everything lately. The permit review, the cultivation monitor, the need for a documented income source that didn't require explaining where he actually spent his time. He needed payments on record, consulting fees, information work, the kind of irregular income that explained itself. Chai set this up in about 20 minutes. He had accounts, suppliers, the kind of paper trail that a tea house naturally generated, and inserting occasional consulting fee records was the work of a well-organized person with access to their own books. He did it without drama and without asking for payment. Then he sat back and looked at Wei Cangming for a long moment. You said, pocket dimension, he said. Wei hadn't used those words. He'd been careful. No. When you were describing where you spend your time, Chai said. You said the location where I practice, and then you said the practice involved a spatial cultivation method, and I was thinking about what I know about spatial cultivation methods. And then you said the cover story needed to explain irregular visits to a location outside town and irregular income for what is effectively knowledge work. And you said the knowledge came from historical materials. He paused. That's a pocket dimension. Wei looked at him. Specifically, Chai said, it sounds like a dead world. The hand aging is consistent with what old texts describe as revival tax, the metabolic cost of channeling qi into a spiritually dead environment. He pushed his teacup in a small circle. There are legends. Most cultivation scholars think they're metaphorical. They're not metaphorical, Wei said. Chai absorbed this with the equanimity of someone who had suspected exactly this, and was therefore not particularly surprised. How large? Province-sized. Chai's expression did something complicated. That's not small. No. Is anyone? He stopped. Started again. The hand aging implies revival work. Are there, starting to be, Wei said. The first one woke last week. Chai Mingji sat with this information for a while. The tea house was quiet. It was late. The evening customers had gone. The kitchen staff were cleaning in the back. The lamp on the table made the old wood surfaces warm-looking. What do you need from me? He asked. What I asked for. Cover records. Alibi when the monitor asks where you've been paying me consulting fees for. Done. What else? Wei was quiet for a moment. He hadn't expected Chai to immediately identify the situation. Having it identified changed the calculation of what to share. Historical text access. If you come across anything about dead world recovery, about entities that consume collapsed worlds, about the legal framework around revival doctrine, I need it. Chai nodded. I know someone who collects old cultivation texts. Unofficial, mostly, the kind of materials that circulate outside sect libraries. I'll reach out. He paused. Wei. Yes. The hand aging is significant. Are you managing it? I'm working on a pharmaceutical solution. You should work faster. I know. Chai Mingji refilled his tea and began quietly planning what he'd say to the text collector he knew. And Wei Cangming drank his tea and thought about the warning stone's fragmented memories and the thing they hadn't named, and the heartbeat below a dead world's cracked earth that was, week by week, getting stronger. 3 days later, Chai Mingji sent a message. He'd found something. A fragment, genuine according to his contact, describing a class of spatial artifacts called tomb worlds, dead civilizations preserved in collapsed pocket dimensions, sealed by the dying world's own spiritual energy. The fragment mentioned that looting a tomb world carried a death sentence under the sovereign cultivation code. Wei read it carefully. He read it again. He was not looting. He was reviving. But the distinction was one he would need to be able to explain clearly and convincingly to someone with enforcement authority who might not see the difference immediately. He needed the revival doctrine. He needed 40%. He needed time he might not have. And then, the same evening, Shun Bali reported from Linghai. The moss growth had accelerated again overnight. The natural reconnection was moving faster. 3 new veins had begun self-repairing without Wei's intervention. The world was starting to help itself. Wei Cangming sat in his rented room and looked at the compass that still didn't point at anything, and listened to the heartbeat that was now strong enough to feel even in the real world when he pressed his hands against the earth, and he thought. Whatever Linghai's people had voted to die for, whatever they had sealed in the vault and hidden in the deep veins and written warnings about in stones buried in administrative buildings, they had also done this. Built a world that could come back. Left breadcrumbs in the right stones. Arranged for someone like him to find it and not sell it. They had trusted a stranger with the thing they cared most about. He was not going to let that be wasted. He went to find Yu Fengling and her reverse tithe suppression regimen, because he was going to need his hands to work for a long time yet. Chapter 16. Laws made for the wrong people. Chai Mingji's text fragment was, as old texts went, frustratingly incomplete. It described the tomb world classification, confirmed the death penalty for looting, named 3 known cases of prosecution in the past 400 years, and then ended at what was clearly the middle of a sentence because the next page was missing. Chai's contact had found it in a lot purchase, bundled with other materials, and the missing page had simply never been there. Wei Cangming read what existed 4 times, and then read the relevant section of the Sovereign Cultivation Code itself, which Rou Xiangtian had located in the town's administrative library and copied out in full. The gap between looting and reviving was genuine. The code's prohibition was specific: unauthorized extraction of cultivation techniques, artifacts, or spiritual resources from a collapsed dimensional space. Revival work was not extraction. He was putting resources in, not taking them out. The techniques he'd learned from memory stones were products of the revival, not extracted resources. The legal distinction was real, but it was the kind of real that required a good argument made quickly before a decision had been made by whoever was making it. An elder Duan chiefing struck him as someone who made decisions before announcing them. He brought this analysis to Linghai the next morning and laid it out for Shun Bali, who listened with the attention of a military strategist evaluating terrain. The revival doctrine is the cleaner path, Shun said. 40%. I'm at 23. How long? Ashen will know better than me. But naturally, without Ashen's guidance improvements, perhaps 4 months. With Ashen, if we can get the primary circuit optimization he'll bring, possibly 2. Shin was quiet for a moment, doing the calculation. The sect's investigation timeline? Unclear. Duan is patient. He builds complete cases before acting. I'd estimate he's perhaps 60% of the way to actionable evidence. A pause. But he knows something is there. He's been tracking the dead world signature for 20 years. He found the initial resonance before I found the crack, probably. The question is whether he'll wait to complete his case or move when he thinks the evidence is sufficient to investigate rather than prosecute. Different standards, Shin said. Investigation requires less. Yes. Shin looked at the spreading moss, the gray grass now covering 40 square meters in the southeastern district. If he investigates before you reach 40%, you have no legal protection. The revival doctrine paperwork can't be filed retroactively. I know. And if he investigates after 40%? Provisional stewardship. He can't move without sovereign code review. That buys time. Shin was quiet for a moment longer. Then, with the tone of a general who had made many uncomfortable risk assessments in his career, file the paperwork now. At 23%. Wei looked at him. The doctrine requires 40%. The doctrine requires 40% to have legal effect. Filing below threshold creates a record. He turned to face Wei fully. In Linghai, we had a law like this one, spatial resource protection, similar prohibitions. It was written to protect established sects from having their cultivation sites claimed by newcomers, not to protect individuals reviving dead worlds. We kept it because it served the established powers, and we adjusted it at the margins, and we told ourselves we'd reform it properly when there was time. He paused. There was never time. Laws made for the wrong people stay made for the wrong people until someone withstanding challenges them. Wei thought about this. Filing below threshold was irregular. It might be dismissed. It would certainly be noticed. But it would establish him as the revival doctrine applicant before Duan could frame him as a poacher. It reframes me, Wei said. Exactly. You stop being a person who is hiding something and become a person who is documenting a project. The investigation changes character. Shin paused. Linghai used this strategy for 300 years. We called it the approach of divided authority. If two officials have competing jurisdictions, they spend their energy arguing with each other instead of arguing with you. Wei thought about Duan Chiefing and Magistrate Holloway Vex, whose survey team had flagged his registered scavenging site last month. Two officials, two jurisdictions, two sets of competing interests. I'll file this week, he said. He went back to the real world and told Rou Xiangtian, who immediately identified 3 procedural problems with filing below threshold and started working through them. She was rapidly becoming an indispensable part of his operation in a way he hadn't planned for and wasn't entirely comfortable with. Not because of any problem with her, but because depending on people-created vulnerabilities he wasn't certain he'd adequately planned for. He added plan adequately for dependencies to the list of things he was going to address when he wasn't in crisis mode. That evening, Shin Bali reported from Linghai. The second deteriorating Wakeable, a combat master, former head of Linghai's southwest border garrison, had stabilized. Not waking, but no longer declining. The natural revival's energy was reaching his hibernation matrix at a level sufficient to hold him. One crisis postponed. One more to manage. Wei Cangming lay in bed and looked at the ceiling and thought about laws made for the wrong people, and civilizations that had time to plan their own death, but not to fix their legal framework, and the specific quality of trust that involved leaving breadcrumbs for a stranger you would never meet. Chapter 17. 8 stones at once. The southeastern residential district achieved full-surface vein revival on a morning in late winter. Wei knew it was coming. He'd been watching the progress indicators for 2 weeks, the accelerating moss growth, the vein color deepening from barely visible to clearly active, the memory stones lighting up with increasing frequency. But the actual moment of completion had an unexpected quality. He was doing his morning maintenance threading when the last surface vein in the southeastern cluster completed its reconnection, the circuit closed, and the district's surface spiritual metabolism activated. The moss became grass. Not gray-green, the specific living green of growing things, visible even through Linghai's gray light as something fundamentally different from what it had been. 2 small trees appeared at the district's edge, growing in the specific rapid way of things that had been waiting to grow for a long time, and were now making up for it in one compressed emergence. 3 buildings, the ones he'd been maintaining the structural integrity of, stopped being ruins in progress and became buildings in a new way. Settled, stable, their stones fitted together with the confidence of structures that knew they were supposed to be standing. And 8 memory stones unlocked simultaneously. The blast of incoming information was like standing in a heavy rain with your mouth open. Too much at once, no way to process it in sequence, everything arriving at the same time, demanding attention. He sat down hard on the green grass and gripped it with both hands and tried to manage the onslaught. The 48-hour emotional imprint effect he'd learned about from Magistrate Xiao's notes was real. He felt it immediately with the first stone, a grandmother, elementary cultivation teacher, whose entire emotional baseline was a gentle, specific warmth toward anyone who needed teaching. The imprint settled over him like a second skin, and he felt her patience become his patience, her gentleness his gentleness, and he knew intellectually that this was the stone's effect, and not his native character, but it didn't matter because it was fully present. The other 7 impressions came in faster, too fast, overlapping, fragmentary. He caught pieces, a spatial array craftsman, whose knowledge of defensive configurations was immediately useful. A chi compression theorist whose breathing method was exactly what he'd been guessing at in his own practice. A physician who was not Magistrix Qiao, but whose knowledge complemented Qiao's in specific areas. 2 administrative officials, whose knowledge of Linghai's organizational structure was more contextual than immediately applicable. A swordsman whose combat philosophy was so different from the Dead River Fist's approach that he filed it away for later comparison. And someone he couldn't fully identify, whose impression was too brief and too fragmented to hold any specific content. He sat in the green grass for the full duration it took the impressions to settle, 2 hours, and when he could think clearly again, he inventoried what he'd received. The spatial array, a low-rank defensive formation, simple but effective, designed specifically for protecting small areas against cultivation intrusion. He could construct this around the dimension's external anchor points immediately. The chi compression breathing, a complete method, 3 stages, each one approximately doubling the efficiency of chi to cultivation conversion. He was already at chi breath rank. This would substantially accelerate his path to vein opener. He started practicing the first stage immediately, sitting in the grass, and felt the difference within the first 30 minutes. The physician's knowledge and the healing formula she'd contributed, useful for Magistrix Qiao's recovery protocols. He'd share them with Shen Baoli, who had been monitoring the hibernating wakeable status. And then, still present beneath all of it, the grandmother's warmth. He walked back to the real world in this state, and found himself speaking more gently to the market vendors he passed, touching things with more care than usual, feeling an uncharacteristic patience with the slowness of the crowds. Yu Fengling was at the herb market again. She looked up when he arrived, and he saw her expression change slightly, not alarmed, just noting a difference. "You seem different today," she said. "Cultivation side effect," he said. "It passes." She studied him for a moment with the diagnostic attention she apparently brought to everything. Emotional imprint from a memory absorption. He looked at her. "How do you know about that?" "Old texts. It's a theoretical phenomenon associated with high-density memory stone transmission." She paused. "The theory suggests you'll express behavioral patterns consistent with the stone's source for approximately 48 hours. "Yes," he said. "Is the source pleasant?" He thought about the grandmother and her specific warmth. "Yes," he said again. Yu Fengling's expression shifted into something warmer and more careful simultaneously. She handed him the second-generation compound she'd been developing. Improved formulation, better bioavailability, targeted more precisely at the soul thread component of the aging effect. "The botanical samples you provided last week gave me enough to refine the synthesis pathway. This batch should be approximately 30% more effective." He took it. The grandmother's warmth made him say, "Thank you," with more genuine feeling than he usually expressed, which surprised Yu Fengling slightly. "You're welcome," she said. He went back to Linghai and advanced to vein opener rank using the chi compression technique's first stage, which was exactly as effective as the theory had suggested, and the advancement felt like opening a door in a room he'd been standing in for months. Everything the same, but suddenly the room had more space. Chapter 18. What 15 years will cost you? He found Yu Fengling at her practice space, a corner of the travelers and she'd established as a consultation room, with organized compound supplies and a small examination area, the following morning. "You were right," he said. "The herbs don't match anything in the standard botanical catalogs." She looked up from whatever she was compounding. "Good morning to you too." "Good morning. The herbs don't match any standard catalog because they're from somewhere outside standard catalog coverage." He paused. "You knew that?" "I suspected it." She set down her work and looked at him directly. "The cellular structure is too old. The chi saturation profile is consistent with an environment that hasn't had genetic drift in cultivation-adapted plant species for at least several centuries, probably longer." A pause. "Whatever your practice site is, it's been spiritually isolated for a very long time." He sat down across from her without being invited, which she permitted. He looked at his hands, 30, approximately, despite being 22. Better than 2 months ago, because of Magistrix Qiao's protocols and use compounds, but still decades off. "You're going to die from this," she said, not unkindly. "Not immediately. Your current rate, accounting for the compounds, gives you perhaps 15 years before the soul thread depletion becomes systemic rather than local." She paused. 15 years is not short, but it is not a natural lifespan. "I know." "You know," she repeated. "And you're continuing." "Yes." She looked at him for a moment. He looked back. He had the specific feeling of someone about to say more than they'd planned to say, which he resisted, and then reconsidered resisting, and then managed a middle path. "I have a cultivation method that trades lifespan for revival progress," he said. "The revival is necessary. The cost is the arithmetic of a choice I've already made. What are you reviving? I can't fully answer that yet. She was quiet for a moment. She looked at the compound she'd been working on, and then back at him. I document unusual cases, she said. It's how I improve my practice. Detailed records of non-standard cultivation conditions and their physical effects. Your case is medically unprecedented. The soul thread depletion pattern is unlike anything in the clinical literature. What are you proposing? A trade, she said. You tell me one true thing about your situation per week, enough for me to understand the mechanism, and I continue developing more targeted compounds with the access to your botanical samples. You get better pharmaceutical support. I get a documented case study. He thought about what one true thing per week could encompass, and what it couldn't. I can tell you about the mechanism without telling you about the location. Acceptable. And the case study is anonymous. Standard practice. He thought for another moment. The grandmother's warmth was mostly faded now. It had been 37 hours, almost at the 48-hour mark, but enough remained that he was more inclined to trust than usual, which he compensated for by being more careful. But the truth was, he needed better pharmaceutical support. The soul thread depletion you was describing was real, and Magistrix Chow's protocols, brilliant as they were designed for Linghai's specific botanical environment and were being approximated in the real world. He needed a bridge between what Linghai could eventually produce at full revival and what the real world could offer now. The mechanism, he said. The technique channels qi outward, the opposite of standard cultivation practice, into a spiritually dead environment. The environment processes the qi through cracked ley lines, converting it into revival energy. The conversion cost is drawn from my life force rather than my qi reserves because the dead environment has no ambient energy to pay the conversion tax itself. The visible result is accelerated aging. Yu Fengling was taking notes. The soul thread component? The process uses soul thread as a binding medium between my qi and the environment's receiving capacity. High-volume sessions deplete the thread faster than low-volume sessions. And the purpose of the revival? He thought about how to answer this. The first true thing. The place I practice is older than this continent, he said. She looked up from her notes. That is true, he said. That is as much as I can offer this week. She held his gaze for a moment, and he could see her filing it. Not just the statement, but everything around it. The way he'd said it, what it implied about scale and nature, and the thing he was declining to say. She was very good at this. He'd already known it. He was confirming it. Come back next week, she said. The improved compound will be ready. And the one true thing. Yes, he said. He left, and 3 blocks later his expanded spiritual sense caught something from Linghai. The evening's tether sense, stronger than usual, coming with a specific quality that meant Shin Baoli was trying to flag his attention. He found a private corner and extended his sense fully into the connection. Shin's message was brief, as his messages tended to be. Something moved in the basin. Not what had blinked before, something larger, with more coherence. Wait, he'd said. Something with weight. Wei Cangming walked quickly back toward the site and the crack, and the compass in his pocket did not point at anything, and the heartbeat below Linghai's cracked earth was stronger than it had been that morning. Chapter 19. What grows in dead ground? The herb was called soul stitch grass in Magistrix Chow's catalog, and it grew exclusively in environments where spiritual energy was transitioning from dormant to active, specifically, in the zone between dead vein network and revived vein, where the two states existed simultaneously. Wei Cangming found it in 3 patches near the southeastern district's boundary, exactly where Linghai's revival frontier was most active. The grass was gray-green, slender, with the specific texture of plants that had adapted to unusual nutritional conditions. It had, according to Qiao's notes, a cellular qi processing structure that made it uniquely valuable as a pharmaceutical base for soul thread repair compounds. He harvested enough for Yu Fengling and brought it to her the next morning. She examined it under the kind of focused attention she apparently gave everything, then looked up. This is not a naturally occurring species, she said. No. The cellular structure, the qi processing adaptation, this would require generations of deliberate selection breeding. She turned it over. It's extinct in any standard botanical survey I've ever seen. I've looked. A pause. You're certain it's from your practice site? I grew it there, he said. Indirectly. It appeared as a product of my revival work. She looked at him for a long moment, and he could see the number of questions she was not asking accumulating, and he appreciated the discipline. The compound synthesis, she said. With this as a base, I can target the soul thread depletion directly rather than systemically. The improvement in efficacy will be significant. I estimate 40% reduction in net depletion rate per revival session at equivalent qi output. She was already calculating. Give me 3 days. Take the time you need, he said. 3 days later, She had the first dose ready. She administered it carefully. The compound required controlled injection at specific meridian points rather than oral consumption, which meant she needed to apply it, and explained each step, which he appreciated. He felt the difference within hours. The background depletion that had become a kind of constant low-level discomfort over the weeks of revival work softened, not to zero, but to something manageable. His hands, when he checked them, were still at approximately 30 but stopped the subtle further aging he'd noticed between morning and evening on heavy channeling days. This is a first approximation, you said. As I understand more about the mechanism, I can improve it further. But you need to tell me more. One true thing per week. Yes. She paused. Your hands have been at approximately 30 for 2 weeks. The compound is working. Thank you. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding how much to say. You should know, whatever is happening to you, medically, it is unlike anything I've documented. I'm not alarmed. She paused again. But I want to understand it. Not just as a case study. For your sake. He looked at the soul-stitch grass samples she'd set aside. Then at his hands. Someday, he said, I'll show you where I practice. She said nothing. She looked at him and said nothing. And in the silence he heard the space where she was not pressing him, which was its own kind of answer. He went back to Linghai that evening, and Shun Baoli was waiting for him at the entry point, which was unusual. Shun typically worked the vein survey independently during the hours Wei spent in the real world. The basin, Shun said. I know. You flagged it yesterday. Not the movement, Shun said. The movement was overnight. The disturbance in the dust I described last week. That was coming and going. The movement you've seen and I've started tracking. He paused. This is different. I went to the basin this evening. I found something. They went together. The dry seabed extended flat and pale in every direction, the cracked stone plates catching the gray evening light at low angles. At the center of the basin, where the deepest point of the old ocean would have been, the dust accumulation was undisturbed. But at the eastern edge, where the depth was shallowest and the exposed bedrock showed through the dust layer, a body. Not a skeleton. Not a corpse. A body, preserved in the specific way of something that had been maintained by deliberate cultivation technique. Crystallized qi forming a shell around it the way frost forms around a caught leaf. Protective, complete, maintaining stasis. The body was in a cross-legged cultivation posture, sitting as naturally as someone who had sat down to meditate and simply never gotten up. Around it, the faintest haze of active spiritual energy persisted. Not strong, but present, which meant whatever sustained the preservation matrix was still functioning. Not dead. In hibernation, Wei Cangming stood at a careful distance and extended his spiritual sense. The body registered faintly, alive, qi-containing, cultivation profile strong even through the hibernation suppression. Someone significant. Not mortal shell or qi breath. The profile had the density of something much higher. He looked at Shun. Shun was very still. Shun, he said finally, very quietly. You said he was in the basin. I said he might be. I didn't say. Shun stopped. He was doing the thing he sometimes did when processing something his composure wasn't quite adequate for. Going very still, controlling his expression, taking stock. I thought he died in the collapse. We all thought he died. He wasn't one of the 12 wakeable. What are the 12 wakeable? People who were deliberately placed in hibernation before the collapse. The emergency protocol included a provision for preserving specific individuals, the most critical knowledge holders, to support whoever found the world and attempted revival. He paused. Shun wasn't on the list. He was too valuable but too central to the collapse protocol itself to be spared in the planning. A pause. He apparently disagreed with the planner's assessment. Wei looked at the hibernating figure in the crystallized qi shell. The greatest array architect in Linghai's history, apparently, had made his own arrangements. He thought about reaching out and touching the preservation matrix. He did not. If I wake him, he said carefully. The cost will be significant, Shun said. I told you. He looked at the cultivation profile that was still registering through even the hibernation's deep suppression. He was one of our finest. The matrix preserves that. Waking him means feeding enough energy into the matrix to overcome the preservation lock, and the matrix was designed to hold against anything short of a significant cultivator's sustained effort. Years. In the old calculation, perhaps. You have the qi compression technique now, and the primary circuit is advancing. The ratio may be better. He paused. But not small. Wei looked at the body. He looked at the compass in his hand, which he'd taken out without thinking. The needle lay still, pointing at nothing. I need the silencing shell, he said. Duan is building a case. The timeline is tightening. Yes. Shun can build the shell. Yes. He put the compass back in his pocket. He sealed the quadrant of the basin with a simple spiritual sense marker. Shun's knowledge of old Linghai standard protocol, which Wei had been accumulating, and walked back to the main district. Above them, across the continent, in a location Wei would not know for months, equipment much more sophisticated than Elder Duan's produced a reading and transmitted it to its operator. A dead world emitting recovery signature energy at increasing intensity. Coordinates logged. Asset assessment initiated. The operator marked the coordinates on a map that already had many marks on it and began calculating travel times. Chapter 20. The weight of what was found. He found Ashen in the basin, and he found something in himself in the finding. He had spent 3 months approaching Linghai as a project, a problem with a cost function, a set of resources to be identified and utilized, a timeline to be managed. He had been practical about it in the way his scavenging years had trained him to be practical, assessing value, managing costs, maintaining the appearance of a simple situation while the actual situation was considerably more complex. But standing at the edge of the dry ocean basin and looking at the preserved body of a man who had arranged his own hibernation because he didn't agree with the decision to leave him behind, Wei Cangming felt something shift in his understanding of what he was doing. These were not resources. They were people who had trusted a process, trusted that the world they'd built could survive, and that someone would find it, and that person would be worth finding it. They'd made specific choices about how to die, how to preserve what mattered, how to arrange for a future they wouldn't live to see. They had trusted a stranger. He spent the next morning in the real world attending to practical matters. He checked in with Bao Yi, who was satisfied with his cultivation progress. He collected the second-generation compound from Yufengling. He reviewed the revival doctrine filing draft that Rou Xiangtian had prepared. He looked at his hands, which were approximately 30 and stable. He was 22 years old and looked like a man who had spent his life working hard and sleeping badly. He thought about 15 years. He thought about 40 million people. The math was not complicated. The math had never been complicated. He had just needed to understand it clearly, and now he did. He went to Linghai in the late afternoon and went to the basin and sat at the edge of Ashen's preservation matrix and began channeling. Not a push session, controlled, deliberate, calibrated at a rate that would accomplish something without destroying him. He had the chi compression technique now, which meant his actual cheaper unit time output was substantially higher than it had been 3 months ago. He had used compound, which slowed the soul thread depletion. He had Shun Bao's circuit knowledge, which was improving every session's efficiency. He had more to work with than he'd had at the beginning. The matrix responded to the channeled chi the way old stone responds to warmth, slowly, reluctantly, then with increasing participation. The crystallized chi shell began to soften at the edges. The preservation lock pushed back with the specific resistance of a system that had been maintaining stasis for centuries and was not inclined to stop. He pushed anyway, slowly, patiently, with exactly the amount of force required and no more. He was still channeling when the sky cycled through Linghai's version of dusk and settled into its gray night. He stayed. Shin Baoli came to find him after 2 hours and then, recognizing what was happening, sat down 30 meters away and watched, which was the general's version of moral support. At the 10th hour, the matrix cracked. Not failed. Cracked specifically, at the weakest point, which was the point Ashen himself had made weakest because Ashen had designed the matrix and had known someone would eventually need to open it. A single hairline through the crystallized chi, and through that hairline, the hibernating consciousness stirred. Wei felt it through his spiritual sense. A presence, vast even in dormancy, rising toward awareness like something surfacing through very deep water. He channeled harder. His hands aged 3 years in the next hour, which he accepted. His meridians ached with the sustained effort, which he accepted. He had used compound in his system and Magistrix Chiao's protocols, and the specific determination of someone who understood now that the cost was the arithmetic of a choice worth making. At the 12th hour, the matrix dissolved. Grand Scholar Ashen opened his eyes. He was slight, smaller than Wei had expected, a small person with very precise hands, and the expression of someone who had been interrupted in the middle of a thought several centuries ago and was extremely irritated about it. He looked at the gray sky. He looked at the basin's exposed seafloor. He looked at Wei Cangming, who was sitting 3 meters away with hands aged past 30, meridians exhausted, looking like he had just done something very difficult. "You have been reviving the southeastern district incorrectly," Ashen said. Wei blinked. The primary vein junctions should be worked in sequence, not in parallel. Parallel work in the secondary circuit creates pressure differentials at the junction nodes that will require correction work downstream. He paused, seeming to finally register his own situation, the basin, the gray sky, the absence of everything he'd last known. "How long?" "I don't know exactly," Wei said. "The civilization's been gone for what I estimate is over 3,000 years. Ashen absorbed this. The southeastern district, he said. The natural acceleration. Has the primary circuit closed? 4%. Progressing. The silencing shell will need to be rebuilt. The original was keyed to old Linghai's spatial resonance signature. It won't function correctly for the revival signature. He was already standing, already moving toward the district. I'll need components that don't exist in current era Linghai. You'll need to source them from outside. I know, Wei said. Ashen stopped. He turned and looked at Wei with the specific attention of someone who is determining whether the person in front of them is useful. Who are you? He said. Wei Cangming. I found the dimension 3 months ago. I'm reviving it. At what rank? Vein opener. Achieved this morning. Ashen said nothing for a moment. He looked at Wei's hands. He looked at the green grass visible in the southeastern district from here. He looked at the gray sky with its faint lightning. Vein opener rank, 3 months, no institutional support, for % primary circuit completion, he said, with the tone of someone performing a technical assessment. Yes. The soul thread cost. Managed. What by? A real-world apothecary and a pharmaceutical framework based on one of your Linghai colleagues' methods. He paused. Magistrix Xiao. Something moved in Ashen's expression. Xiao Ruai. I haven't met her yet. Her memory stone contributed methodology. Ashen was quiet for another moment. Then, with the specifically grudging tone of someone who was not inclined to compliment people easily, but was being forced by the evidence to say something. Better than average management. The 16 errors in the southeastern district vein sequencing are significant, but correctable without major backtracking. He turned back toward the district. Come, I'll show you what needs to be fixed. Wei Cangming stood up from the basin's floor, his aged hands and exhausted meridians protesting mildly, and followed the ancient scholar toward the green grass. Above them, the gray sky was the lightest it had ever been since Wei first arrived. Not bright. Linghai's sky might never be bright, he thought, and that was all right. But lighter. Unmistakably, incrementally lighter. He looked at the compass in his pocket. The needle still didn't point at anything. He thought about the old man who'd said it used to point at something important. He thought about the heartbeat below his feet, stronger this month than last month, stronger last month than the one before. He thought about the craftsman's ordinary contentment, the engineer's anguished fragments, the general's cold specific love, the scholar's irritated precision. He thought about 40 million interrupted people and the breadcrumbs they'd left, and the word he'd been using in his own head for 3 months, revival, and how inadequate it was. He was not reviving a resource. He was keeping a promise to people who had trusted that someone would make it. What does a dying world teach a man who finds it? He asked the gray air. Ashen, walking ahead, said that it isn't dying as much as it looks. It is merely waiting. He didn't look back. He walked toward the green grass and the spreading moss and the buildings that had remembered how to hold themselves up, and Wei Cangming followed him. And behind them the basin showed no mark of where Ashen had been sleeping, just pale stone and the memory of water that would, eventually, return. Across the continent, an operator confirmed coordinates and marked travel time. 3 weeks. Possibly 2. If the signature continued to intensify. The signature continued to intensify. Chapter 21. The price of looking legitimate spring came to Yanmen town slowly, the way spring came to places that had seen too many winters. Carefully, testing each day before committing to the next. The frost retreated from the market cobblestones. The last of the dead season herbs sold out. Travelers appeared on the roads with the particular purposeful energy of people who had been waiting months to move. Wei Cangming moved through all of this with the specific quality of a man who existed in 2 worlds simultaneously. In Yanmen town, he was a scavenging cultivator at the vein opener rank, independent, using a registered minor school's methods, with a cultivation monitor who liked him and a permit record that was clean. He practiced the adapted Dead River fist forms in his room every morning. He attended the weekly market. He paid his fees on time. In Linghai, he was something else entirely. The natural revival acceleration, which Ashen had now confirmed and was actively guiding, had moved the southeastern district's surrounding zones to 30% primary circuit completion in the weeks since Ashen's awakening. The scholar had identified the 16 sequencing errors in Wei's vein work and corrected them efficiently, not cruelly. He didn't waste time on recrimination, only on the fix, and the corrected network's behavior was substantially more efficient. Revival work that had been taking a week was now taking 2 days. The aging cost per unit of revival progress had dropped by nearly a third. Ashen was, in a word, extraordinary. He moved through Linghai's vein network as if reading a text he'd written himself, because he had written it. The primary circuit's design had been his work, and he remembered every junction configuration, every load-bearing point. Every decision that had been made about depth versus accessibility versus connection efficiency. He'd designed the network to be understandable, he explained, because he'd always known that if Linghai survived, someone would need to rebuild it who hadn't built it originally. Shin Baoli and Ashen had an interesting dynamic. They had been colleagues in life, Wei gathered, and apparently colleagues in the specific way of two people who respect each other's competence while finding each other's personality somewhat difficult. Shin's military directness and Ashen's architectural perfectionism created regular points of friction. The general wanted to know what would work well enough. The scholar wanted to know what would work correctly. That Wei found himself moderating more often than he'd expected. "You are managing a team," Yu Fengling observed, on one of their weekly meetings. She'd moved from one true thing per session to a more natural information exchange as the relationship developed. He disclosed enough that she understood the broad scope, if not all the specifics. "I'm managing a dead world," he said, "and the people in it. The people are part of the world." He paused. "They keep having opinions about things." She smiled slightly. Imagine that. He had advanced to steady vein opener rank using the chi compression technique's second stage, which he'd integrated over the previous month. The rank felt different from chi breath, more spacious, as if the container for his cultivation had expanded rather than just filled. His spiritual sense extended further. His ability to maintain multiple channeling threads simultaneously had increased from 1 to 3, which was the specific improvement that made Ashen's guided revival work so much more efficient. He could work 3 vein sections at once, coordinated by Ashen's real-time direction. One morning in early spring, Iron Basin Sect issued an announcement: mandatory cultivation census for all independent practitioners in the region. Wei Cangming read the announcement with the calm of someone who had been expecting it and had been preparing for it. He had 3 concerns: his cultivation method, which was Linghai in origin and could not be registered truthfully; his combat style, which had been observed by enough people at sufficient quality that someone would look at it carefully; and his hands, which were at approximately 30 while he was officially 22. He went to Chai Mingji and spent an afternoon constructing a false lineage. Chai, who had by now been briefed on enough that the false lineage problem made sense to him, approached it with the organizational thoroughness of a tea house proprietor who had been managing competing interests for decades. The minor hermit school they settled on, the Clearwater Breath School, allegedly founded by a reclusive cultivator named Master Fun, who had no living students because he'd been antisocial about teaching, was untestable. No library records to contradict. No living members to identify inconsistencies. The technique descriptions Wei had prepared for the census matched the general framework of a chi compression method if described at the right level of generality. The hands, Chai said. A known characteristic of the Clearwater method, Wei said. Intensive chi cycling through the extremities. Cosmetically aging. Medically benign. He had Yu Fengling's attestation. She'd agreed to provide documentation confirming she was treating him for the condition, on the grounds that the treatment relationship was real and the description of the condition as benign was technically accurate given her compound's efficacy. And the combat style. Self-developed adaptation of the breathing method's chi circulation patterns. Not a recognized fighting school. Chai Mingji looked at him. When Elder Duan runs the panel himself, and he will run the panel himself, he is going to be very suspicious. He's been suspicious for months, Wei said. Suspicion isn't evidence. I need to not give him evidence. The fighting style description, Chai said. He'll have someone check the combat movement against known schools' pattern libraries. Let him. It's not in any library. He paused. It's from a civilization that's been dead for 3,000 years. Chai Mingji was quiet for a moment. Then, with the specific equanimity of someone who had decided to be practical about things he couldn't change, I'll make sure the false lineage documentation is excellent. The documentation was excellent. Wei spent 2 days at the census registration and emerged with a past review, a clean record, and a cultivation monitor named Bao Yi who was assigned to check in weekly, and who, upon meeting Wei and being treated like a person instead of a surveillance resource, immediately liked him. Wei invited Bao Yi to practice the Clearwater breathing method with him. Bao Yi's cultivation was stalling. He'd been at Mortal Shell for 2 years and wasn't progressing, and the chi compression technique's first stage, stripped of its most distinctive Linghai markers and described in terms compatible with the registered school, would give him something to work with. Bao Yi's cultivation began advancing. Wei felt guilty about this for about 10 seconds, then accepted that a technique that helped someone was better than a technique that didn't, regardless of its origins. Bao Yi, he mentioned during their first session, does Elder Duan ever discuss what research projects he's working on? Just making conversation. Oh, sometimes, Bao Yi said. He's been interested in spatial anomaly resonance for as long as I've been at the sect. Something about a destroyed fragment near this region years ago. He paused. He recently requested materials from the library on Tomb World resonance signatures. I had to sign out the restricted access request. Interesting area of research, Wei said. Very. Bao Yi was practicing his breathing and didn't look up. I think he might have found something. Wei kept his expression neutral. How exciting for him. He went home and told Ling Hai about the situation, and Shun Baoli made a face that communicated clearly what he thought of their timeline, and Ashen, without looking up from the array calculations he was working on, said, "We need the silencing shell within 6 weeks." I know, Wei said. The components, Ashen said. I've identified 3 I need from outside Ling Hai. Without them, the shell will be a basic suppression array and not the inter-world grade suppression Shin tells me you need. Tell me what they are. Ashen told him. 2 were herbs, available from specialty cultivation suppliers. Unusual, but not impossible to source. The 3rd was a specific cultivation catalyst ingredient, a refined mineral compound used in high-grade array construction, present in the old world's pharmaceutical stores and not manufactured in the current era. Duan Qifeng uses it. Ashen said, with the air of someone making an observation, not a suggestion. Wei Cangming sat with this for a moment. How do you know Duan Qifeng uses it, he asked. His medical record will indicate something for his cultivation practice at his rank that requires this specific compound. It's a fairly standard component for senior cultivators managing the specific metabolic stress of long-term investigation work. Ashen looked up. He will have a supply. I can't steal from an elder's personal stores. Did I say steal? Ashen said. I said he has a supply. You have access to Ling Hai's original pharmaceutical synthesis protocols, which can produce a superior version of the same compound. He paused. A trade, through appropriate channels, should be straightforward. He receives something better than what he has. You receive something you need. Both parties benefit. Wei looked at him. You've thought about this. I've been awake for 6 weeks, Ashen said. What else would I do? Chapter 22. The False Lineage and Its Problems. The census interview lasted 45 minutes and was conducted by Elder Duan Qifeng personally, which had been expected. Wei arrived at the administration office to find Duan already seated, already reviewing materials that were clearly prepared for this specific case. Not cold precisely, but the specific temperature of someone who has been following a thread for months and is now finally in position to pull it. They went through the documentation. Wei demonstrated vein opener rank accurately. There was no percentage benefit in misrepresenting his actual cultivation level, and a discrepancy would be catastrophically worse than an honest rank that might be higher than expected. Duan noted the rank with mild surprise. Independent cultivators rarely advanced from mortal shell to vein opener in 6 months without institutional support, and asked about the technique. Wei described the Clearwater breath method in careful detail. Duan asked follow-up questions. Wei answered them. Duan noted the answers and asked whether Wei had any documentation from the Clearwater lineage establishing his training relationship. Wei produced the documentation, Chai's excellent paperwork, attested by a minor official who existed and who had, in fact, registered the hermit school in the distant past before dying without students. Duan looked at the documentation for a long time. The Clearwater School, he said. Master fun. Yes. He was known for exceptionally rapid advancement among students who worked the method correctly, Duan said. I reviewed what records exist. Wei kept his expression neutral. This was the problem. Duan was extremely good at his job, and extremely good at his job meant researching every claim thoroughly before the interview. Yes, the method is efficient when applied correctly. The combat style our witnesses observed, Duan said. Your previous report indicated self-developed adaptation. I had our combat analyst review the witness descriptions. He paused. The analyst noted the movement geometry is inconsistent with Clearwater's qi cycling approach. The adaptation moves the qi cycling pattern into the musculature rather than keeping it internal. The effect on external movement is different from the standard method. So you developed a combat expression of a method that is typically purely internal. Yes. Duan was quiet for a moment. He looked at Wei's hands. He looked at the cultivation documentation. He had clearly prepared questions for every contingency. The aging, he said. Your medical practitioner confirms it's a known characteristic of your method. Yes. She's with the Traveling Practitioners Collective. She's only been in the region for 4 months. She arrived around the time I started the more intensive phase of my practice. The condition became more pronounced, and I sought professional support. All true. Duan made a note. The monitoring assignment will continue, he said. Senior disciple Bao Yi speaks well of you. His cultivation progress has improved significantly since your teaching arrangement began. He's a capable student. Yes. Duan closed his file. Thank you for your time. Wei stood and offered the formal dismissal acknowledgement. He was almost to the door when Duan spoke again, without looking up from his files. The Clearwater breath method, he said. Master Fan documented it in a letter to the Regional Cultivation Authority before his death. The letter mentions that the method draws on breathing approaches developed in isolated dimensional cultivation spaces. He paused. An unusual phrase. Wei stood in the doorway. Not many isolated dimensional cultivation spaces in the historical record, Duan said. Most are too small to develop significant independent methodology. Master Fan was a creative person, Wei said. Yes, Duan said. He was. Wei left. He spent the walk home analyzing what Duan had revealed by revealing that much. He knew about the dimensional cultivation reference in Fan's letter. He had researched the false lineage deeply enough to find that detail. But he hadn't used it as a direct accusation, which meant either he didn't have enough yet for a case, or he had enough and was choosing not to use it yet. 2 monitors now instead of Bao Yi alone. He'd felt the second one's presence during the interview. A spiritual sense observer, positioned outside the building. Not Bao Yi's open surveillance, but something more covert. He had less time than he'd thought. He went to Linghai and accelerated the silencing shell project. Chapter 23. Bao Yi's cultivation progress. Bao Yi was, Wei had concluded, genuinely good-hearted in the way that occasionally survived 2 years of service to a sect that valued competition over cooperation. He arrived at his weekly check-ins with honest enthusiasm about his cultivation progress and didn't seem to notice, or chose not to notice, that Wei was getting information from the conversations as well as providing it. The breathing technique. The first stage of Linghai's qi compression method, filed down to remove its most distinctive ancient markers, was working for Bao Yi in a way it clearly hadn't expected to work. The junior disciple had a structural issue in his lower meridians that standard breathing approaches couldn't navigate, and Linghai's method, designed for practitioners working in zero-density environments, approached qi circulation from an angle that happened to route around Bao Yi's specific structural limitation. He was advancing for the first time in 2 years. Wei observed this with the complicated feeling of someone who was getting practical value from a situation while also genuinely wanting the person they were manipulating to succeed. He wasn't certain the two things were reconcilable, but he resolved them in practice by teaching Bao Yi as well as he could teach him, which was very well. Elder Duan recently requisitioned records on Tomb World resonance signatures from the sect library. Bao Yi mentioned one morning, between breathing exercises. I had to sign out the access paperwork. Old research interest of his, Wei said. Yes, but recently, this week, he requisitioned something new. Movement pattern analysis for cultivation techniques of pre-classical origin. Bao Yi glanced at him, then away. I don't know exactly what that means. Classification work, Wei said. Categorizing unknown techniques by origin. Yes. Bao Yi paused. He ran the analysis on something specific. The intake form said combat demonstration footage, classified. I don't know what the footage was of. Wei ran through the logical chain. Duan had movement pattern analysis for pre-classical technique origin. He had footage of Wei's combat. The Clearwater method's documentation included a reference to isolated dimensional cultivation spaces. Duan was now cross-referencing movement analysis against pre-classical catalogs. The timeline had compressed again. Your breathing alignment is off in the second transition, Wei said. Start from the beginning. Bao Yi went back to the beginning. After he left, Wei sat in his room for an hour thinking through options. Then he went to Linghai and delivered the bad news to Shun and Ashen. Ashen received it without visible reaction. He was already working at maximum efficiency, and the news changed nothing about that. The silencing shell components. One of the 2 herbs, yes. The catalyst compound from Duan's supply, yes, and we need to move faster on that. Wei paused. The 3rd component. There is no equivalent in current-era materials, Ashen said. The synthesis requires a specific crystalline substrate that Linghai produced from the southeastern district's deep veins. At current revival levels, the deep veins are not active. How close? The deep vein threshold requires approximately 35% primary circuit completion. We are at 22%. He paused. 3 to 4 weeks, at current rate, with the correction work in place. We have 2 weeks, Wei said. Ashen was quiet for a moment. The specific quiet of an engineer calculating whether a constraint could be circumvented. Then we'll need to work faster, he said, which will cost more than standard. Wei looked at his hands. Tell me what faster requires, he said. Ashen told him. 3 days of full-intensity channeling, coordinated with Shun Baoli managing the circuit load distribution and Ashen directing the deep vein approach. The aging cost, significant. The result, 35% primary circuit completion within 3 days. The deep vein substrate available. The shell constructible. 2 weeks is sufficient if we start tomorrow, Ashen said. We start tomorrow, Wei said. Chapter 24. Waking Ashen has consequences. Ashen had been awake for 6 weeks, and in those 6 weeks had redesigned Wei Cangming's entire approach to Linghai's revival from first principles. This was useful. It was also exhausting in the way that being shown 16 things you've been doing incorrectly by someone who cannot resist the urge to show you exactly how incorrect they were is exhausting. Ashen did not deliver criticism gently. He delivered it precisely, with specificity, and then moved on immediately to the fix, which was the most important part. The emotional experience of the criticism was Wei's problem, not Ashen's. Wei had adapted by deciding that precision was more valuable than gentleness in his situation, which was obviously true, and noting the corrections and implementing them without argument. This worked well enough that Ashen, by the end of the 6th week, had achieved something that might have been grudging respect. The mapping work you did in the first weeks, Ashen said one morning, reviewing Wei's records. The grid methodology. Where did you learn to do that? Scavenging, Wei said. 3 years of battle site work. You grid the site before you start collecting, or you miss things. Applied the same approach to spiritual mapping. The principles transfer. Ashen made a sound that might have been acknowledgement. The battle site grid would need calibration for variable depth. Spiritual veins run at multiple depths simultaneously. But the approach is sound. Yes, I calibrated it using the craftsman's memories from the first stone. Pen 2's structural knowledge. Ashen nodded. He was a good choice for a first stone. He understood the system from the inside. The residential district stones will give you technique, but Pen 2's stones give you architecture. This was, Wei understood, a compliment, filtered through Ashen's normal mode of communication into something that sounded mostly like a statement of fact. They were working the deep vein approach when the body in the basin stirred. Not Ashen's location. Ashen was long since awake and standing 3 meters away. But a different location in the basin, deeper, where Shun had indicated the preservation matrix readings were stronger. The movement was subtle, a shift in the crystallized cheese thermal signature, barely detectable even with Ashen's array sensors. But it registered. That's not the basin's natural settling, Ashen said. No. Shin Baoli was already moving toward the location. Wei followed them both to the basin's eastern reach, where the dry seabed showed the specific disruption pattern of something waking up, not the dramatic awakening he'd experienced with Shun Stone, but the gradual surfacing of a consciousness that was rising through very deep water at its own pace. The second deteriorating wakeable, Shin said, standing over the location. I've been monitoring this one. The preservation matrix has been holding, but not strongly. He looked at Ashen. Linghai's combat master. Southwest Border Garrison Commander. Ashen knelt and ran his hands over the disturbed seabed. The natural revival energy has reached a sufficient threshold. He's waking on his own. He looked up. We can't stop it. Disrupting a self-initiated waking is more dangerous than the waking itself. But we can support it. They supported it. Ashen channeled stabilizing array work into the preservation matrix's edges, while Wei fed supplementary revival energy through the nearby vein junction, and Shin Baoli monitored the process for complications. The combat master woke in 15 minutes rather than the 12-hour process Wei had undergone with Ashen. His name was Commander Varen, and he was in his late 40s, and he woke in exactly the manner of a border garrison commander who had been sleeping involuntarily and was not pleased about it. He assessed the situation in approximately 30 seconds. The gray world, the 2 familiar faces, the unfamiliar face of Wei Cangming, and said, Where are we relative to the primary circuit? 22%, Ashen said. Varen's expression said this was unacceptably low. Improving rapidly, Ashen added. This week's work will bring it to 35. The silencing shell? In progress. Varen looked at Wei. You're the revival cultivator. Yes, Wei said. What's your rank? Vein opener. A pause. You're doing reasonable work for vein opener rank. This was, Wei was learning, the Linghai equivalent of high praise from anyone over the rank of soul kindled. What's the external threat profile? Wei explained. Duan Qifeng, the investigation timeline, the void harvester detection possibility, the need for the silencing shell. Varen listened with the quality attention of someone whose job was to evaluate threat assessments. The external cultivator conducting the investigation, Varen said. What's his rank? Law touched. And he has 2 people watching your movements. That I've identified. Varen looked at Shin Baoli. Manageable, he said. Shin looked at Wei. He means that if it becomes necessary to intervene in the investigation directly, he is saying he can address it. I don't want that, Wei said immediately. No, Shin agreed. Neither do I. but it's useful to know what resources exist. Commander Varen settled into Ling Hai's situation with the same adaptive speed Ashen had shown, but with different priorities. Ashen wanted to fix what was broken. Varen wanted to know where the exits were and which of them were defensible. They began a productive and extremely argumentative collaboration that Wei found simultaneously reassuring and exhausting. The silencing shell, he said, breaking into the argument about defensive perimeter positioning. Components. Ashen tells me one of them may be in Elder Duan's medical supplies. Both of them turned to look at him. Not theft, he said, before Varen could suggest it. I have a superior substitute. Ling Hai's pharmaceutical synthesis can produce something better than the current era equivalent. I arrange a trade through a third party. Ashen nodded. The synthesis is straightforward. Through the tea house broker? Shen asked. Yes. Wei paused. And Duan's reaction when he realizes the traded herb isn't naturally occurring will be interesting. It will advance his investigation, Ashen said. Yes, but by the time he acts on that advancement, the silencing shell will be active. He looked at the three Ling Hai figures around him, the general, the scholar, the soldier, and felt, not for the first time, the specific weight of what he was carrying. The shell first, everything else after. They looked at him. Shen Baoli, after a moment, nodded. The shell first, he agreed. Chapter 25, 11 Days of Array Work. Ashen worked on the silencing shell for 11 days. This was not because the shell was simple. It was not simple. It was one of the most sophisticated array designs Wei Cangming had ever seen the details of, though his baseline for comparison was limited, but because Ashen refused to execute any step until the preceding step was correct. Not close to correct. Correct. This was a man who had designed world-scale infrastructure with the expectation that it would outlast any individual cultivator's ability to maintain it, and his standards reflected that expectation. The component sourcing went smoothly enough. The two herbs were obtained through standard cultivation supply channels. The superior substitute for Duan's catalyst compound was synthesized using Magistrix Xiao's pharmaceutical framework and Ashen's material specification, and the trade was arranged through Chai Mingji's tea house network at a price point that was legitimately attractive to the buyer. The buyer, a mid-level sect administrator who handled Duan's personal supply requisitions, didn't know what he was trading. He saw a legitimate exchange of a catalog item for a superior version of the same catalog item and completed the paperwork. Duan examined his new supply within a day. He ran a composition analysis. He sent 3 messages to cultivation material scholars asking about the synthesis pathway. He received 3 responses indicating the material was not naturally occurring and had no known current-era synthesis methodology. Wei Cangming received a secondary notification through Bao Yi's casual conversation that Elder Duan had found something interesting in his recent material analysis and was adding it to an active investigation file. The silencing shell's construction entered its final phase. During the 11 days of Ashen's array work, Wei spent his time on 2 parallel tracks. In the real world, managing the investigation pressure, maintaining cover, attending cultivation census requirements, meeting with you for compounds and one true thing exchanges. In Ling Hai, deep vein preparation work, which required sustained channeling at moderate intensity to reach the substrate threshold, and which cost him approximately 7 years of apparent aging. He was 37 looking. He was 22. The Qi compression technique's second stage had sufficiently advanced his cultivation speed that he was approaching marrow-tempered rank despite the constant cost of the revival work. Advancement in standard circumstances required accumulation. Advancement in his circumstances was a constant tension between what he was building and what was being spent. The net was still positive, barely. Yu's compound was holding the soul thread depletion at manageable levels. He'd told her 3 more true things since the beginning. The second, the method is connected to a civilization, not just a location. The third, there are people in the location who can advise me on the method's effects. The fourth, the botanical samples you find unusual grew in an environment with approximately 3,000 years of spiritual isolation. The species have not evolved in that time. After the fourth, you had sat quietly for several minutes. Then, the cultivation world thinks dead worlds are mythology. Or rather, it knows they're theoretically possible, but has no documentation of an extant example. She paused. If I were to formally document this case. Not yet, he said. She looked at him. I understand. He trusted that she did. On the 11th day, Ashen completed the silencing shell. The array occupied 4 anchor points in the real world, locations Wei had selected with Shun Baoli's tactical guidance, space to create an overlapping suppression field around the dimension's spatial resonance signature. Each anchor point was physically present in the real world as a simple-looking stone marker, indistinguishable from ordinary cultivation practice markers, the kind that independent cultivators sometimes use to mark site boundaries. The array's function was invisible, operating in the frequency range of the resonance signature it was suppressing. Ashen tested it 3 times against the detection standard he'd reconstructed from historical records, the kind of sweep Elder Duan's equipment could perform. All 3 tests showed the signature dropping below the threshold at which current-era detection technology flagged anomalies. It will hold against standard equipment, Ashen said. Against specialized equipment, possibly 3 to 6 months before requiring enhancement. Against truly exceptional equipment, shorter. How long against the Void Harvester's equipment? Shinbali asked. Longer than against standard equipment. Their detection is optimized for consumption signatures, active dying, not recovery signatures. A recovering world reads differently from a consuming one. Ashen paused, but not indefinitely. The recovery signature is intensifying. Eventually, it will be distinctive regardless of suppression. Wei Cangming stood at the first anchor point and felt the shell's activation ripple through the dimension's tether, a subtle damping, like heavy curtains drawn over a bright window. Not elimination. Reduction. It's working, he said. Of course it's working, Ashen said. Shinbali made a sound that was very close to, but carefully not actually, a laugh. In the southeastern district, 20 meters away, the moss was green now rather than gray-green. The grass had spread to cover the entire district's floor. The 2 trees were approaching the height of the collapsed building walls. Linghai was growing. And below the silencing shell's dampening field, its heartbeat continued, stronger, steadier, more itself with every passing week. While outside, in the real world, Elder Duan Chifeng received an anomaly report from his resonance equipment, checked the reading, and found nothing. He checked again. Still nothing. He made a note in his investigation file. Asterisk anomaly suppressed. Source unknown. Investigate capability. Asterisk the game was not over. It had, in fact, just become more interesting. Chapter 26. The herb that shouldn't exist. Chai Mingji had a contact in the cultivation supply network who appreciated unusual things. Her name was Sister One, and she traded in exactly the kind of obscure materials that legitimate supply channels didn't stock. Herbs with obsolete use cases, mineral compounds whose applications had been lost to time along with the techniques they supported, synthesis intermediates from discontinued pharmaceutical traditions. She was not criminal, precisely. She operated in the gray space where rare and unauthorized overlapped without fully coinciding. She was, therefore, exactly the right person to facilitate a trade of a superior cultivation catalyst compound of unknown synthesis provenance for a senior sect elder's personal pharmaceutical supply. The arrangement. Chai presented the compound as a discovery from a client's unusual cultivation practice. The compound's superiority was demonstrable through standard quality testing. Sister Wen arranged the exchange with Duan's supply administrator through a chain of intermediaries that would take weeks to trace back to Wei Cangming even if anyone tried. The exchange value was legitimate. No coercion, no misrepresentation of the compound's quality, straightforward trade of better for worse. It went smoothly. Wei Cangming received confirmation of the exchange through Chai's next delivery of tea house income records, a coded notation that Chai had devised, which looked like a standard accounting entry to anyone who didn't know to read it differently. He forwarded the catalyst to Ashen, who incorporated it into the silencing shell's anchor array, and the shell activated 3 days later. What happened after was predictable once you understood Elder Duan. Duan's supply administrator informed him of the exchange, noting that the new compound had tested as of exceptional quality. Duan, characteristically, examined the compound himself rather than relying on the administrator's assessment. He ran a composition analysis using the sect's best available equipment. The analysis confirmed exceptional quality. It also confirmed the compound was not naturally occurring and had no known current-era synthesis methodology. Duan requisitioned a material scholar consultation. 3 scholars, working independently, produced assessments confirming the same finding. The synthesis pathway suggested an extinct pharmaceutical tradition, pre-classical in origin, possibly connected to isolated cultivation spaces. Duan filed an update to his investigation record. Asterisk compound of unknown ancient origin received through cultivation supply channels. Source to be investigated. Possible connection to spatial anomaly research. Asterisk, he was 2 steps away from a confrontation. 3 weeks, perhaps 4, before his investigation produced actionable evidence. Wei Cangming had the silencing shell. He needed the revival doctrine. He put this together with Ashen's efficiency estimate. Primary circuit at 29% and climbing, 40% in 6 to 8 weeks, and concluded that 6 to 8 weeks was too long. He needed to reach 40% in 4. Maximum sustained channeling, he said to Shinbaoli. You'll age 20 years, Shin said. I'll manage it. The sulfred depletion, use compound is holding. I have Chow's protocols. I have the supplement stock from the southeastern district's herb production. He paused. I need 4 weeks to 40%. Give me your assessment of what pushing to that timeline costs. Shin was quiet for a moment. He did the calculation the way he did everything, methodically, without rushing, accepting the numbers at face value. 20 to 25 years of apparent aging, cumulative, above your current baseline. With the compound regimen, the net sulfred depletion should remain below the systemic threshold. A pause. You'll look 60. You're 22. I'll live longer than 60, Wei said. What matters is whether I'll still be functional. With the compound regimen, functionally yes. Cosmetically catastrophic. Wei looked at his hands, which were at approximately 37. 60 was a significant change from 37. He thought about Yu's reaction, and Rose, and Chai's. He thought about the legal protection that 40% revival would give him. He thought about 4 more weeks of Elder Duan's methodical case building. I'll manage the cosmetics, he said. Shinbaoli looked at him for a moment. Not the look of someone doubting the decision. Shun was past doubting Wei's decisions, though he continued to provide his honest assessment of their costs. The look of someone who had watched a person choose something difficult with clear eyes and was recognizing that quality. I'll optimize every channeling session, Shin said. Ashin will guide the circuit work. We'll reach 40%. They reached 38 in 9 days. The cost was exactly as projected. Wei Cangming sat in Linghai's southeastern district, surrounded by grass and small trees and the spreading signs of a world coming back to life, and looked at his hands, which were approximately 55 years old, and thought, this is the arithmetic of a choice worth making. Chapter 27. The Vault Blueprints. Ashin found the Vault Blueprints on the 8th day of the intensive push. He was cataloging the dimension's damage systematically. It was what he did when he wasn't working on the primary circuit or the silencing shell, his native mode being inventory. And in the deep vein work Wei had been doing near the vault's exterior foundation, a sealed alcove had revealed itself. Not the vault proper. The vault's main entrance remained locked at cultivation levels Wei wouldn't reach for years, but a structural archive chamber built into the foundation approach. A library of sorts, containing the construction documentation for the vault itself. Ashin had been inside for 4 hours when he emerged with an expression that Wei had not seen on his face before, something between professional excitement and emotional complexity. The dead world was waiting to be found, Ashin said. Wei looked up from the channeling session he was running. What? The collapse that killed Linghai did not destroy everything equally. Ashin sat down, which was unusual. He was rarely still. I know the collapse parameters. I designed the emergency protocol's final implementation. The energy release pattern was supposed to be uniform, sufficient to drain all veins, arrest all processes, seal the dimension against external access. He paused. The deep veins near the center are intact. Not cracked, not drained. Preserved. Deliberately. He held up the blueprint documentation, physical copies, Linghai-era materials, preserved by the same archive chamber's environmental controls. The collapse protocol had a second stage that I was not informed about. Someone, the Engineering Council, I presume, or the Empress, modified the protocol's final execution to preserve the core vein structure and these blueprints. He paused. The blueprints are labeled. Wei took the top document. The label, in old Linghai script, was clear even to his partial reading knowledge. For the one who finds us, he sat with this. They planned for someone like me, he said. Specifically, Ashin said. The architecture here is designed around the assumption of an external reviver, someone outside Linghai who would find the world in collapse and work to restore it. The vault's defense systems, the memory stone placement, the 12 Wakables hibernation positioning, they're all oriented toward facilitating a revival initiated from outside rather than from within. They expected a stranger. They hoped for one. Ashin's voice was carefully controlled. He was working through something. I designed the collapse protocol. I believed it was a clean end. We die, the dimension seals, the world is preserved against consumption by the harvesters. I did not know about this second stage. A pause. It means they thought there was a future. Even then, even after the vote, they built for a future. Wei Cangming looked at the blueprint. For the one who finds us, he thought about the engineer's fragmented memory, the distress and the anguish and the fractured quality of someone recording at the edge of catastrophe. He thought about Pen 2's ordinary contentment, the craftsman who'd just been living his ordinary days in a city of 10 million people who apparently voted to die together and also, apparently, voted to leave everything possible in place for whoever came after. The 12 Wakeable, he said. They're listed here, by name and location. Oshin scanned the pages. Preservation status indicators. The document is dated 2 weeks before the collapse. He paused. There are also construction specifications for something else. He found the page. The vault's contents. A weapon. Against what? Against whatever it was that Ling Hai was running from. Oshin said. He looked up. The document doesn't specify. It describes the weapon's mechanism in technical detail. A resonance pulse system, using the world's ley line network as a transmission medium, but the target specification is omitted. The operational parameters assume the operator knows what they're targeting. They expected whoever found this to know, or to find out. Oshin set the blueprints down carefully. The collapse protocol's second stage. The blueprints in the archive. The memory stones placed for maximum useful information density. The 12 wakeable positioned to support a reviver. He paused. Every piece of this was designed to tell the story to whoever came after. They wanted you to know. Wei Cangming stood up from the channeling position and walked to the vault entrance and looked at its sealed face. Black stone undamaged. Arrays pulsing with the quiet intensity of things that had been running for a very long time, without maintenance, and were still running. They trusted someone they would never meet, he said. Yes. Then I'd better be worth it, he said. He went back to channeling. Chapter 28. What the blueprints changed. The afternoon after Oshin found the blueprints. The three of them, Wei Cangming, Shen Baoli, Oshin, sat in the southeastern district with the documents between them and had the most significant conversation they'd had since Shun's initial awakening. The blueprints changed the picture. Specifically, if Ling Hai had been deliberately designed for revival, with the 12 wakeable positioned as supports for an external reviver, with the vault weapon calibrated for a specific target, and with the archive chamber designed to explain the situation to whoever found it, then Wei was not navigating a situation. He was executing a plan. Someone else's plan, from 3,000 years ago, but a plan. The weapon in the vault, Shen said. You said the target specification was omitted. Technically omitted, Oshin clarified. The target descriptor exists, but it's encrypted in a method that requires. He paused. It requires the operator's soul thread integration with the vault. The weapon's calibration is locked until the operator establishes the required connection, which requires cultivation rank. Yes, and time. Shen looked at Wei. The soul thread integration, the blueprints specify that. Yes, the vault weapon's operation binds the operator to the world. Partially. Oshin looked at the blueprints again. Not completely, based on the technical description. The operator retains independent existence, but develops a persistent awareness of the world's state. Like a secondary sense. Wei absorbed this, being permanently, partially connected to Ling Hai, feeling the world the way he currently felt his own meridians, not constantly intrusive, but present, accessible, part of his ongoing experience. That's not described as a cost, he said. In the context of the blueprint, it's described as a feature, Oshin said. The integration is necessary for the weapon's targeting to function. The pulse needs to be calibrated to the operator's soul thread signature. But the document treats the integration as beneficial. The operator becomes the world's voice in the external realm. The world's voice in the external realm. Wei turned this phrase over. It was not a burden or a punishment. It was a description of a role. They were designing for governance, he said. Not just revival. Shen Baoli, who had been listening without speaking, made a sound of recognition. Yes, he said. Ling Hai was very good at designing governance structures that would outlast individual administrators. He paused. We had systems that had been running effectively for 400 years by the time I was born. The founding administrative logic built in successor mechanisms at every level. He looked at the blueprints. They designed this the same way. They designed the reviver into the system, Wei said. They designed the reviver's role into the system, Shen corrected. It's different. They didn't design you. They designed a position. Whoever found the world and performed the revival would occupy the position by the act of doing it. The blueprints didn't assume a person. They assumed a function. Wei thought about this for a long moment. He thought about the position he was already occupying, the decisions he'd been making, the resources he was managing, the people he was responsible for, and recognized that Shen was right. He'd been executing the function for months without having a name for it. Steward. The 12 wakeable list, he said. How many are deteriorating? Oshin pulled the page. 3. The most critical one's preservation matrix is failing. If the matrix collapses completely before external energy reaches it, the hibernating person dies. He ran through the technical analysis. We have approximately 1 month for the first one, 6 weeks for the second, 12 weeks for the third, but that estimate assumes no acceleration in the natural revival. If the primary circuit advances faster, the matrix might stabilize on its own. Who are they? Oshin read the names. Wei committed them to memory. A healer, a young man described as a workshop apprentice, and a combat specialist in an advanced classification he didn't yet have enough context to interpret. The healer first, Wei said. Agreed, Ashen said. And then I need to tell someone else about this, Wei said. The full scope. Both of them looked at him. Not yet, Shin said. The revival doctrine first. The revival doctrine, then the healer, then I start telling people. He paused. I can't keep managing this entirely alone. The silencing shell buys time, but it doesn't buy unlimited time. I need people outside who understand enough to help without being a liability. Shin was quiet for a moment. Who? You Fengling. She already knows more than she's been told. She's an excellent observer, and she's been putting pieces together. She needs the full picture to optimize the compounds correctly. A pause. And she's been spending time in a support role for a project she can only partially understand. That's not fair to her. Shin Bao's expression did something subtle. You care about whether it's fair to her, he said. It was not a question exactly, but it had the quality of someone making a note. She's been helping me for months without asking for more than I was willing to give, Wei said. That's worth more than most things I've received in the past year. Shin made the note internally and moved on. After the revival doctrine. Show her then. Yes. They returned to work. 38%. Climbing. Chapter 29. Waking the healer's hibernation matrix was in the deep vein section of the eastern city ruins, in a chamber that had been specifically constructed for this purpose. Not an emergency arrangement, but a deliberate one, with environmental controls and preservation systems that had been designed to last. They had lasted. The chamber was intact. The preservation matrix surrounding the hibernating healer was functional. If weakened, the failing that Ashen had identified was in one of the energy supply vein connections, cracked in the collapse, and no longer providing the matrix with adequate qi to maintain stasis. Not a failure of the preservation system itself. A failure of supply. Wei channeled supply energy directly into the matrix through the cracked vein. He had done this enough times now that the process was familiar. The resistance of a system designed to hold stasis against external input. The gradual softening as his channeled qi met the matrix's own residual function and established connection. The moment when the system recognized the input as compatible and began accepting it. The healer woke in the same surfacing from deep water Wei Varen had. Not the explosive awakening of Shun Bao's stone or the disoriented emergence of his own consciousness trapped in a matrix for the first time. She was a middle-aged woman, broad-faced, with the hands of someone who had spent decades in physical medical practice. Strong, scarred in the precise way of surgical work, capable. Her first words, "Where are my patients?" Wei was ready for this. The medical ward did not survive the collapse, he said. I'm sorry. She processed this in silence. Her face did not change significantly, which he recognized as someone who had spent a professional career delivering bad news to patients and their families, and had developed the specific skill of not adding their own distress to the weight of others. She contained it. How many of us survived, she asked. In hibernation, 12 were listed. We've confirmed 4 so far, including yourself. He paused. The revival will wake more. The passive reconstitution process is active in the southeastern district already, from the ghost impressions. She looked at him with the same focused assessment expression that Yu Fengling used, but more experienced. This was the look of someone who had assessed medical situations for 40 years and applied the methodology to everything. You're the reviver. Yes. Your hands. He showed them. She examined them with the specific touch of a physician rather than the observation of a curious bystander. Actually assessing, probing for structural issues beneath the cosmetic aging. Soul thread depletion, she said. You've had pharmaceutical support? A real-world apothecary. Magistrix Xiao's framework as a basis. Something moved in her face at Xiao's name. Then, the soul thread depletion is significant but below systemic threshold. Whoever designed your support regimen did well. She paused. The aging accumulation is reversible, partially. Not the soul thread depletion. That requires specific treatment. But the cosmetic aging has a mitigation protocol that Xiao developed in the last decade of her practice. She looked at Ashen. You have the pharmacy records. In the archive chamber, Ashen confirmed. She was already thinking forward, already orienting toward work. The grief for her patients and the ward was there. He could see it, a steady presence, not overwhelming. But she was not the kind of person who let grief prevent function. She had clearly been doing both simultaneously for her entire career. My name is Qian Ruai, she said. What's the priority patient list? Wei almost said he was a patient. He caught it. The remaining 2 deteriorating wakables, he said. Their preservation matrices need external energy supply. Status. He gave her Ashen's assessment. She listened, asked technical questions, and was already formulating a treatment plan before he'd finished. Second priority, she said, is this reviver's pharmaceutical support. Your hands are at 37 cosmetically. You're 22. The rate of accumulation suggests you're doing something more intensive than the standard revival protocols I learned. She looked at him steadily. Tell me what's different. He told her everything. She listened, asked 37 specific questions, and took notes in a small book she produced from the preservation chamber's supplies. At the end, she said, the real-world apothecary's synthesis, send me the compound formulas. I can identify improvements. She paused. Xiao's final protocol notes. You said they were incomplete because they assumed Linghai's botanical environment. With the Southeastern District's herb production active, the implementation gap should be closable. Yes. Show me what's growing, she said. He showed her. She walked through the Southeastern District with the focused attention of someone cataloging botanical specimens, while simultaneously processing grief for a world that had changed beyond recognition, and she did not stop walking to process the grief. She walked and processed simultaneously, the way her professional training had probably always required. When she reached the edge of the living district and stopped to look at where the dead gray ruins of the next zone began, she was quiet for a long moment. They're just gone, she said. Not despair, just acknowledgement. Some of them are coming back, Wei said. He pointed to the ghost impressions in the revived district. Faint, still, not fully solid, but visible as the suggestions of people going about their ordinary, interrupted days. She looked at them for a long time. Show me what grew, she said, which was exactly what she'd said to him when she woke, and which was, he understood, the question of a person whose professional life had always been about the things that survived. He showed her everything. Chapter 30. Yu Fengling asks the right question. She was at her usual compound station in the Travelers Inn when Wei arrived with the soul-stitch grass harvest and the expression of someone who had made a decision and was not looking to reverse it. The botanical samples from last month, he said. I have more. And I have something else. He put Qian Ruoyi's improved formulas on the table, handwritten, in Linghai's older script with his translation annotations in the margins. These are from a physician inside my practice site. She's reviewed my case and identified improvements to your synthesis approach. You looked at the formulas. She picked them up and read them with the focused attention of her professional mode. The synthesis pathway for the soul thread binding agent, she said. This is entirely different from what I've been using. She was reading faster now. These precursors, the crystalline substrate component, this is what's in the unusual compound you sourced through your network. Yes. The physician synthesizes it. She has access to the raw materials. The revival is producing them. He paused. You. She looked up. I need to tell you more than I've been telling you, he said. Specifically, more than one true thing. She set the formulas down. She looked at him with the expression she used when she was deciding how much weight to put on something. The careful, precise attention of someone who was very good at not jumping to conclusions and was now observing a situation that warranted something more than average attention. All right, she said. He told her. Not everything. There were things he still couldn't risk, the vault location, the weapon, the timeline with Duan, but the scope of it. The dead world, its civilization, the revival work, the aging cost, the memory stones, the woken citizens, the vein network, the silencing shell, the revival doctrine. He told her about Shun Baoli and Ashen and Qian Ruoi. He told her about the blueprints and the phrase for the one who finds us. He told her that the plants in her samples came from a civilization that had been dead for 3,000 years and was coming back. She listened. She did not interrupt. She did not make notes. She was beyond notes, clearly, processing too much to reduce to writing. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. The most important place on the continent, she said, which was what she'd said when he'd hinted at the scope months ago. That was what I said. Yes. I was right. She was looking at the formulas again, but not reading. Looking at them as objects, as physical evidence. These formulas are 3,000 years old, and they're better than what I've been doing. They have 3,000 years of development. Yes. She looked up. The soul thread depletion. The physician said it's reversible. Partially, with the right support. She was quiet again. Then, why are you telling me now? He thought about Shun Baoli's observation. You care about whether it's fair to her. He thought about months of one true thing per week, of her careful patience, of the compound that had bought him time he wouldn't have had otherwise. Because you've been supporting something you could only partially understand, he said. And that's not a sustainable position for someone whose judgment I rely on. I need your full assessment, not your best guess at a partial picture. A pause. And because it wasn't fair to you to keep it partial. Yu Fengling looked at him for a long moment. He looked back. The evening light through the inn window was the warm yellow of late spring, and outside the market was going through its closing sounds. "Show me," she said. "Not yet," he said. "The revival doctrine first. 2 more weeks. Then I'll take you in." She accepted this with the patience she brought to everything. The compound synthesis. The improved formulas. She picked them up. "I'll start on the new batch tonight. The physician's pathway is more efficient. The binding agent yield should increase by 40%. Thank you." She looked at him. The one true thing per week approach was, in retrospect, somewhat frustrating. "I know. You could have trusted me sooner." "Yes," he said. "I could have." She looked at him for another moment. Then, returning to the formulas. 2 weeks. Then you show me." He left, and on the street he turned the compass over in his pocket, and the needle was still, pointing nowhere, and he thought about what it used to point at, and what it might point at eventually. And he went to Linghai and channeled qi into a dead world's veins, and felt the heartbeat getting stronger under his hands. Across the continent, a cultivation resource consultant who specialized in unusual materials had received 3 separate inquiries about the same anomalous compound synthesis in the past week. She compiled the inquiries, identified the pattern, and sent an information packet to a client who had standing interest in unusual ancient methodology. The client's name was Liang Wuhuan, and he had been looking for something specific for a long time. And when he opened the information packet and read the compound analysis, his face went through several things in quick succession. He put the packet down. He picked it up again and read it again. He stood up and began packing for travel. Chapter 31. Combat Style Under Examination. Wei Cangming's combat performance at the market altercation 7 weeks ago had generated exactly 3 witness reports. He knew this because Bao Yi had mentioned them in passing, and because Elder Duan's office had followed up with each witness for formal statements, and because Chai Mingji had an acquaintance in the administrative records section who had noted the filing. 3 formal statements from a minor market scuffle was not a normal response. Normal response was a brief incident record and a monitor note. Duan was building a movement file. The morning after the altercation's formal statements were filed, Wei Cangming went to Linghai early and asked Xun Baoli to watch him run the Dead River Fist's 7 standard forms and the 6 close-range extensions he'd received from the advanced stone. He asked Xun to tell him what an observer who didn't know the technique's origins would see. Xun watched for 20 minutes. He was quiet for a long time afterward. "What a modern combat analyst would see," he said, "is a technique with no recognizable school markers, extremely efficient biomechanics, and movement geometry that is oriented towards zero ambient qi assumptions. That last part is distinctive. No current era school trains for zero ambient scenarios as a primary framework. There's no motivation to, since ambient qi is effectively universal. It looks like someone who learned to fight in an environment with no spiritual support. Like a dead world." "Like a dead world," Shin confirmed. "Or like a pre-classical school from before ambient qi cultivation was standardized. The movement geometry of combat forms changed significantly when practitioners could rely on environmental qi. The old forms didn't assume it, so they looked different." "How different?" "Enough that a competent combat analyst running a period analysis would flag it as pre-classical. Not specifically Linghai. The school markers that would identify it as Linghai are recognizable only to someone with Linghai records, which don't exist in current era libraries. But pre-classical. Old. Unusual." Wei considered this. The Clearwater method documentation says it draws on isolated dimensional cultivation spaces, so it would test as consistent with an isolated evolution of pre-classical methods, Shin said. "Not impossible. But Duan's analyst will have that cross-reference now." "I need to modify how I demonstrate the forms," Wei said. "You need to stop demonstrating them where witnesses can observe," Shin said. "The modification path is complex and risks introducing errors into your application. Better to simply not perform the forms in public." Wei accepted this. He had the Dead River Fist fully integrated. He didn't need to practice it in visible spaces. He could use it when necessary and practice in Linghai or in private. But the problem was the integration. Techniques that became part of your cultivation structure were not something you could switch off. In a combat situation, his body would express the Dead River Fist geometry because that was how he'd trained his instincts. Suppressing it in favor of more conventional forms was possible, but required active effort. He spent the afternoon with Xun Baoli developing a combat overlay, a surface layer of movement patterns, drawn from what his registered Clearwater method documentation suggested, that he could run over the top of the Dead River Fist's actual geometry. Not lying about his technique exactly, running a presentation layer. "This is deceptive," Shin said. "Yes. You're comfortable with that." "I'm comfortable with the cost-benefit analysis of it," Wei said. "If the alternative is Duan having direct evidence of ancient technique use, yes." Shen looked at him with the expression he used when he was noting something for future reference without commenting on it immediately. Ling Hai's generals were also good at cost-benefit analysis, he said. We had a phrase for it. The face of the mountain and the face of the map. The mountain looks the same from a distance whether you're a friend or an enemy. The map shows you how it actually works. He paused. It's not the same as lying. But it isn't nothing. I know, Wei said. He spent 2 hours developing the presentation layer. By the end, he could run the Clearwater form patterns smoothly enough that a casual observer would see something consistent with his registered documentation. A very good analyst looking very closely might still find inconsistencies. He was betting that Duan wouldn't be in a position to require that level of scrutiny before he reached 40%. That evening, Bao Yi's weekly check-in was brief. The young disciple's cultivation was advancing well. He was content, and he mentioned only one thing of note. Elder Duan had appointed 2 more monitors, both senior disciples with instructions to observe Wei's dwelling and regular routes. 3 people watching him, 1 openly, 2 covertly. He had, at most, 3 weeks. Chapter 32. What Rou Xiangtian found she had been investigating for longer than he'd known. This was the specific discovery of their midnight conversation. Wei returning to his dwelling to find Rou Xiangtian in his room, which she'd entered through the back window, he'd left accessible for exactly this kind of visit, holding a stack of notes that was considerably thicker than her usual organizational style. How long, he asked. 8 months, she said. Since 3 weeks after you started teaching me. He sat down across from her. What do you have? She spread the notes on the table. Legal precedent analysis for the unauthorized dimension cultivation charge. The charge requires demonstrating 3 elements: unauthorized access, resource extraction, and commercial application. You don't have commercial application. You haven't sold anything from the dimension. Resource extraction is arguable. You've learned techniques, but techniques absorbed from revival activity aren't goods. And unauthorized access depends on the definition of authorized. If the revival doctrine gives you provisional stewardship, the access is retroactively authorized. The doctrine requires 40%. I know. You're at 38. She moved to the next section of notes. The legal chain of precedent for the revival doctrine's grandfather clause. If you file below threshold, what happens? The answer is nothing immediate, but it creates a record that gets reviewed when you reach threshold. The review is standard, no punitive element, no investigation trigger. She paused. If Duan files charges before you reach threshold, the existence of the revival doctrine filing complicates his case because it introduces a legitimate stewardship claim in progress. Wei looked at her notes. They were thorough in the way of someone who didn't have legal training but had excellent research instincts and significant stubbornness. You found the grandfather clause, he said. Section 14, subsection 3, paragraph 8. She found the page. A revival doctrine application filed at any revival percentage creates a provisional status period of 90 days, during which enforcement actions against the filing cultivator for unauthorized dimension access are stayed pending review. She looked up. You don't need to reach 40% before filing. You need to file before Duan files charges. Wei looked at the provision. He read it 3 times. She was right. The 40% threshold was for the doctrine's full effect, stewardship rights, the jurisdictional freeze, the legal protection. But the filing itself created a 90-day stay on enforcement actions from the moment of filing, regardless of the revival percentage at time of filing. You found this, he said. Yes. She was watching him. How long have you been sitting on it? 2 weeks, she said. I wanted to confirm it with multiple source documents before bringing it to you. Legal provisions in the Sovereign Code have historical amendments and clarifications, and I needed to verify the provision hadn't been superseded. It hasn't been invoked, so it's never been subject to judicial clarification. But the text is unambiguous. He sat back. He thought about the timeline. 3 weeks before Duan had actionable evidence. 90 days of stay from filing date. More than enough time to reach 40% and the full protection. You could have told me 2 weeks ago, he said. I wanted to be certain, she said. He looked at her, 17 years old, her notes laid out with careful organization, her expression steady with the specific quality of someone who had done something right and was waiting for it to be recognized not with praise, but with use. File it this week, she said. I'll handle the procedural requirements. Yes, he said. Thank you, Rou Xiangtian. She collected her notes and said, the cultivation lessons you've been giving me. Can we talk about moving past basic foundation work? I've been studying on my own, and I'd like your assessment of where I am. He assessed where she was. The answer surprised him. You're close to vein opener rank, he said. She allowed herself, very briefly, to look satisfied. Chapter 33. The doctrine and the clock. The revival doctrine filing required 7 forms, 3 attestations, and the submission of revival evidence to the Sovereign Code Regional Office. Rou Xiangtian handled 6 of the 7 forms, because she had been preparing for this for 2 weeks and had the patience for bureaucratic work that Wei was increasingly grateful existed in his orbit. The 7th form required his personal attestation of revival activities and cultivation method, which he completed with the careful accuracy of someone who was telling the truth about exactly what the law required him to say, and nothing more. The attestations were Yu Fengling, who confirmed she had been providing medical services to Wei Cangming for a cultivation condition directly related to revival activity, true. Chai Mingji, who confirmed he had received payment from Wei Cangming for information consulting related to the Dimension's legal status, true. And Bao Yi, who confirmed Wei Cangming had demonstrated cultivation advancement consistent with active revival work, true. And Bao Yi, when asked, confirmed without knowing why he was confirming it, because Wei had treated him well and he thought well of Wei. The revival evidence, botanical samples from the southeastern district's herb production, which were genuinely unusual and documented in Yu's existing research. A sealed spatial affidavit confirming the Dimension's existence and current state, which Ashen had designed a format for that met legal requirements without revealing the Dimension's full extent, and the dimensional tether evidence, which was confirmable by any qualified spiritual sense examiner. The filing arrived at the Regional Sovereign Code Office on a Tuesday. That evening, Elder Duan Chifeng received a notification that a revival doctrine application had been filed by the independent cultivator Wei Cangming. He read the notification. He read it again. He sat at his desk for a very long time. Then he sent a message to Magistrate Holloway Vex, whose survey team had flagged Wei's site 2 months ago, and who had since been waiting for his jurisdiction questions to resolve. The message said, the revival doctrine application changes the legal landscape significantly. We need to coordinate. Vex sent back. I'll schedule a joint meeting. While the 2 officials coordinated, Wei Cangming stood in Linghai's southeastern district at primary circuit 39%, 1 push session away from 40, and breathed the specific air of a world that was coming back, and felt the heartbeat below his feet, and thought about a dead civilization that had planned for this moment 3,000 years before he was born. What does a dying world teach a man who finds it, he said. Qian Roi, who was cataloging botanical growth 30 meters away, said, that time is long and people are stubborn. He hadn't known she was in earshot. He looked at her. She looked back, unperturbed. Your talking to yourself habit is notable. Yes, he said. It's not a criticism. She returned to her catalog. It suggests you're processing out loud rather than internally. Means you're working through things that don't have obvious solutions. A pause. That's appropriate for your situation. He went back to channeling. 39%. 2 more weeks, and he'd reach 40. Magistrate Vex had given him 60 days to file formal licensing documents. He had 11 days left on that window. The revival doctrine filing satisfied the licensing requirement. A stewardship claim was more significant than a license. But he needed to be there when the joint meeting happened. He channeled until the gray skies cycled toward dark, and then stepped back into the real world, and went to Chai Mingji's tea house, and ate buckwheat porridge, and listened to spring's evening sounds, and thought about all the things that were moving simultaneously and the specific quality of managing a situation where every piece was connected to every other piece. You look better, Chai said. Wei looked at his hands. They were still approximately 50, still significantly older than his actual age. But they were stable. The new formulas Qian Roi had provided to you, combined with the improved compound, were holding the accumulation steady. I do, he said. Less tired, Chai clarified. He thought about this. He was less tired. Ashen and Shun and Commander Varen and Qianri were all active, all contributing, all taking portions of the management burden that he'd been carrying alone. The revival doctrine filing was done. The silencing shell was active. The legal protection was in motion. He was not winning, exactly, but he was in a better position than he'd been 6 months ago. The situation is improving, he said. Chai Mingji refilled his tea. Good, he said. You deserved something to improve. Chapter 34. The Magistrate's Survey. Magistrate Holloway Vex was not easy to underestimate. Wei Cangming had been expecting someone bureaucratic, perhaps somewhat ponderous, invested in regulations for their own sake. What arrived was a slim, precise man in his early 50s with the organized intelligence of an administrator who had spent 30 years determining what was actually happening versus what people claimed was happening, and who had developed a sophisticated understanding of the difference. He brought a surveying team. The team was professional, courteous, and equipped with instruments that were more sophisticated than standard regional survey equipment. Wei had Ashin verify the shell's effectiveness against the most advanced instrument in the team's kit before the survey began. The answer was that the shell would hold. The survey itself lasted 2 days. Wei remained accessible and cooperative throughout, not obsequious, which would have been suspicious, but genuinely helpful in the way of someone who has decided that transparency is the correct approach. He answered questions accurately. He provided documentation promptly. He did not volunteer information that hadn't been requested. The visiting team found a spatial cultivation practice area of approximately moderate personal dimension scale, with unusual botanical development indicating active cultivation of some intensity, in a site consistent with the revival doctrine application on file. What they did not find: the full extent of Linghai's geography, the 12 wakeable, the memory stones, the vault, the silencing shell arrays, the revived citizens, or any indication that the dimension was orders of magnitude larger than the survey team's instruments suggested. The instruments suggested what Ashin's spatial bounding arrays had designed them to suggest. On the second evening, Vex requested a private meeting. They sat in Wei's rented room, which was clean and organized and showed no evidence of anything problematic, and Vex said, "I've reviewed the revival doctrine application. The procedural requirements were met correctly. Yes, the botanical evidence is unusual. The spatial affidavit's dimensional extent claim is conservative." He paused. Most revival doctrine applications claim large extents because stewardship value correlates with extent. "I prefer to claim what I can confirm," Wei said. Vex looked at him. He had the expression of someone who had heard many explanations and was evaluating where this one fell on the truthfulness spectrum. "The Iron Basin sect investigation has been running parallel to my survey," he said. "Elder Duan Shifeng's findings and mine are going to converge in the joint meeting." "Yes," Wei said. "I understand. You filed the revival doctrine application knowing the sect investigation was ongoing." "The application is a truthful description of my cultivation activities," Wei said. "I filed it when the preparatory work was complete. The timing was coincidental." Vex's expression suggested he found coincidental an interesting word choice. "The revival doctrine creates a 90-day stay on enforcement actions," he said. "You're aware of this?" "Yes." "The application therefore creates a legal environment in which the sect investigation cannot result in enforcement action for 90 days regardless of its findings." "That is the provision's effect, yes." Vex was quiet for a moment. He looked at his hands, which were a person's normal hands for his age, and then at Wei's, which were not. "The cultivation method you're using," he said. "I've been in this field for 30 years. I've seen unusual methods. Your hands are." He trailed off. "The medical attestation describes the condition as a known characteristic of the revival approach." "Yes. And you're continuing despite the cosmetic effect." "The work is worth it," Wei said. Vex looked at him. Something shifted in his expression, not softening exactly, but adjusting. The expression of someone who had been evaluating a technical question and had just received information that changed which technical question was relevant. "I'll file for formal licensing review," he said. "The 60-day window for documentation has effectively been superseded by the revival doctrine application, but the licensing pathway still applies. It's compatible with a stewardship claim at review stage." He paused. "I'm inclined to process this as a legitimate novel case rather than as an investigation." "That's all I'm asking," Wei said. Vex stood. "The joint meeting with Elder Duan will be in 3 days." He paused at the door. "Your cultivation monitor has filed consistently positive reports. That's not nothing." He left. Wei sat in the room for a moment. He thought about Shun Bao's strategy of divided authority, which Wei had not planned for, but which appeared to be operating anyway. 2 officials with competing jurisdictions, one inclined to investigation, one inclined to process. The difference in their inclinations created a space for Wei to exist in. He went to Linghai and told Shin what had happened. Shun Bao's expression, for the first time since Wei had known him, showed something that might have been relief. 3 more %, Wei said. "Then 40. "Yes," Shin said. 3 more. Chapter 35. 58 hours. The most critical deteriorating wakeable. The healer's medical ward subordinate, a woman named Fen Lihua, had been declining for weeks at a rate that made the next 2 weeks the final window. Qian Ruoyi had been monitoring her preservation matrix daily. The energy supply vein feeding the matrix was cracked more severely than any Wei had worked on, and the natural revival acceleration wasn't reaching it fast enough. They needed to wake her now, or she would die. The problem: waking Fen Lihua required a deep vein revival sequence that would produce a spontaneous pulse through the connected circuit. The pulse would be brief. Ashin estimated 3 to 4 seconds, but during those 3 to 4 seconds, the silencing shell suppression would be insufficient. The pulse would register on any active detection equipment in the region. Elder Duan's monitoring equipment was active. The pulse would reach him. Wei Cangming sat with this calculation for an hour. Qian Ruoyi said, "She will die if we wait." Wei said, "I know." He channeled the revival sequence at maximum sustainable intensity for 58 hours. He slept in 4-hour increments inside Linghai, with Qian monitoring his vitals, because returning to the real world during the sequence would interrupt the energy supply to the matrix. Yu Fengling, notified through Ro that Wei was in an extended session, had a compound ready when he emerged. She did not ask questions. She administered it. On the 52nd hour, the preservation matrix achieved critical threshold, and Fen Lihua began the surfacing process. On the 55th hour, she was conscious enough to respond to Qian's medical assessment. On the 58th hour, she was stable. And on the 37th second of the preservation matrix's threshold breakthrough, the period when the natural pulse ran before the circuit normalized, Elder Duan Qifeng's monitoring equipment flagged an anomaly. He spent 3 days attempting to resolve the anomaly against his records. He sent inquiries to 2 other monitoring stations. He cross-referenced against Wei's revival doctrine filing. He sent 2 messages to research contacts asking about anomalous temporal pulse signatures in revival contexts. He did not have enough to act, but he had enough to elevate his investigation priority. The joint meeting with Magistrate Vex was in 2 days. Wei was at 39.5%. He needed 1 more push session. Tomorrow, Shin Bali said. Tonight, Wei said. Shin looked at him. You've been awake for 58 hours. Qian Ruoyi says I'm within tolerance. Qian Ruoyi is a physician, not a combat risk assessor. I'm not doing combat, Wei said. I'm doing channeling, and I've been doing it for months. My tolerance is higher than standard. Shin was quiet. Then, the joint meeting is in 2 days. I need the 40% before that meeting, not after. Shin looked at him for a long moment. 6 hours of sleep, he said. Then the final session. Wei slept for 6 hours in the living southeastern district, on the green grass, with the sound of Linghai's gray-quiet world around him. He dreamed of the craftsman Pen Tu's workshop, the ordinary noise of 10 million people going about their days. He woke up and channeled the last 0.5%. Linghai reached 40% primary circuit completion on a Wednesday morning in late spring, and Wei Cangming filed the Revival Doctrine's attestation of completion with the Sovereign Code Regional Office before the joint meeting's afternoon start. When Vex and Duan opened the meeting, the provisional stewardship was already active. They sat across from him, 2 officials with 2 different reactions. Vex with the expression of someone who was noting that the paperwork was correctly in order, and Duan with the expression of someone who had been watching a specific person be 2 steps ahead of him for 8 months and was doing the calculation of what to do about it. The Revival Doctrine application is confirmed complete, Vex said. Provisional stewardship is in effect pending full review. Duan said nothing for a moment. Then, I have an active investigation, which is stayed pending the stewardship review, Vex said. Per Section 14. The anomalous pulse signature from 3 days ago falls within the revival period. Also covered under the stewardship stay, Vex said. Duan looked at Wei Cangming. Wei looked back. You've been 2 steps ahead of this investigation since it started, Duan said. The revival doctrine is an available legal mechanism, Wei said. I used it when the work was ready for it. Duan was quiet. He was doing something Wei had seen him do before, accepting a fact he didn't like and adjusting his strategy. He was not a person who wasted energy on things he couldn't change. The review process, Duan said to Vex, will include a full dimensional extent assessment. Standard procedure, Vex agreed. I want to be part of the assessment team. Vex looked at Wei. Wei said, I have no objection to Elder Duan participating in a formal review process. Which was true, because by the time the formal review process occurred, the full extent of Linghai would be either further protected or beyond the point where Elder Duan's investigative authority had jurisdiction. 3 weeks from today, Vex said. For the preliminary assessment. The meeting ended. Wei Cangming walked back to his rented room in the late afternoon light with the specific quality of someone who had managed a very difficult situation to an acceptable outcome and was now dealing with the aftermath fatigue. He stopped at Chai Mingji's for dinner. You look 50, Chai said. I'm 22, Wei said. Chai put the buckwheat porridge in front of him and sat down. You're going to be all right, he said. It was not a question. Wei looked at his hands. 50 years of apparent aging. More revival work ahead. A joint inspection in 3 weeks. The void harvesters somewhere in the distance. Liang Wuhuan traveling toward the region. Yes, he said. I'm going to be all right. He ate his dinner and went back to Linghai and told the gray sky about his day. And the grass was green, and the trees were growing, and the heartbeat was strong, and the world was less dead than it had been the day before. Chapter 36. The pulse and what it reached 3 days after Fanlihua's waking and the pulse that escaped the silencing shell suppression window. Two things happened simultaneously. Elder Duan Chifeng received a notification from a secondary monitoring station 20 miles north of Yinmen town. The pulse had registered on their equipment as well, and the cross-reference analysis was producing a spatial origin estimate pointing to a location consistent with Wei Cangming's registered scavenging territory. And somewhere much further away, on the other side of a mountain range and a significant stretch of cultivation-neutral borderland, a piece of equipment considerably more sophisticated than Elder Duan's monitoring station produced a reading that did not require cross-reference or estimate. It knew exactly what it was reading, a dead world recovery signature, intensity consistent with approximately 35% primary circuit revival, location triangulated to within a kilometer. The operator of this equipment had been running it for decades specifically to find readings like this. He marked the coordinates, confirmed the triangulation, and began analyzing travel logistics. Wei Cangming knew about the first consequence within 48 hours. Bao Yi's weekly check-in included a mention that Elder Duan had accelerated his timeline and was now requesting an emergency review of the investigation file with 2 senior analysts. He knew about the second consequence 3 days later, when Chai Mingxi's network brought news that 2 spiritual surveyors from an outside organization had arrived in the region asking questions about spatial anomalies. What organization? He asked Chai. Chai checked his notes. Filed as Meridian Survey and Conservation Trust. Legitimate registration. Active for 40 years. Specializes in spatial phenomenon documentation and archive management. Wei turned this over. Archive management, he repeated. Yes. He went to Linghai and asked Shun Baoli and Ashen if either of them recognized the name. Neither did. But Shun, when Wei described the specific phrasing, archive management, conservation of spatial phenomena, 40 years of operation, went very still. The Void Harvesters, he said, had a legal entity through which they operated. Different name, different era. But the operational description, spatial phenomenon documentation and archive management, is consistent with how they presented to non-affiliated cultivators. You think these surveyors are Void Harvester affiliates? I think the timing is not a coincidence, Shin said. The pulse escaped the shell for 37 seconds. That's enough for their equipment to triangulate if it was already calibrated to recovery signatures. He paused. They found us. Wei sat with this. The silencing shell was active and working against standard equipment. But the Void Harvesters had been doing this for however many decades, and their equipment wasn't standard. The recovery pulse had been a signal they were specifically equipped to detect. They're not acting yet, he said. No, Shin agreed. They're confirming. Assessing. The lead contact, whoever sent the surveyors, will want to know what they're dealing with before committing resources. He paused. In Linghai's time, the harvesters spent 3 months assessing a target before moving. They're methodical. How much time do we have? Unknown. But not none. Shin looked at the primary circuit indicator, 40%, newly achieved. The faster we advance, the less attractive the target becomes. A world at 40% is much more complicated to consume than a world at 30%. The consumption process requires a certain ratio of residual dying energy to revival energy, and above specific revival thresholds, the consumption return drops. They won't want an expensive target. They won't want an expensive target, Shin confirmed. Get us to 60%, and the economics of consumption become unattractive. Wei advanced to marrow-tempered rank during a deep channeling session that night. The specific advancement of someone whose chi body had been compressed beyond standard threshold by accumulated revival work and was now crossing into a new capacity. The rank shift was dramatic. His meridians reorganized. His spiritual sense expanded to 3 times its previous range. His chi reservoir effectively doubled. He was 22 years old. He looked 50. He had just crossed a cultivation rank that most independent practitioners took 5 years to reach, because he had been doing something no cultivation manual had ever described. He went back to the real world and found Shun Baoli manifesting. Not inside Linghai, in the real world, at the dimension's anchor point nearest the crack. He was visible, partially, not solid, but present enough to be seen. The translucent impression of a large man in archaic armor standing in the middle of a field at dawn and looking very confused about it. 2 passing merchants saw him and ran. Chapter 37. The general in the field Wei Cangming arrived at the anchor point to find Shin Baoli looking at his own hands with the expression of someone who has just discovered they have hands in a context where they were not expecting to have hands. Go back in, Wei said. Now? Before anyone else sees. I'm trying, Shin said, which was disturbing because his voice carried clearly in the real world, not the muffled quasi-communication Wei was used to through the spiritual link. The anchor point is, something's different. The revival crossing 40% changed the circuit dynamics. I stepped to the anchor to check the suppression array, and instead of stopping at the boundary, I continued through. The circuit energy is stronger, Wei said. You're more fully reconstituted than you were. Apparently. Shin looked down at his feet, which were not quite touching the ground. I'm not entirely corporeal. Entirely corporeal is fine. Go back in. Shin went back in, crossing the anchor point threshold with the specific effort of a person who was not accustomed to the mechanics of dimensional crossing. He made it. Wei spent the next hour at the anchor point verifying the array integrity and confirming that Shun's inadvertent manifestation hadn't damaged anything. It hadn't. But the fact that it had happened meant the revival's advancing energy was producing effects he hadn't accounted for. He reported this to Ashin. Ashin spent 4 hours running calculations and emerged with a finding that was both exciting and immediately problematic. Shun Bao's reconstitution had advanced to approximately 85% completion without any additional deliberate waking process. The natural revival's energy was sustaining and advancing his physical presence automatically. The other 3 wakables, Ashin said. Same process. At varying rates. Commander Varen is at approximately 70%. Qian Ruoi, because we woke her deliberately, is at 92%, essentially complete. He paused. And the third deteriorating wakeable we haven't been able to reach yet. Fanlihua's status is stable now, but the circuit advancement is reaching her matrix. She may self-stabilize without waking. The revival was accelerating faster than his models had predicted, because the 40% threshold had triggered something in the dimension's own mechanics. The spiritual disturbance report, Wei said. Yes, Ashin said. Shin's manifestation in the real world will generate an official report. That report will reach Elder Duan, who will interpret it as evidence of unusual spatial activity. Which it is. Wei did the calculation. 2 incoming threats. Duan's accelerated investigation and the survey team that might be void harvesters, and a situation that was now producing visible anomalies faster than his cover mechanisms could absorb. He was managing too many problems. He needed to choose which ones he could no longer avoid confronting. He made a decision. The revival doctrine paperwork existed, was filed, was creating the stay. But the stay only lasted 90 days, and while it prevented enforcement action, it did not prevent investigation. If Duan filed his spiritual disturbance report, which he would, by morning, and cross-referenced it with the pulse signature from 3 days ago and the compound trade anomaly from weeks before, he would have a complete enough picture for a confrontation. Rather than let the confrontation happen on Duan's terms, Wei would control the terms. He filed the revival doctrine attestation at 23%, below threshold, generating only the 90-day stay, as a deliberate move. The stay was now active. He needed it extended to full protection, which required 40% and the formal stewardship claim. He had 40% now. He filed the attestation of completion that morning. By afternoon, the joint inspection team's notification arrived, and Wei Cangming was now facing both Magistrate Vex and Elder Duan with legal protection in place and a plan for what they would see when they looked. And that night, in Linghai, the natural revival tripled. Not doubled, tripled. Overnight, without additional channeling work, with no intervention from Wei or Ashin or anyone else. The circuit's energy output increased threefold in a single cycle. Ashin checked his measurements 3 times. The 40% threshold, he said, appears to have been a critical point in the world's own recovery mechanics. The dimension's infrastructure has internal response to revival milestone achievement. Like a body responding to blood pressure normalizing. He paused. The world is taking over. Wei Cangming stood in Linghai and felt it. The heartbeat, which had been growing stronger for months, was now distinctly stronger than anything he was producing through channeling. The world was feeding itself. The primary circuit was self-sustaining. The acceleration, he said. How far does it go? Unknown, Ashin said. This is beyond my design parameters. I designed the circuit to sustain from external input. This sustained itself. It was waiting, Wei said. Yes, Ashin said. It was waiting. Chapter 38. The Jurisdiction Argument Magistrate Holloway Vex and Elder Duan Chiefing arrived at the joint inspection with a surveying team and considerably different mandates. Vex wanted to process. He was inclined to believe that Wei Cangming was operating within the legal framework, irregular, novel, but legal, and his professional instinct was to establish precedent and file documentation and move on to the next case. The revival doctrine was an untested provision, and this case was going to be the test that established its interpretation for the next century of cultivation law. He found this interesting in the way of someone who cared about the architecture of legal systems. Duan wanted to investigate. He was not satisfied with the paperwork. The pulse, the compound anomaly, the spiritual disturbance report, the mysterious cultivation style. Each piece was consistent with the revival doctrine explanation, but Duan had spent 40 years developing the instinct that consistency was not the same as truth. Wei Cangming watched them argue about jurisdiction for 45 minutes before they arrived at his registered scavenging site. The argument was not dramatic. It was precise and technical, two officials who knew their relevant law well and had clear competing positions. Vex's position, the revival doctrine's stewardship claim superseded sect investigation authority during the review period. Duan's position, the spiritual disturbance, was a separate matter from the revival doctrine application and thus not covered by the stay. They were both partially correct. Wei Cangming, standing at the edge of his registered site, said, "The spiritual disturbance report references activity at the dimension's anchor points, which are part of the revival infrastructure under stewardship review." He paused. "It is therefore covered by the stay." Both officials looked at him. Xin Baoli, observing through the anchor point's spiritual link, said quietly to Wei through the connection, "That argument is arguably correct. Let them work with it." They worked with it. Vex accepted the argument immediately. It was technically valid and fit his processing framework. Duan accepted it with the reluctance of someone who recognized a technical argument that blocked his preferred path. Duan's next move, request a dimensional extent assessment as part of the licensing review. This was legitimate. The doctrine required it, and it was his way of getting inside. "Granted," Wei said. When the formal review timeline is established, the inspection team entered the spatial crack. They saw the southeastern district, green grass, small trees, architectural ruins in varying states of preservation, botanical development, and the specific quality of a space that was clearly a cultivation practice area with unusual characteristics. They did not see Xin Baoli, who had retreated to the dimension's further reaches. They did not see Ashen, who had Varen's help managing the active circuit points. They did not see Qian Rui or Fen Lihua. They did not see the vault. They saw exactly what a revival doctrine cultivation project looked like in its early stages. Vex took samples and measurements and notes. Duan studied every detail with the intensity of someone who suspected there was more to see and was trying to find the angle that would reveal it. After 2 hours, they left. Vex filed, "Evidence consistent with revival doctrine stewardship claim. Licensing review proceeding." Duan filed, "Insufficient evidence for enforcement action. Investigation ongoing. Formal extent assessment required at next review stage." Wei Cangming walked out of the inspection with provisional stewardship status, moderate legal protection, and 3 new problems. Duan was humiliated. And Elder Duan's patience when he was humiliated was exactly the same as his patience when he wasn't, which was infinite. The survey team, the 2 surveyors from the Meridian Survey and Conservation Trust, had been watching from the town's market district during the inspection. He'd felt their spiritual sense probing. They hadn't entered. They were observing the officials' response to the site. What they'd observed would tell them the site was under legal protection, which would tell them something about the quality of the revival work. And inside Linghai, the natural revival tripled overnight, which Xin Baoli reported via the tether connection at dawn. Something in the world's deep structure had decided it was time to accelerate. The natural revival tripled, and the dimension was now producing revival energy independent of Wei's channeling, and the recovery signature was intensifying, and the silencing shell was doing its best, but its best had a limit, and somewhere across the region 2 surveyors were deciding whether to call their principal and report a positive location confirmation. Wei went home and ate dinner and thought about all of this, and then went to Linghai and stood in the green grass of the southeastern district and felt the heartbeat, strong, now, undeniably strong, and thought about what Ashen had said. The world is taking over. The world was taking over. He had started this. The world was continuing it. He felt something in that thought that was not pride exactly, but something adjacent to it. The specific feeling of a process that had been entrusted to you and was now bigger than anything you alone could have made it. Chapter 39, 10 Days. The 10-day countdown to the primary circuit's projected jump from 40 to approximately 48%. The natural acceleration's first full cycle was the most demanding period Wei Cangming had experienced since the initial push sessions. He was managing 6 simultaneous pressures. The natural revival's acceleration required careful guidance from Ashen to prevent the load distribution problems Shun had identified weeks ago. 2 to 4 hours per day of circuit management work. The second deteriorating wakeable, confirmed by Ashen as approaching critical threshold in 8 days rather than the projected 2 weeks, needed emergency energy supply to his preservation matrix. Similar to Fen Lihua's case, but complicated by a matrix in worse structural condition. Yu Fengling was preparing for her first full entry into Linghai, which had been promised for the week after the inspection and which she was now appropriately anticipating. He needed to manage what she'd encounter. The two surveyors from the Meridian Trust were still in the region. Chai's network tracked them daily. They were not acting, but they were observing. Shin and Ashin were debating the right response. Commander Varen was preparing defensive positioning. Elder Duan's formal extent assessment request was on a 6-week timeline. 6 weeks was survivable but required the shield to hold. And Liang Wuhuan had arrived in Yinmen town. Wei learned about Liang through Chai's market contacts, a man in his 50s, traveling from the east, with the bearing of an old-school cultivator and a specific artifact he was protecting carefully, asking careful questions about spatial anomalies in the region. He had declined to give a name to anyone, but Chai's contact had noted his cultivation presence, law-touched rank, significant, and the artifact, which was glimpsed briefly, a compass-like device that was clearly pointing at something. Wei turned the dead compass over in his pocket. Liang's compass was working. His wasn't. He went to Linghai and asked Shun Baoli if the name meant anything. Shun was quiet for a long time. Wuhuan, he said. There was a refugee faction in the final days before the collapse. People who opposed the vote. A significant minority, perhaps 12% of the population. Some of them escaped before the protocol activated. He paused. Wuhuan is an old Linghai family name. One of the opposed families. His ancestor escaped, Wei said. Yes, and that family line would carry. Shin stopped. The bloodline resonance. The deep veins are coded to Linghai genetics for certain access functions. His bloodline would resonate with the primary circuit in ways that mine and Ashin's don't, because we're reconstituted presences, not living biological descendants. Wei thought about the compass Liang was carrying, which was pointing at something in this region. He thought about his own compass, which had been given to him by an old man passing through and had never pointed at anything. What does a working Linghai compass point at? He asked. The nearest living Linghai resonance source, Shin said. Wei's compass, given to him by a dying, old sect elder. Not pointing at the dimension, pointing at him, because he was the dimension's revival operator, because his soul thread was beginning its integration with the world's core. My compass didn't work when he gave it to me, Wei said. It started to work in the past month. He checked. The needle faintly moved. It pointed, not perfectly, not strongly, but distinctly, toward Linghai's anchor location. The integration is advancing, Shin said. My compass points at me because I'm becoming part of Linghai, Wei said. Yes. And Liang Wuhuan's compass points at Linghai because he's part of its biological lineage. Shin's voice was carefully controlled. His bloodline is Linghai's bloodline. He carries what survived. Wei sat with this for a long time. Then he went to work. He channeled the second Wakables preservation matrix for 6 hours per day. He spent 2 hours daily on circuit management with Ashin. He prepared Linghai for Yu's arrival. He monitored the surveyors through Chai's network. He thought about Liang Wuhuan and what to do about a man who had arrived carrying the grief of an entire civilization's refugee descendants and a compass pointed at the place his ancestors had died. On day 9, they reached 38%. On day 10, Wei woke the third Wakeable. Not the biological Linghai genetics expert who would have been ideal, but the closest of the deteriorating cases, a combat researcher whose matrix was failing and who provided, upon waking, immediate tactical assistance that Commander Varen found extremely useful. And in the wake of that third waking, with the sympathetic pulse it generated running through the connected circuit veins, the natural acceleration caught the pulse's momentum and the primary circuit crossed 40%. The formal stewardship was fully activated. The joint inspection team arrived that afternoon to complete their preliminary assessment. They entered the dimension. They saw the southeastern district and its botanical development. Vex filed the licensing review. Duan filed his ongoing investigation note. And Wei Cangming walked out into the late afternoon light, with full revival doctrine protection, and inside Linghai the natural revival tripled overnight, and Shun Baoli sent him a tether message at dawn. Something in the world's deep structure has decided it is time. Chapter 40. The world decides on the morning following the natural revival's tripling. Linghai looked different. Not dramatically. The change was not a visible transformation, but a quality shift. The way a room changes quality when a heavy door swings open. The same gray sky, the same landscape of ruins and revival frontier, the same southeastern district with its green grass and growing trees. But the heartbeat, which Wei had been feeling through the tether for 9 months, was now strong enough that he felt it in the dimension as a physical pressure, not painful, but present, the way you feel a large engine's vibration through a floor. Ashin was already at work, recalibrating his monitoring arrays to the new energy levels. The secondary vein networks are activating spontaneously, he reported. The northeastern section that's been our problem area, 3 of the 7 stalled points have resumed natural reconnection. The energy threshold for self-propagation has been reached across approximately 60% of the dimension's surface area. The revival is self-sustaining, Wei said. In the revived zones, yes. The frontier between revived and dead zones will continue to require managed guidance. Uncontrolled acceleration at the frontier causes the structural problems we've been managing, but the interior zones are now autonomous. Wei spent the morning walking through the dimension. Not working, just walking, which he hadn't done without a specific task in months. The southeastern district's full bloom, the adjacent zones beginning their own revival cycles, the outer ruins still gray and still, but for how much longer? Shin Bali walked with him. In Linghai's time, Shin said, the primary circuit's full activation was described in historical records as the moment the world became aware. He paused. Not conscious. The circuit isn't a mind, but the feedback systems that allow a world to maintain itself, to respond to conditions, to distribute resources appropriately. Those activate when the circuit achieves full function. It's like the difference between blood circulating and a body governing its own temperature. The world is governing itself, Wei said. Beginning to, Shin said. It'll take time to stabilize. But the process is underway. He paused. And the process doesn't need you the same way it did 3 months ago. Wei looked at the green grass. What does that mean, he asked. It means your role is changing, Shin said. You started as the sole source of energy for a dead world. You've advanced the revival to the point where the world can partially sustain itself. The work ahead is still significant. There's a long way to 40% primary circuit to full circuit completion, but you're no longer working alone. The world is working with you. Wei felt this settle in his understanding. He had spent 9 months being the sole keeper of something enormous. The weight of that had been so constant he'd stopped noticing it as weight. And now it was shifting, not gone, but distributed. He thought about Yu Fengling, who was coming to see the dimension for the first time this week. He thought about Qian Ruoyi, who was rebuilding Linghai's medical practice in a southeastern district clinic she'd organized. He thought about Ashen's calculations and Shun's tactical assessments and Commander Varen's defensive planning and Fen Lihua's growing stability. He had built a team. The team was working. The world was working. The inspection team, he said. Duan's formal assessment request. 6 weeks, Shin confirmed. The shell will hold. And by then, the revival's own energy will be sufficient to make Duan's investigation feel less important. Why? Because by then, the living world classification may be supportable without the legal argument. A world with self-sustaining circuit function and independent ecological recovery is not a dead world. It's a living world. The harvester's legal entity requires their target to be classifiable as dead. Shin paused. They're racing against the revival, not against you. Wei thought about the 2 surveyors still in the region. They know. They knew when they sent scouts. That's why they're moving now rather than waiting. Shin looked at the horizon, the familiar military assessment quality in his gaze. They're deciding how much they want this. The survey team, if they were harvester affiliates and the evidence was strong, would be calculating a dead world at 40% revival with a legal protection structure in place and an increasingly capable guardian. The economics of consumption were degrading with every percent of revival. At some point, the cost exceeded the return. We need to advance faster than they're willing to wait, Wei said. Yes, Shin said. Wei looked at the green grass, the growing trees, the buildings that had learned to stand again. He thought about the natural revival tripling overnight without his intervention. He thought about a world that was beginning to govern itself. What does a dying world teach a man who finds it, he said. Shin Bali was quiet for a moment. Then, in the tone of someone who had been waiting for the right time to say something, that when you stop dying, you remember what you were for. Wei looked at him. Linghai was for its people, Shin said. For 10 million people going about their ordinary days, for craftsmen and healers and officials and children, for the specific way of life that 40 million individuals had built over 3,000 years. He paused. It was not for the techniques, not for the spiritual veins, or the cultivation infrastructure, or the vault weapon. Those were tools. The world was for the people in it. He looked at the gray grass impressions, faint suggestions of daily life visible in the district's restored zones. And they're coming back. Wei Cangming stood in Linghai and felt the heartbeat below his feet and the world beginning to govern itself, and the faint impressions of 40 million interrupted lives starting to resume. And he understood that the thing he had started 9 months ago in a scavenging field outside Yanmen town, with old hands and a dead compass and a choice not to sell something he didn't understand yet, was not something he'd done for himself. He'd done it because some things were worth doing, and the world had noticed. Across the continent, the two surveyors sent their report to their principal. The report included location confirmed, revival advancement above predicted threshold, legal protection in place, consumption economics degrading rapidly, recommend extended assessment before commitment. The principal read the report and made a note. Asterisk send the patriarch's assessment team. Not for consumption, for understanding. Asterisk in Linghai. The third overnight acceleration began. And in Yinmen town, Liang Wuhuan sat in his rented room with his compass pointing at the space where a dead world was reviving, and held the artifact that could reseal it forever, and thought about his grandmother's stories, and about 40 million ordinary lives interrupted, and about a stranger who had started bringing them back. He didn't sleep. Chapter 41. The memory flood. The triple acceleration changed everything about Wei Cangming's information intake problem. Before the threshold, memory stones unlocked in ones and twos, giving him time to absorb impressions in orderly sequence, to rest between absorptions, and allow the emotional imprints to settle. After the threshold, with the secondary vein networks self-activating across 60% of the dimension, memory stones began unlocking at a rate that had no relationship to his absorption capacity. 3 woke simultaneously in the northeastern section on the first morning of the acceleration. For more by evening. By the third day, Ashen's count was at 22 new unlocks in 72 hours. The buffering array, Ashen said. He had been working on this problem for a week, anticipating it. We capture the unlocking impressions before they fully dissipate, store them in a chi suspension matrix, and you absorb from the matrix at a controlled rate. He showed Wei the array diagram. The problem is capture efficiency. About 40% of the impressions will bleed through uncontrolled before buffering is effective. The imprint effect, Wei said. Yes, for the controlled absorptions, the standard 48-hour emotional imprint will apply. For the bleeds, the imprints will be fragmented. You'll receive pieces of many masters' personalities without the coherent full delivery format. He paused. The result may be behavioral unpredictability. You should warn the people around you. Wei warned you and Ro and Chai, who each responded to this news with varying degrees of concern managed in their characteristic ways. You with immediate clinical assessment. Ro with practical scheduling adjustments. Chai with the specific expression of someone filing away a social complication they would manage case by case. The first day of the acceleration's bleed effect was disorienting. Wei woke up with the agricultural instincts of a third-generation rice farmer, spent the first hour of the morning assessing the southeastern district's soil quality, and didn't realize he was doing it until Qian Ruai pointed out that he'd been kneeling in the grass taking soil samples for 40 minutes while humming a farming work song. By midday, the farmer's imprint had faded and been replaced by fragments of a merchant's timing instincts, a soldier's threat assessment, and an archivist's compulsive categorization. By evening, Wei felt like himself again. Mostly, except that he kept involuntarily noting the archival organization quality of every space he entered and had a strong instinct to properly label Qian Rui's clinic supplies, which he resisted. The following day brought the ambush. He was returning to Yinmen town through the market district when 3 men moved out of a side alley and fell into the surrounding position that indicated either robbery or something more organized. Wei's Dead River Fist instincts processed the geometry immediately. 3 points. Closing approach. The one on the right was the trained fighter. The bleed imprints had added layers to his combat instinct that surprised him. He moved through the confrontation with a fluency that was not quite his own. Part Dead River Fist zero-density approach. Part a border guard's aggressive space control methodology from someone who'd learned to hold ground against multiple opponents. Part a brief, intense flash of a duelist's patience that made him still where he would normally move. He neutralized the trained fighter first, disarmed the second by redirecting a strike with the Dead River Fist precision, and stopped the third with a spatial awareness expansion that revealed exactly where the man's weight was committed and therefore exactly where to apply pressure. 30 seconds. No visible chi use that would flag to a casual observer. The 3 men were not dead and not seriously injured, but they were comprehensively disinclined to continue the encounter. He sent them away and walked to Chai Mingji's tea house and sat down and processed what had just happened. The bleed imprints had made him a better fighter in a situation where his normal instincts would have been sufficient. He'd used techniques he didn't fully remember learning, sourced from impressions he hadn't consciously absorbed. The fluency was real and the techniques were effective, but he hadn't been entirely in control of which one he was using at any given moment. How do you feel? Chai asked, looking at him with the expression he used for unusual situations. Like several people, Wei said. That seems inconvenient. It's better than I expected, actually. Chai refilled his tea. The ambush. I'll find out who sent them. He already had a direction to look. The connection to Liang Wuhuan, who had arrived and who had motivation to retrieve documents that could be connected to the revival doctrine filing. Chai, the man who arrived recently with the compass. The one your contacts mentioned. Staying at the Riverside Inn, Chai said. Find out if he hired local labor recently. Chai found out by evening. The three men were contracted through a labor network, paid in advance, instructed to retrieve any documents or objects connected to the revival doctrine filing. Not to harm, to retrieve. Liang Wuhuan was testing what Wei Cangming was protecting, not trying to hurt him. This distinction was significant. Chapter 42. The man with the world key. The ambush was not what Wei Cangming was most concerned about. What concerned him was the artifact Chai's contact had described Liang Wuhuan carrying, the compass-like device that was pointing at something. That, combined with the specific nature of the three men's instructions, retrieve documents, not harm the person carrying them, suggested someone who wanted information and had enough restraint to try indirect approaches first. Not an ordinary antagonist. Someone who was afraid of something. He sent Chai Mingji to find out everything available about Liang Wuhuan's background. What came back over the next 2 days was, the man was genuinely who he appeared to be, a mid-tier independent cultivator, law-touched rank, who had traveled extensively and collected unusual cultivation artifacts, and who had family connections that traced back several generations to a region that no longer existed on current maps. The region that no longer existed was in the same geographic area as the earliest recorded instances of Dead World incidents. Shen Baoli, when Wei brought him this information, was quiet for a very long time. The refugee families, he said finally. The ones who escaped before the collapse protocol activated. They would have carried Linghai bloodline. They would have carried cultural memory, stories, objects, fragments of what was lost. He paused. A world key. Linghai had world keys, artifacts designed to interface with the dimensional structure's emergency sealing mechanisms. In the wrong hands, they could forcibly reseal a dimension in mid-revival. Reseal it, Wei said. Yes. Reverse the revival process. Force the dimension back to collapse stasis. Shen's voice was very carefully controlled. It would kill any reconstituted citizens in the process. It would destroy the revival work. It would close the dimension permanently. Wei sat with the weight of this. Liang Wuhuan had come with the ability to undo everything. And instead of using it immediately, he was having three men retrieve documents to understand what was happening. He's not certain, Wei said. No, Shen agreed. He knows something is happening here. He knows it's connected to Linghai. He doesn't know if it's desecration or revival. I need to meet him. Yes. And you need to let me do this in my own way. He looked at Shen. Not a military way. Shen looked at him for a moment. He carries the grief of families who escaped because they didn't want to die, he said. They watched their world choose death. They carried that for generations. He paused. He will not respond to tactical approaches. No, Wei agreed. He won't. He sent a message to the Riverside Inn through Chai's contact. Wei Cangming requested a formal meeting with the traveler who had recently arrived from the eastern provinces. The message was polite, professional, and specifically mentioned the revival doctrine filing. He let Liang know that he was known. That Wei wasn't hiding from him. The reply came within an hour. Accepted, the following morning. That night, in Linghai, Wei talked through the expected conversation with Shen Baoli. Not to plan what to say. You couldn't script a conversation with someone carrying 3 generations of grief. But to understand what was at stake from Liang's perspective. What did the families who escaped lose? He asked Shen. Everything that matters, Shen said quietly. Their world. They're dead. The right to grieve in place. They couldn't return. The collapse protocol sealed the dimension, and they had no keys to re-enter. He paused. Their descendants grew up knowing their grandparents had watched 40 million people die and been helpless, including people they loved. Yes. Wei thought about this on the walk back to Yinmen town. He thought about what it meant to carry that grief for 3 generations. He thought about what it would mean to this man to hear that a stranger had found his ancestors' world and was reviving it. He thought about the possibility that Liang would hear it not as hope, but as violation. The next morning, he went to meet him. Liang Wuhuan was exactly what Chai's description had suggested. A man in his 50s who carried himself with the quiet weight of someone who had spent decades sitting with something impossible to put down. He was not large, not dramatic, not what Wei had expected. He had old cultivator's hands and the specific face of someone who had stopped expecting the world to be bearable and had made peace with that. He looked at Wei Cangming's hands. You're the reviver, he said. Not a question. Yes, Wei said. They sat across from each other in the tea house's quiet corner. Wei waited. He had decided, against every tactical instinct, to let Liang go first. Liang looked at him for a long moment. Then, my grandmother's grandmother escaped 2 days before the collapse. She was 17. She took one bag of possessions and a compass that her mother had given her, which was supposed to point at home. He paused. It never pointed at anything. Not until 3 generations later, when my compass started pointing at something in this region. Wei reached into his pocket. He put his own compass on the table. Liang looked at it. His expression went through several things. Yours points too, he said. Started about 2 months ago, Wei said. It was given to me by someone who said it used to point at something important. They both looked at the 2 compasses on the table, both pointing. Wei's at the anchor location across town, Liang's at the same place. I came here to use the world key, Liang said. To reseal it. Because whatever is being revived is my family's grave. My ancestors' grave. And I was not going to let a stranger desecrate it. Wei said nothing. I hired those men to understand what you were protecting, Liang said. Because I needed to know if it was worth confronting you directly before using the key. And, Wei said. Liang was quiet for a long moment. The revival doctrine filing, he said. That's not how you loot a dead world. That's how you protect it. He paused. Show me. Not today, Wei said. Liang looked at him. There are people in there who are on your side of the vote, Wei said. I need to prepare them for you. And you need to be prepared for them. He paused. Come back in 3 days. I'll take you in. Liang was quiet. His hand was on the world keys case, not threatening, just present. 3 days, he said. 3 days, Wei confirmed. Chapter 43. Shun Bao's guilt in Linghai. The preparation for Liang Wuwen's visit was a different kind of difficult than the legal preparation had been. Wei told Shun Bao first. Not about the world key. He judged that would be counterproductive immediately, but about Liang, about the refugee family line, about the grief that had been carried for 3 generations. Shun Bao listened. He was very still. The opposition faction, he said. The people who voted against the collapse protocol. His ancestors were among them. How many generations? Great-great-grandmother. She escaped at 17. Shun was quiet for a long time. He had been managing his guilt about the collapse protocol. Wei had watched him manage it for months, the way you watch someone manage a permanent condition that can't be cured but can be lived with. And now the guilt had a face. Not a stranger's accusation, but a specific person, 3 generations removed from the moment, who had been carrying the grief of it all his life. He opposes the revival, Shun said. He came to reseal it, Wei said. He hasn't yet. Shun looked at him. He's considering, Wei said. I'm taking him inside in 3 days. I need you to be there. You were Linghai's general. You supported the vote. You helped enforce it. Wei paused. He needs to meet the people who made the decision. Not the decision itself, the people. Because the decision was not abstract. It was made by people like him. People who loved the world and believed they were protecting what mattered most about it. He paused again. And he needs to make his own peace with that. I can't do that for him. But you can. Shun was quiet for a long time. What if he doesn't make peace with it, he said. Then I deal with the world key situation, Wei said. But I think he will. Shun looked at the southeastern district's green grass and the growing trees and the ghost impressions of daily life visible in the revived zones. People going about their ordinary days, the specific texture of a civilization resuming what it had been interrupted from doing. He'll have questions I can't answer well, Shun said. Yes. He may not forgive us. He doesn't have to forgive you, Wei said. He just has to understand that the people who made the decision were real and that they made it believing it was right. He paused. Whether it was right is a different question. Shun looked at him. Was it right? Wei thought about this honestly. He thought about the chief engineer's fragmented memory, the anguished quality of a man who had designed an extinction because the alternative was worse. He thought about 40 million ordinary lives interrupted for reasons that had seemed sufficient at the time. I think it was the best decision available in an impossible situation, he said. Which is not the same as right. He paused. But it's also not the same as wrong. Shun absorbed this. I'll be there, he said. Meanwhile, the memory stone absorptions continued. The buffering array Ashen had designed was working at approximately 60% efficiency, better than he'd projected, worse than Wei needed. The 40% bleed-through produced daily instances of unexpected behavioral imprints, moments when Wei caught himself thinking like a weaponsmith, or felt the instinctive calm of a meditation teacher, or found himself applying an administrative official's detail management to every interaction. He was becoming, very gradually, someone different from who he had been, not losing himself, gaining layers. He thought about this during a long channeling session and asked Shun, who was guiding the circuit work, is this what the memory stones are supposed to do? What do you mean? I'm carrying pieces of 47 different Linghai lives in my cultivation structure now. The imprints fade, mostly, but they accumulate. I don't dream like I used to. I don't quite assess situations the same way. He paused. Is this designed? Shun considered this carefully. Ling Hai's revival theory, which I didn't have access to, but Ashen did. I'll ask him. Ashen, when asked, was quiet for a moment. Then, the memory stones were not designed to accumulate impressions in the reviver's psychology. That's a side effect of the soul thread integration. As your integration with the world deepens, you and the world share more. The people in the world's spiritual memory become accessible to you because they're part of the world you're integrated with. So I'm not becoming part of Ling Hai, Wei said. Ling Hai is becoming part of me. Both, Ashen said. The integration is bidirectional. Wei sat with this. He thought about the specific quality of the bleed imprints. Not possession, not loss of self, but the addition of perspectives that he'd been processing and integrating alongside his own. He was still Wei Cangming. He was also, in some smaller way, 47 fragments of Ling Hai's people. He thought about the chief engineer's note. We built this for you. Not just the world. The whole of it. Including this. Chapter 44. The meeting that could not be scripted. Liang Wuhuan stepped through the spatial crack on the third day with the world key secured at his belt, which Wei had expected, and with the specific quality of someone who is prepared for a conversation, but knows preparation has limits. The gray sky was lighter than usual. It was always lighter when visitors were present, a pattern Wei had stopped being surprised by. The southeastern district's green grass and growing trees received Liang with the quiet of a space that was not trying to perform anything for him. He stopped after 3 steps and stood very still. Wei said nothing. Liang looked at the ruins in the distance. He looked at the vault on the horizon, the one intact thing against the entropy. He looked at the grass and the trees. He looked at the ghost impressions visible in the living district, faint but present, people going about daily life, the specific texture of ordinary interrupted existence resuming. He put his hand on the world keys case without drawing it. Wei said, there are people who want to meet you. Shin Baoli had positioned himself at the district's edge, not visibly. He was still primarily in his Ling Hai mode presence, not yet fully manifested, but present enough to be felt. Qian Rui was in her clinic. Commander Varen was, per discussion, not present for this first meeting. His manner was not suited to the emotional register required. But Ashen was there, because Ashen represented Ling Hai's architectural legacy and the specific knowledge of how the collapse had been designed. Wei brought Liang to Shen first. The meeting was exactly what Wei had said to Shen it would be. It went terribly, and then it went somewhere important. Liang identified himself. Shen identified himself. The silence between those introductions had the quality of 2 people who had been on opposite sides of a decision that affected 40 million lives, separated by 3 generations, and the specific asymmetry of one of them dying and one of them carrying the grief. Liang said, my family waited to be called back. 3 generations. My grandmother's grandmother walked away from everything she knew because the people she trusted chose to die rather than ask for help. His voice was controlled in the way of someone who had been managing this feeling for decades. Nobody called us back. Shin Baoli looked at him. I know, he said. I made the choice. I was Ling Hai's general. I believed it was right. I still believe it was the best option available. He paused. I don't expect you to accept that. But I need you to know that the choice was made by people who loved what they were choosing to end. People who loved it so much they didn't ask for help. People who didn't believe help could arrive in time. Shin paused. And in that belief, we may have been wrong. The world survived. The people who loved it survived. You survived. Liang looked at him. We didn't know you would still exist, Shin said quietly. We thought the refugee families were a sealed history, a grief that would diffuse over generations. We didn't think about you going through your life, carrying our world's weight. You should have asked, Liang said. Yes, Shin said. We should have. The silence after this was different from the silence before it. Not reconciled, not healed, but changed, the way a space changes when the thing blocking the light moves, not bright yet, but brighter. Qian Rui stepped in then. She spoke for 5 minutes about the medical ward, the patients, the children she had put into hibernation herself in the last hours before the collapse. She spoke without performance, without asking for anything from Liang, simply describing what she had done and what it had meant to her. Both men fell silent. The world key remained at Liang's belt. Chapter 45. The bloodline speaks. Liang Wuhuan did not leave Ling Hai. He did not use the world key. He did not speak much. He stood in the southeastern district for 2 hours, watching the ghost impressions, and then he sat down in the grass and looked at his hands. Wei kept his distance. Qian Rui stayed nearby, which was the correct instinct. Her presence was the least threatening of anyone in the dimension, and her specific quality of practical compassion had a way of making space for people who didn't know how to ask for it. After an hour, Liang said, my grandmother's grandmother was 17. She took 1 bag of possessions. She walked out of Ling Hai knowing it was about to die. He paused. She never told her children why she left. She just said it was complicated. Another pause. Her compass never worked. She kept it her whole life, but it never worked. Wei thought about the compass on his own belt. The needle that had started moving 2 months ago, pointing faintly at the anchor location. What was her name, he asked. Liang looked at him. Wuhuan Meijin, he said. Wei said. She probably didn't tell her children because she didn't know how to explain that the place she was from had chosen to die rather than let her help it survive. He paused. Not because she didn't love it. Because she loved it too much to explain it in words that would make sense. Liang was quiet for a long time. Then he placed his hand on the ground in the grass. Not the world key gesture, just a hand on the earth. He closed his eyes. Something happened. Wei felt it through the tether. A resonance, faint but distinct, between Liang's palm and the primary circuit's vein network directly below the grass. Not a revival pulse. Not an aggressive interference. A recognition. The circuit responding to Linghai biological genetics the way it had been designed to respond. 3,000 years of intentional engineering expressing itself through the specific electrical quality of bloodline contact with compatible spiritual infrastructure. Linghai knew Liang Wuhuan. Liang felt it. His eyes opened. He looked at his hand and then at Wei. It knows me, he said. Yes, Wei said. How? He stopped. The circuit. The vein network. Linghai's vein network has bloodline coding, Wei explained. Oshin designed it. The deep veins are keyed to Linghai genetics for specific access functions. He paused. Your bloodline resonance with the deep circuit is significantly stronger than mine. If you were willing to channel alongside the primary circuit, your contribution to the revival rate could be substantial. Liang looked at him for a long moment. You're asking me to help. I'm telling you what's possible, Wei said. The choice is yours. Liang looked at the ghost impressions, at the grass, at the vault on the horizon. He looked at his compass, the needle pointing steadily at the anchor location. He looked at his hand, still pressed against the earth, still connected to something 3,000 years old that had apparently been waiting for him. My grandmother's grandmother walked away, he said. I don't want to walk away again. He did not keep the world key at his belt for the rest of the visit. He tucked it in his bag instead. Wei Cangming watched this and did not comment on it. Some things were better received through silence than acknowledgement. That evening, leaving the dimension, Liang said, 3 days. I'll come back in 3 days. Yes, Wei said. And that night, in Linghai, Oshin confirmed. The bloodline resonance contact Liang had made with the deep circuit had activated a dormant function. The secondary circuit's deep junction mapping, which had been inaccessible to Wei's non-bloodline channeling, had opened fractionally. The access was partial and temporary, but the potential was clear. If he channels alongside the primary circuit, Oshin said, we can access the second generation of deep veins. 3 times the rate for the frontier advancement. Wei sat in the green grass and thought about a 17-year-old girl who had walked away from a dying world carrying a compass that never worked, and about the great-great-grandson who had arrived carrying the same compass now pointed at home. What does a dying world teach a man who finds it, he said. Above him, the gray sky was the lightest it had ever been. Nobody answered. But the heartbeat below him said something with its steady rhythm that he understood without words. He went to sleep in the grass and dreamed of ordinary days. Chapter 46. The tournament announcement. The Iron Basin Sect's annual cultivation tournament was announced on the same morning that Liang Wuhuan made his 3rd return visit to Linghai, which gave the day a quality of compressed significance that Wei Cangming was learning to accept as his standard operational environment. The tournament announcement arrived via formal notice to all registered independent cultivators in the region. Participation was obligatory for those holding provisional cultivation licenses or stewardship claims. The notice cited Clause 7 of the licensing framework, which required independent practitioners to demonstrate their cultivation methods in competitive context as part of the formal review process. Wei read the notice with the feeling of someone who had been managing 2 fires simultaneously and had just discovered a 3rd. The practical problem. The tournament required him to fight. Fighting required technique demonstration. Technique demonstration from his cultivation structure would produce the Dead River Fist geometry, which a competent combat analyst would flag as pre-classical. He had the combat overlay he'd developed with Shun Baoli, but using it in tournament conditions, against opponents of vein opener and marrow-tempered rank, under formal observation with pattern capture equipment, required a much more polished presentation than he'd had to sustain in any previous situation. He brought this to Linghai immediately. Shin Baoli's response was that of a general presented with an unavoidable engagement. Then we prepare. They spent a week on tournament preparation, not combat preparation. Wei's combat capability was not the concern, given the memory stone imprints accumulating in his cultivation structure. The concern was the presentation layer. Developing a combat expression that looked consistent with the Clearwater Method's documentation drew on his actual capability without visibly using ancient technique markers and was sustainable under the pressure of observed formal competition. Shun, who had trained Linghai's border sentinels for 30 years, had a specific gift for analyzing movement and identifying what an external observer would see versus what was actually happening. He watched Wei practice the Dead River Fist extensively and identified 17 movement signatures that would flag as pre-classical under-period analysis. They modified 12. The remaining 5 were too deeply integrated into the technique's core function to modify without destroying the technique's effectiveness. Those 5, Shin said, must not appear in the tournament. They're core to the close-range application, Wei said. Then don't use close range. Shin's expression was dry. Control the ring. Keep distance. Win from the outside. Wei practiced controlling rings for 4 days, learning to impose distance on opponents who wanted to close. It was the tactical style of someone who had advantages at range and chose to exploit them, which was also the style of someone who knew their close-range technique was distinctive. Consistent with having a distinctive method that you're careful about exposing. Internally consistent with the cover story. Meanwhile, Rou Xiangtian announced that she had entered the tournament in the lower bracket without telling him. He found out when she mentioned, offhandedly, that her first match was on the tournament's opening day and she had already filed registration. You didn't tell me, he said. I didn't need your permission, she said. This was true. She was 18 now. She had mentioned it casually 2 weeks prior, the same way she mentioned most things, and she was an independent practitioner with her own registration. She had also been training extensively in the past 6 months. Not just the Clearwater Method's basic framework he'd given her, but specific array techniques she'd sourced from memory stone fragments he'd shared and additional materials she'd apparently found through research channels he wasn't fully tracking. Your cultivation rank? He asked. Approaching vein opener, she said. I should reach it before the tournament. She was 18 and had gone from baseline to near vein opener in 6 months. Under normal circumstances, this would be extraordinary. Under her specific circumstances, with access to Linghai's pharmaceutical support compounds and cultivation methods that were 3,000 years ahead of current era development, it was explicable, but still impressive. The technique you're planning to use, he said. Is it recognizably Clearwater? She looked at him. I found something independently, she said. In a scavenged text from the market library. It's a defensive array method. He recognized the description before she showed him. When she demonstrated, he confirmed it. A children's defensive array from Linghai's educational curriculum, designed specifically for young practitioners learning spatial awareness before they had cultivation rank sufficient for combat. She had found it in what was apparently a fragment from an old text that had been circulating without attribution. You found Linghai's technique independently, he said. I didn't know it was Linghai, she said. I thought it was an obscure educational method from some minor school. He thought about the specific quality of a civilization that had been dead for 3,000 years and was still producing useful technique fragments in real-world text markets, diffused through who knows what chain of copying and transmission. Is it distinctive? He asked. She thought about it. The geometry is unusual, she said. It's more efficient than what I've seen in standard methods. But it doesn't have the same pre-classical markers as the Dead River Fist. It might just look novel. He watched her demonstrate it again. She was right. The children's educational array was designed to be intuitive and accessible rather than advanced, and its technical markers were less distinctive than the combat techniques. Use it, he said. But be careful about what you demonstrate publicly. It will attract attention. I know, she said. I'm not careless. He had not thought she was careless. He had thought she was young. He was revising that assessment. Chapter 47. Designing a tournament persona. The tournament persona required 3 specific choices. First, the combat distance strategy. Shen Bao's guidance had been clear. Control range. Keep opponents at medium distance where the Dead River Fist's outer forms applied, and the distinctive close-range applications were unnecessary. Wei was effective at range. This was not a significant sacrifice. Second, the Qi expression. The Dead River Fist used Qi internally, with minimal external expression, which was consistent with the Clearwater Method's documented Qi cycling approach. Most current-era combat methods produced visible Qi effects, colors, temperatures, force manifestations. His method produced none of these. He'd need to explain this as a characteristic of his school rather than a flaw. Third, the emotional presentation. Tournament fighting was observed not just technically, but psychologically. Cultivators with unusual styles attracted more scrutiny, particularly from analysts looking for lineage markers. Wei's style would attract scrutiny. The question was whether the scrutiny found anything actionable. He worked through all 3 choices with Shun Bao's guidance over the week before the tournament. Shun, who had designed Linghai's military training programs, had strong opinions about the relationship between combat style and strategic impression. You fight like a border sentinel, Shin said repeatedly, not like a competitive cultivator. The difference is significant. I know. Border sentinels fight to end the engagement as quickly as possible with minimum expenditure. Competitive cultivators fight to demonstrate capability. Shin looked at him. In a tournament, pure efficiency reads as either exceptional or suspicious. Either this person is so dominant they can end it immediately, or this person is hiding something. I need to look dominant rather than suspicious. You need to look like someone who has developed an unusually efficient method and is comfortable demonstrating it. He paused. Not like someone who is managing what they show. This was the core challenge. Wei had been managing presentations for months. The management was, by now, visible to anyone who knew what managing presentations looked like, which Shin Baoli, with 40 years of evaluating cultivators for military service, absolutely did. What's the actual solution? Wei asked. Shin was quiet for a moment. Show confidence in the method, he said. Not confidence in concealment. The difference is internal. He paused. You developed something unusual. You believe in it. You're not hiding it. You're demonstrating it in your own way. The confidence has to be genuine because it's the truth. The confidence in the method is genuine, Wei said. Yes, lead with that. He spent 3 days working on the internal alignment. Not performing confidence, not performing the Clearwater persona, but genuinely engaging with his actual cultivation identity. Someone who developed an unusual method in unusual circumstances and is comfortable with the fact that it looks different from what people expect. The memory stone imprints helped, actually. The accumulated fragments of Linghai practitioners' professional confidence in their methods gave him an internal reference for what genuine cultivation confidence felt like. Not arrogance. The quiet certainty of someone who knows their method works because they've used it. The tournament draw arrived 2 days before the competition. Wei was seated in the middle bracket against one of Iron Basin Sect's prize fighters, a marrow-tempered rank cultivator with a documented impressive tournament record and an aggressive, Haichi expression combat style. Rose Xiangtian looked at the draw. Difficult first match, she said. I've fought higher ranks before, he said. You had the bleed imprints helping you then, she said. This is official observation. He thought about this. She was right that the ambush situation's outcome had been partly due to the accumulated combat fragments from multiple memory stone impressions operating simultaneously. In tournament conditions, that kind of unconscious fluency was both an advantage and a liability. He couldn't guarantee he'd use a form that was from his authorized style if his instincts were drawing on 47 lives worth of combat training. I'll manage it, he said. How? The same way I manage everything, he said. Carefully and with significant improvisation. She accepted this with the specific expression of someone who was used to this answer and found it simultaneously frustrating and accurate. Chapter 48. Round 1. The tournament's opening day brought crowds in the way of events that gave ordinary people something to watch and comment on. Wei Cangming entered the ring against a mid-tier sect disciple in his first round match and fought with the controlled distance strategy Shun had designed. The match lasted 4 minutes, which was at the short end for cultivator duels of this rank. He controlled the ring, limited the opponent's options, and ended the engagement when the optimal window appeared, using the Dead River Fist's outer forms without any of the 17 flagged signatures. The crowd's reaction was exactly as he'd expected, polite acknowledgement. Not impressed, not excited. His style was efficient and visually unremarkable. No spectacular chi effects, no dramatic exchanges, just precise control and a clean technical win. He returned to the waiting area and found Rose Xiangtian's match had also concluded. He'd missed it. He'd been in his own match. But several people were still discussing it in urgent, excited tones, and when he found Ro, she was standing quietly with the specific expression of someone who had done something they prepared for and was now processing the aftermath. Tell me, he said. I won, she said. I know. How? She described the match. Her opponent had been aggressive, using a moderate chi force technique, and she had deployed the children's defensive array to redirect the force 3 times while finding an opening. On the 3rd redirection, she'd sealed the opening with a spatial constriction that had been, she said, improvised. Improvised from what, he asked. From the array's geometry, she said. The defensive form's spatial logic implied a compression application. I extended it. He thought about this. She had taken a 3,000-year-old children's educational exercise and extended its geometry into an original application that her opponent couldn't counter. Several people were watching, she added. One of them was taking notes. He looked across the tournament grounds and identified the note-taker before she finished speaking. A woman in her 30s, compact and watchful, positioned where she could see both the main ring and the lower brackets. Not sect-affiliated by her clothing. Sovereign code markings on her documentation case. A cultivation analyst. She was watching the prize fighter. He reminded himself. Bao Yi had mentioned it. Looking for forbidden enhancement techniques. Not watching Ro. Probably. The second round Drew came up. He was against the prize fighter. Chapter 49. The analyst in the crowd, Prefect Mira Salin, had been watching the tournament for 2 days. Wei Cangming identified her properly after his first round win. Compact, precise, with the specific observation quality of someone who watched movements for a living and had developed a genuine expertise in reading what bodies were doing that they weren't supposed to be doing. She was watching the prize fighter, whose enhanced qi concentration was the kind of technique that required specialized pharmacological support that she suspected was coming from an unauthorized source. She was not watching Wei. He confirmed this by tracking her attention pattern during his recovery period between rounds. Then she was watching him. Not intensely. She was still primarily on the prize fighter, but he was in her peripheral professional awareness, which was sufficient for someone of her quality. He had caught her attention with something in round 1. He reviewed his round 1 performance mentally. He had not used any of the 17 flagged signatures. His distance control had been clean. His chi expression had been internal and minimal. His ending sequence had used the Clearwater method's documented outer form application. He didn't know what she'd flagged, but she'd flagged something. Between rounds, she positioned herself where their paths would naturally intersect. Independent practitioner, she said, when they were at the same refreshment station. Friendly, professional, not flagging anything directly. Yes, Wei said. Unusual style. Clearwater breath method. Minor school. He gave her the documentation answer. I'm familiar with the Clearwater documentation, she said. What you're doing isn't inconsistent with it. A pause. But it's distinctly different from the standard expression. Personal adaptation, he said. I've been developing it for several years in isolated conditions. She looked at him for a moment. The specific look of someone who knows they're being given a carefully true answer, and then nodded. Prefect Salin. Sovereign code compliance. Wei Cangming. I know, she said. Revival doctrine filing, for months in. Interesting case. She paused. Your next match is against the prize fighter. Yes. He uses an enhancement technique I've been documenting, she said. The technique creates a specific chi density interference pattern in anyone who makes extended physical contact. She paused. I'd recommend staying at range. He looked at her. She looked back with the expression of someone who had just told him something useful and was waiting to see how he processed the generosity. Thank you, he said. I'd be interested in your observations after the match, she said. The enhancement technique's expression changes under sustained pressure. You seem like someone who notices things. He thought about the specific, careful quality of this conversation. She was offering information in exchange for information, professionally, without making it feel like an interrogation. A very different approach from Duan Chifeng's patient pressure. I notice things, he said. I thought so, she said, and went back to her primary observation position. He thought about what she had said as he prepared for the second round. Extended physical contact with the prize fighter would create a chi density interference that could potentially reveal the dimension's signature through the resonance connection. He had already identified this risk from Oshin's structural analysis. Staying at range was the right answer for multiple reasons. The second round began. Chapter 50. The prize fighter's name was Kong Jiren, and he fought with the specific confidence of someone who had won 43 consecutive tournament matches and had stopped expecting anything unexpected. Wei Cangming was something unexpected. The distance control strategy worked for the first minute. Kong pursued the ring aggressively, using his significantly higher chi output to create pressure that should have forced a closer engagement. Wei controlled his position with the Dead River Fist's range management, maintaining specific angles, denying Kang's preferred approach vectors, forcing him to commit attacks from suboptimal positions where the force applications were less effective at extreme range. The crowd was quiet in the way of crowds watching something that doesn't understand what it's watching. Kong shifted tactics. He stopped pursuing and instead saturated the ring's chi field with his enhancement technique's output, a general increase in ambient chi density that would normally benefit the higher-rank cultivator and create disadvantage for anyone using internal-only methods. Wei felt it immediately. The increased ambient density was actually compatible with the Dead River Fist's philosophy, not hostile to it. The technique was designed for zero-density environments precisely because it could function across the full range from zero to high density with equal efficiency. Kong had inadvertently created conditions that equalized their advantage differential. He moved. The transition from distance control to direct engagement used the Dead River Fist's outer 3 forms in sequence. The flag form that Salin had warned him about was Form 6, and he stopped before reaching it. He stopped at Form 5, which was the commitment form, the one that reached the conclusion of the engagement before close-range contact became necessary. The move ended the match. Kong went down in the clean, specific way of someone who had been engaged with superior technique at the moment of maximum vulnerability and didn't quite understand how it had happened. Wei Cangming stood in the middle of the ring in the silence that follows the end of an unexpected outcome. The crowd response was muted. His style still hadn't been impressive in the visible chi effects way that tournament crowds responded to, but it had been decisive in a way that was hard to dismiss. From across the grounds, he felt Solin watching. He didn't look at her. He went back to the waiting area and found Shun Bao's tether sense impression. The general had been monitoring through the anchor connection and felt something in it that might have been professional satisfaction. The semi-final round was scheduled for the following day. His opponent, a soul-kindled rank cultivator from a distant city. A different rank tier entirely. A genuinely superior opponent. He had one night to prepare. And in the crowd, Solin closed her documentation notebook with a notation. Independent cultivator Wei Cangming uses movement geometry consistent with pre-classical pattern markers. Specifically, form sequence at match conclusion matches mid-Empire era recovery cultivation period. Not currently documented lineage. Recommend observation. She filed the observation and went back to watching the prize fighter. Chapter 51. Soul kindled against marrow tempered. The night before the semi-final, Wei Cangming sat in Linghai and studied the memory stone buffer. He had been absorbing controlled impressions at a rate of approximately 2 per week, working through the buffer's queue systematically. The accumulated fragments from the uncontrolled bleed-throughs were still processing, still producing the occasional unexpected behavioral overlay, but more manageable than they'd been in the first weeks. He had, stored in the buffer and not yet absorbed, something Ashen had flagged. A partial technique stone from a mid-tier combat practitioner who had specialized in fighting higher-rank opponents. The stone's preview indicated a technique called the resonance debt strike, a method for storing the chi patterns of an opponent's attacks and returning them in amplified form. He had been delaying this absorption because partial techniques were problematic. They provided enough information to attempt application, but not enough for full proficiency, creating instability in combat situations. But tomorrow's opponent was soul-kindled. He was marrow-tempered. The rank gap was significant. He absorbed the first 3 forms of the resonance debt strike. The impression came in cleanly. The practitioner's delivery was organized, a teacher's stone rather than a personal memory, and the 3 forms integrated into his cultivation structure without the disorientation of the emotional imprint stones. Technical knowledge transferred differently from personal memory, he'd learned. Less vivid, more structurally permanent. The 3 forms gave him the receiving structure, storing incoming chi patterns in a secondary cultivation matrix during the first form, the compression structure, amplifying the stored pattern during the second form, and the initial return structure, releasing the amplified pattern with an additional force coefficient during the third form. The stone's preview had indicated 5 forms total. The 4th and 5th were present but inaccessible, marked as requiring cultivation rank above marrow-tempered for structural compatibility. 3 forms. Against a soul-kindled opponent who would have significantly higher chi output. He worked through the 3 forms in a practice session with Shun Bao, who watched, noted the technique's design logic, and confirmed. It's a specifically intellectual technique. The opponent's strength becomes your resource. Against someone relying on pure power, it's elegant. A pause. Against a sophisticated opponent who understands what you're doing, it fails after the first use. 1 use is enough if the timing is right, Wei said. Yes, Shin agreed. That night, Liang Wuhuan appeared at the tournament grounds. Wei hadn't told him about the tournament. Liang had apparently found out through his own monitoring of Wei's activities, which suggested a level of ongoing observation Wei had underestimated. He arrived at the grounds in the evening, looking at the preparation activity, and found Wei at the edge. You fight tomorrow, Liang said. Yes. Against soul-kindled rank. Yes. Liang looked at him. You've been doing this for almost a year, he said. Managing a dead world's revival, legal battles with the sect, and now you're fighting in a tournament against a cultivator several ranks above you. The tournament is obligatory, Wei said. I know. Liang paused. The technique your young student used in her match. The defensive array. He paused. My grandmother's grandmother knew that form. She used to hum it while she worked. I thought it was a folk song she made up. Wei sat with this for a moment. Your family carried more than a compass, he said. Yes, Liang said. We carried a lot of things without knowing what they were. He paused. I came to tell you something. The channeling work. You said my bloodline resonance with the deep circuit is stronger than yours. Significantly. Then I'll help. He said it simply, the way he said most things. Not because the revival doctrine requires it. Because that technique my grandmother hummed was worth preserving. And there are more of those things in there. Wei Cangming looked at him in the evening light. 3 days from now, he said. After the tournament. Liang nodded. He left without another word. Wei went back to his preparation and thought about a children's folk song that had crossed 3,000 years and 2 generations and arrived on a tournament field in a different world. Chapter 52. The semi-final. The soul-kindled opponent from distant city sect arrived at the ring with the specific self-assurance of someone who had been ranked significantly higher than their current opponent for their entire cultivation career and had developed habits of expectation accordingly. His name was Wei Cangming, and he had the kind of technique display that impressed tournament crowds. Visible chi aura, force manifestation in his strikes, the specific energetic quality of a cultivator who had accumulated significantly more chi than Wei's marrow-tempered cultivation structure held. Wei Cangming controlled distance and observed for the first 2 minutes. The observation yielded. Jin relied on pressure, sustained force output at a level below his peak, designed to force a closing engagement where his superior chi reservoir would dominate. He had a pattern in his pressure maintenance, a rhythmic intensity variation that was probably habitual, and he led with his right side, which suggested either that his left side technique was weaker or that his right was significantly stronger and he defaulted to strength. Wei activated the first form of the resonance debt strike after 1:40 of observation, keeping it internal and invisible, building the receiving structure in his secondary cultivation matrix while absorbing Jin's sustained pressure output. The chi pattern storage took 40 seconds. He compressed during the next 30 seconds, the second form, while adjusting his distance control to look like he was being gradually pushed back. He wasn't being pushed back. He was creating space for the third form's release. Jin, reading the apparent momentum shift as confirmation of his pressure strategy, increased output. Wei released at 3 minutes 20 seconds into the match. The return pattern, amplified by the third form's coefficient, carried approximately twice Jin's own strike force back to Jin at the moment Jin was applying maximum output. Force applied to force at peak extension. The physics of the situation were immediately and dramatically conclusive. Jin went down. The crowd was silent for 2 seconds. Then chaotic. Wei stood in the ring with his hands at his sides and his cultivation structure humming from the 3-form sequence application and thought, I've just publicly demonstrated a technique whose last 3 forms are inaccessible to me and whose first 3 forms are from a dead civilization's combat curriculum. From the stands, Liang Wuhuan, who had stayed to watch, was standing. He was not clapping. He had a very specific expression. Wei couldn't read it from the ring's distance. After the match, making his way back to the waiting area, he found Liang at the perimeter. That technique, Liang said. Yes. My grandmother's grandmother taught her children a counting game, Liang said. The counting game had hand movements. The hand movements were the last 2 forms of the resonance debt strike, Wei said. Liang was quiet. She carried 5 forms of a combat technique in the form of a children's counting game, Wei said. The last 2 forms survived as muscle memory in a hand game that 3 generations of your family played. Liang looked at his hands. I still know the game, he said. Wei's heart did something complicated. Show me, he said. Liang showed him the hand movements, slowly, in the way of someone demonstrating something they'd been doing since childhood without knowing what it was. Wei watched, feeling the resonance debt strike's partial integration in his cultivation structure respond to the pattern, recognizing the 4th form, then the 5th, feeling the completeness snap into place. He was not at the rank to use the 4th and 5th forms. The integration was structural, not operational. But the knowledge was now present, waiting. That's worth more than you know, Wei said. I'm beginning to understand, Liang said. Chapter 53. The 5th form waits. The resonance debt strike's 4th and 5th forms were now structurally integrated in Wei Cangming's cultivation matrix, but flagged as operationally inaccessible. The technique's design required a cultivation structure capable of handling the amplification cascade at full depth, which his marrow-tempered formation couldn't provide without risk of meridian damage. He brought this to Shun Bao's attention. Shin ran through the technical requirements. Soul-kindled threshold, he said. The 4th form's compression stage exceeds marrow-tempered secondary matrix capacity if you run it at full depth. At partial depth, the technique works, but the coefficient drops below useful range. He paused. The 5th form requires law-touched minimum. Then I wait. You wait, Shin confirmed. But the integration is in place. When you advance, the operational capacity will activate. He looked at Wei. The 5th form requires a living teacher holding the pattern, which the stone reference indicated. That living teacher was Liang's family line. He gave me the 5th form without knowing he was doing it. Yes. Shin paused. His family carried cultivation knowledge for 3,000 years in folk games and folk songs and folk art. It's remarkable. Another pause. It's also a demonstration of what the refugee families were, not just survivors, but carriers. They preserved what they could in forms that wouldn't attract attention. Wei thought about this. The 12 Wakeable were one preservation strategy, he said. The refugee families were another. Yes, Shin said. Different strategies for the same goal. He paused. The chief engineer knew. The blueprints for the one who finds us wasn't just addressed to you. It was addressed to everyone who would carry Linghai forward, including Liang. Wei sat with this for a long time. Meanwhile, in the real world, Prefect Solin had filed her observation report. The filing included the specific notation about pre-classical movement geometry and a recommendation for continued observation. Chai Mingji obtained a copy through his administrative contacts within 48 hours. He sent it to Wei with a brief note. Asterisk, she noticed. The language is mild. Recommend engagement rather than avoidance. Asterisk, Wei read the report. He read Solin's phrasing carefully. Consistent with pre-classical pattern markers, not currently documented lineage, recommend observation, and thought about what Ashin had said about disguise. There is no way to hide the technique's origins from someone this precise. The solution is not better disguise, but better positioning. Make her too useful to you to be a threat. He arranged to cross paths with her at the tournament's final day, which he was attending to observe the finals even though he had lost in the semifinal. The loss had been close. He'd been pushed on points rather than defeated, and the performance had demonstrated enough to satisfy the tournament's licensing requirement. Their conversation was the most direct he'd had with any official outside his immediate circle. Your report, he said. The pre-classical notation. She looked at him without visible surprise that he'd read it. Your documentation contact is efficient, she said. My technique's lineage is unusual, he said. I'm aware that it reads as pre-classical. That's because its origins are genuinely unusual. The revival doctrine filing, she said. You're reviving an ancient dead world. Yes. The technique comes from there. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. The quiet of someone who had just had a thing confirmed that she'd known for weeks and was processing the official confirmation. That makes your documentation technically fraudulent, she said. The Clearwater lineage isn't real. The technique is real, he said. The lineage documentation is, he paused. An approximation. An approximation, she repeated. What would you have done, he asked. In the first 6 months, before the revival doctrine was applicable, before the silencing shell was active, before I had any legal standing, what would you recommend I have said on the cultivation census documentation? She looked at him for a long time. I would have said independent development, she said. Which is true. You independently developed it. I was advised against that by people who know how the investigation would have been handled. She nodded. Elder Duan would have made that very difficult. She paused. I'm not Elder Duan. No, he said. You're not. Another pause. If what you're protecting is worth protecting, she said, which was the same thing she'd said to him after the tournament round. The phrase she'd repeated with quiet consistency. I need to know what it is. Eventually. Eventually is close, he said. She looked at him. How close? When the stewardship review is complete and the legal position is stable, he said. Then I'll show you. She processed this. She looked at his hands, the aged hands, the specific cost of a year of revival work, and something in her expression was more than professional assessment. I'll hold the observation recommendation at the current level, she said. Not escalating. Not diminishing. Thank you, he said. The observation recommendation is honest, she said. You do use pre-classical techniques. What I'm giving you is time to make the legal position clear before the honest observation becomes a problem. He understood that she was offering him exactly the thing she'd offered, professional honesty plus personal judgment about what to do with honest information. Not compromise. More nuanced than compromise. I understand, he said. She went back to her documentation work. Wei Cangming went back to managing a dead world and thought about the specific value of people who were excellent at their jobs and also possessed genuine judgment. Chapter 54. What Ashin said about disguise. The most useful piece of strategic advice Wei Cangming had received in the past year was Ashin's observation that the solution to being seen clearly was not better disguise. He thought about this often, particularly in the weeks after the tournament, when the observation reports from Solin and the renewed investigation energy from Duan were both present and the temptation to improve his concealment was strong. Ashin's advice had been, make her too useful to you to be a threat. This applied to Solin. It did not apply to Duan, who was a different problem. Duan was an institutional official whose relationship with Wei was defined by his institutional role. He couldn't be made personally useful. He could only be managed through the institutional mechanisms that constrained him. But Solin was operating with personal judgment alongside her institutional role. That was different. Wei began sharing information with her, controlled, selected, but genuine. He told her about the recovery doctrine's mechanism in enough technical detail that she could understand why the pulse signature 3 days prior was a revival effect rather than a threat. He told her about the silencing shell's function without revealing its designer. He told her about the memory stones in language that was accurate without being complete. She listened, noted things, asked clarifying questions that showed she was absorbing rather than just cataloging. The pre-classical techniques, she said, in their third information exchange. They're still in use. Still being developed. I'm still learning them, he said. The revival produces new stones. Each stone is a different practitioner's knowledge set. The accumulation is unusual. You're carrying the cultivation knowledge of a dead civilization, she said. Parts of it. Growing. She looked at his hands. The aging is the price. He said. It's stabilizing. The world's energy generation is partially compensating now. She noted this. The compound your medical practitioner has been developing. The soul stitch grass base. He looked at her. You've been tracking that too. I'm very thorough, she said, without apology. The botanical sample documentation from the revival doctrine filing had enough detail for a specialist to identify the cultivation environment conditions. She paused. It's also a legally important element. If the botanical evidence supports the revival doctrine's classification of a living world rather than a dead world, your legal standing improves significantly. He thought about this. You're doing legal strategy work. I'm doing my job, she said. My job is determining what the law says about complex situations. The revival doctrine is an untested provision. This case will test it. The way it gets tested determines how cultivation law handles the next person who finds a dead world. She paused. There will be a next person. Eventually. Yes, he said. I'd like the precedent to be good law rather than bad law, she said. Wei Cangming sat with this for a moment. He thought about Rou Xiangtian finding the revival doctrine's grandfather clause through careful research. He thought about laws made for the wrong people. He thought about what Xin Baoli had said about the laws existing to protect the established powers. So would I, he said. Then we should probably share more information, she said, and develop a documentation strategy that makes the legal precedent as strong as possible. He was building an alliance with a sovereign code compliance prefect. He was not entirely certain when this had happened, but it had happened, and Ashen had predicted it. He went back to Linghai that evening and told Ashen about the conversation. Ashen said, yes, that is the correct approach. Chapter 55. The second time in Linghai Liang Wuhuan's second proper visit to Linghai lasted 3 days. The first visit had been emotionally significant and practically limited. He had stood in the grass and felt the circuit's recognition and made a decision about the world key. The second visit was working time, and working time with Liang and Linghai was a revelation. The bloodline resonance was exactly what Ashen had estimated. When Liang placed his hands on the primary circuit and focused, the vein walls received energy at twice the standard efficiency, and the deep circuit, which had been inaccessible to Wei's non-bloodline channeling, opened in ways that Ashen's calculations showed as 3 times the standard frontier advancement rate. They spent the first day working the circuit together. Wei channeling through the primary network with his standard approach, Liang channeling through the deep circuit simultaneously with his bloodline approach. The combined output was more than additive. The 2 channeling styles produced a resonance effect that the circuit propagated further than either alone would have reached. By the end of the first day, the primary circuit had advanced from 42% to 46% in 1 day. Their previous best had been 2% in a week. Liang was quiet for a long time after the session ended. Then, I understand why they voted to die. Wei looked at him. I didn't before, Liang said. My family grew up knowing they were abandoned. That the people they loved chose to die without asking for help. It felt like rejection, like we weren't worth surviving for. Yes, Wei said. But walking through what they built, the vein network, the memory stones, the vault, the 12 wakeable list. It's not the work of people who didn't love us. He paused. It's the work of people who loved us so much they built a future they would never see, specifically for us to come back to. Xin Baoli, who had been present but quiet, said, we should have asked you. That is true. The vote should have included the refugee families as a constituency. It didn't, and that was wrong. But the people who voted were also real, and they were also frightened, and they were also doing what they believed was right. Liang looked at him. I know, he said. I know that now. He paused. I still grieve. Yes, Xin said. So do I. On the second day, Liang worked the circuit again, and Qianrui showed him the clinic, and the two walked through the ruins of the district she had identified as the medical quarter, where her ward had been, where the patients she hadn't been able to save had been, where she had put children into hibernation pods herself in the last minutes before the collapse. Wei gave them space. He spent that afternoon at the vault entrance, pressing his hands against the stone and feeling the array's faint response, thinking about the weapon inside and the target specification that required soul thread integration to access. Thinking about the timeline. How long before the Void Harvesters moved from assessment to action? How long before Duan found the level of evidence that the stewardship stay couldn't manage? How long before the revival's acceleration produced a signature the silencing shell couldn't suppress? Every problem had a timeline. The question was which would arrive first. On the third day, Liang sat at the edge of the southeastern district and looked at the ruins beyond the revival frontier. The dead gray zones, the collapsed buildings, the absence. It's so much larger than I thought, he said. Province-sized, Wei said. And all of this, he gestured at the living district behind them. This is 4%. 46% now, Wei said. Liang turned. Of what? Of the primary circuit's revival capacity. The percentage doesn't map directly to geographic area. The circuit doesn't revive evenly. It follows the vein network structure, but approximately. He paused. You've advanced the rate significantly. Liang looked at his hands. It doesn't feel like enough. It's more than anything else we've done, Wei said. Combined, in 3 days, you contributed more revival energy than I contributed alone in the first 3 months. Liang was quiet for a moment. Then I'll come back, he said. Yes, Wei said. I'd like that. On the evening of the third day, the deteriorating wakeable situation reached critical. Ashen reported that the most recently revived district's natural acceleration had reached the preservation matrix of one of the remaining deteriorating wakables, the young man from the engineer's record, and the matrix was failing. Not in hours, but in a day. Wei spent the night waking him. His name was Kor. He was 19, and he woke with the specific panic of someone who had been holding something very important and needed to finish delivering it immediately. And in the first minute of consciousness, he completed a memory that had been fragmented in one of Wei's earlier absorption sessions. The chief engineer's apprentice, the person the engineer had entrusted with the second half of the collapse protocol's design specifications. The full picture of Linghai's death assembled itself in Wei's understanding for the first time. They had been fleeing the Void Harvesters, yes. But the Harvesters were not the origin. There was something behind the Harvesters, something that the Harvesters served as a tool for. Something that Linghai had built the vault weapon specifically to destroy. An ascendant cultivator. Ancient. The Undying Throne. And it had been looking for Linghai's weapon for 3,000 years. Wei sat with this for a long time, in the green grass of a revived district, in a dead world coming back to life, while the boy who had carried this knowledge for the length of his hibernation fell asleep in Qian Rui's clinic. The Void Harvester's advanced scouts were still in the region. They were not the main problem. They had never been the main problem. Chapter 56. What Kor carried. Kor slept for 16 hours after his initial waking, which Qian Rui said was normal for hibernation recovery when the waking process had been urgent rather than gradual. When he woke properly, he was quiet for a long time. He was 19, looked 19, carried himself with the specific quality of someone very young who had been given a responsibility much too large and had learned to carry it through the specific discipline of having no other option. He had the engineer's imprint on him in the way of apprentices who had spent formative years with exceptional mentors. Careful, systematic, slightly too serious for his age. He asked Wei Cangming 3 questions before he said anything else. What percentage is the primary circuit? 46%. Have you accessed the vault? Only the archive chamber. The main vault is sealed above my current rank. Has anyone else come? Wei understood the question. The Void Harvesters have scouts in the region. The Dusk Patriarch's organization. Not the Undying Throne's people yet, that I know of. Kor nodded once. He had been cataloging the situation in real time, the way the engineer's apprentice would catalog a project status. Then, my master gave me the second half of his memory. The part he couldn't record to stone in time. He paused. The Linghai collapse, the full context. Tell me, Wei said. Kor told him. The collapse protocol had not been Linghai's first choice. The choice before it had been the vault weapon, the resonance pulse system that Ashen had designed, and that the blueprints described. The weapon had been built, activated once in a test configuration, and verified as effective against the Void Harvester's consumption process. It made Linghai functionally unconsumable. But then the intelligence had changed. The Void Harvesters were a tool, not the original threat. Behind them was the Undying Throne, an ascendant cultivator who had been maintaining hidden influence across 3 cultivation eras, who had funded the Harvester's pursuit of Linghai specifically because Linghai had built something that could destroy an ascendant. The vault weapon, recalibrated from the Harvester Disruption application to the Ascendant Destruction application, could kill the Undying Throne. This was why the collapse had been necessary. Not to deny the Harvesters their meal, to deny the throne the weapon. If Linghai had lived, the throne would have come, not through the Harvesters, but directly, with whatever resources 3,000 years of hidden influence could bring. It would have taken the weapon or destroyed the civilization to prevent the weapon's use. The only way to protect the weapon was to hide it in a dead world that appeared consumed. Linghai had voted to die to hide the one weapon that could kill an immortal. And then, in the space of hiding, they had built everything necessary for a stranger to come and revive the world and retrieve the weapon. Kor said, "My master designed the whole system. Not just the collapse protocol. The 12 wakeable, the archive chamber, the blueprints labeled for the one who finds us. He designed it all around the weapon's eventual use. He knew that whoever found the world would eventually need to use it against the same enemy." He paused. He wanted whoever found it to understand that they were completing a plan, not starting one. Wei Cangming sat with this for a very long time. He was completing a plan, 3,000 years old, designed by people who had trusted a stranger completely. "The weapon's activation threshold," he said finally. 70% primary circuit revival, Kor said. "The weapon requires the world's full circuit engagement to generate the pulse frequency necessary for ascendant-grade disruption." He paused. "But there's a second condition." Wei looked at him. "A living operator. Someone who has channeled enough energy into the world to have their soul thread partially integrated with the core." Kor looked at Wei's hands. "My master's note says, the operator will already know who they are. The integration will have been happening since the beginning." Wei thought about the aging. The cost that had been paid not just as a loss, but as a building a connection to Linghai that was now present in his spiritual structure as a permanent awareness, a sense of the world the way you sense your own body. He was already the operator. He had been becoming the operator since the first day he pressed his hands against the cracked earth. Outside the clinic window, in the gray lightning sky of Linghai's morning cycle, the Void Harvester's advanced scouts were still in the region, still confirming, still reporting back. And somewhere in the calculation of ancient immortal politics, the Undying Throne had not yet received a report that Linghai had been found. But it would. Eventually it would. Wei Cangming stood up. He went to the southeastern district and stood in the green grass and felt the heartbeat below his feet and the world's awareness extending through his soul thread connection and said, "I understand what I signed up for." The world did not answer in words, but the heartbeat was very strong. Chapter 57. Two people in a survey company, the Meridian Survey and Conservation Trust's two representatives, had been in Yinmen town for 3 weeks. In that time, they had filed exactly the right amount of documentation to look like what they claimed to be a legitimate survey organization conducting spatial phenomenon assessment, and had not drawn attention from the regional administration beyond the standard registration paperwork. They had appropriate credentials. They asked appropriate questions through appropriate channels. They were very good at not being noticed. Wei Cangming had been very good at noticing things for 3 years before they arrived. He tracked their movement patterns through Chai Mingji's market contact network and through his own expanded spiritual sense, which Ashen had enhanced with additional range through a cultivation adjustment following the marrow-tempered advancement. He mapped their observation points. They had identified 3 of his 5 anchor locations, which was better than he'd expected but not concerning. The silencing shell suppression was active, and they weren't attempting access, only observation. Their behavior was assessment, not preparation. They were confirming the quality of the target before calling in anyone more significant. Shen Baoli, with 40 years of military intelligence experience, confirmed this reading. "They're running a viability assessment," he said. "They'll report back when they have sufficient data for their principal to make a commitment decision." He paused. "The principal is likely the Dusk Patriarch himself, or a direct subordinate. The Harvesters don't commit senior resources on junior assessment." "How long before they report?" Wei asked. "Unknown. Depends on when they feel they have enough." He paused. "What they're evaluating, the revival's advancement rate, the legal protection's quality, the defensive capability present, and the consumption value calculation. Each of those takes time to assess properly." Prefect Salin, who had been sharing information with Wei through their developing intelligence exchange, noticed the 2 surveyors on the 4th day of their presence in town. She did not know what they were. She knew they weren't what they claimed. Wei found out she'd noticed through the same efficient documentation channel she'd acknowledged earlier. He went to her directly. "The 2 surveyors," he said. "What do you know?" she asked. "They're affiliates of an organization that specializes in consuming collapsed dimensional spaces," he said. "They're assessing my site as a potential target." Solon processed this with the focused efficiency of someone who was used to receiving alarming information and needed to immediately determine the actionable elements. They have legitimate credentials. They're sophisticated, he said. The credentials will hold under standard review. He paused. I don't need them arrested. I need them identified and their principal's identity confirmed. Why identified rather than removed? Because removing their scouts without understanding the organization's response capability tells me nothing useful. And because their removal sends a signal that I'm afraid of them. He paused. I'm not afraid of them. I'm managing the timeline. She looked at him. The revival advancement. Yes. Every week of non-confrontation is another week of advancement. I need the circuit above 60% before they move from assessment to action. And currently, 46%, he said. With the bloodline channeling, approximately 2% per day on days Liang Wuan works with me. A pause. 7 weeks to 60. Solon looked at the documentation she was holding. The surveyors will likely complete their assessment in 2 to 3 weeks, she said. Based on the behavioral pattern you've described. Yes. That's a gap. Yes. He paused. Which is why I need them identified. If I know who reports to whom, I can manage the information their report contains. He didn't say more than that. Solon was smart enough to understand the implication. I can run an identity confirmation through the Sovereign Code's licensing registry, she said. Organization affiliation records are public at the top level. Yes, he said. She did the search. It took 2 days. What it produced was, the Meridian Survey and Conservation Trust was registered under a parent organization that was registered under another organization that was, ultimately, affiliated with a centuries-old cultivation consortium whose activities included World Archive Management and Spiritual Resource Cataloging. The organizational structure is designed for obscurity, Solon said. Yes. The actual affiliation isn't visible from the public records. No. He paused. But the behavioral assessment is enough. I know what they're doing. I know why. I know the timeline. He thought about what Shunbali had said. They'll report when they feel they have enough data. I need to give them specific data that changes their calculation. Solon looked at him. What kind of data? The kind that makes the consumption economics unfavorable, he said. He went back to Linghai and worked with Liang Wuhuan for another 3 days. Chapter 58. What Wei told Prefect Solon their fourth information exchange was the longest. Wei Cangming told Solon about Linghai in enough detail that she could function as a genuine legal advocate rather than a compliance officer working with partial information. He did not tell her about the vault weapon. That was information he was still managing carefully, but he told her about the civilization, the collapse, the 12 Wakeable, the revival methodology, the bloodline resonance element, and the void harvester organizational structure. She listened for an hour. She asked 41 questions. He answered them. At the end, she was quiet for a moment. The revival doctrine, she said. The precedent case. Yes. The void harvester's legal entity, the archive management organization, uses a specific clause in the Sovereign Code to claim jurisdiction over dimensional spaces classified as dead worlds. She was already working through it. If the revival doctrine establishes Linghai as a living world in active revival, the harvester's jurisdictional clause doesn't apply. Yes, he said. The 60% threshold for living world classification. Yes. And the survey team's assessment will reach their principal before you reach 60%. Probably. Then the legal question is whether an ongoing revival doctrine claim with documented advancement constitutes sufficient evidence of active revival to invoke the living world classification before reaching 60%. She paused. That's an interesting legal argument. Novel. Untested. You're making progress on it, he observed. I'm thinking out loud, she said. The documentation matters. The more precisely we document the revival's advancement and the biological evidence, the botanical specimens, the climate formation data, the presence of reconstituted inhabitants, the stronger the living world classification argument. We have extensive documentation, he said. I need it formatted for the Sovereign Code's specific evidentiary standards, she said, which I can help with. She paused. I can also file a precautionary living world classification petition on your behalf. It won't be approved at current revival percentage, but the filing creates a legal record that the question is actively contested. That's useful if the harvester's legal team tries to move before you reach 60%. Wei Cangming looked at her. You're doing strategy work, he said. I told you. I want the precedent to be good law. She paused. Also, I've spent 3 weeks watching 2 surveyors pretend to be something they're not, and I find that professionally irritating. He smiled slightly, the first time in several weeks. Then I'll give you everything Ashen has documented. Ashen, she said. The Dimensions Array Architect. He has been systematically cataloging the revival's advancement since his waking. He paused. He woke from a 3,000-year hibernation and immediately began taking notes. Solon absorbed this. I would like to meet him, she said. Someday, Wei said, when the position is stable. She accepted this with the patience she brought to everything. She went to work on the precautionary petition. Wei Cangming went back to Linghai and told the gray sky, what does a dying world teach a man who finds it? Then, below him, the heartbeat said something back. Not in words. In the specific quality of a world that was starting to remember what it was for. Chapter 59. What grows in the living world? Summer had arrived in Yinmen town, and Linghai was doing something it had not done since its death. It was doing ordinary. The southeastern district and its adjacent zones, now comprising approximately 45% of the dimension's total area, thanks to the combined channeling of Wei and Liang over the past weeks, had developed the specific texture of a place where things happened regularly. Qian Ruoi's clinic operated daily hours. Commander Varen ran structured exercise and cultivation practice for the reconstituted citizens, which numbered now at 7, in the cleared area near the primary circuit's junction point. Ashen cataloged, designed, argued with Shun Baoli about defensive positioning, and cataloged some more. The ghost impressions were everywhere in the revived zones. Not solid, not the full reconstitutions that Shun Baoli and Ashen represented, but present in a way that had increased steadily over the past month. The impressions were becoming clearer, more detailed. The suggestion of a woman hanging laundry in a building courtyard was now specific enough to see the color of the cloth. A child running in the street was distinct enough to read the expression on his face. Liang Wuhuan, on one of his work visits, stopped in the middle of a street to watch a ghost impression walk past him. He stood very still for a long time. They're just living, he said. They're just living their days. Yes, Wei said. These are the people who voted to die. And they're just, he stopped. Just living. The impressions aren't conscious, Wei said. Ashen says they're environmental echoes, the world's memory of what it contained. As the circuit advances, the memory becomes more vivid. But the people themselves will reconstitute, Wei said. When the circuit's energy generation is sufficient to sustain full spiritual reconstitution for the general population. Not just the ones we've woken deliberately. He paused. Eventually, a long time from now, Liang stood in the street where ghost impressions of his ancestors went about their ordinary days, and Wei could see him understanding something that was very large and very personal and required silence to process. Then one of the ghost impressions turned and looked at him. It was a woman, early 30s, the specific age of someone who was in the middle of her life rather than the end or beginning of it. She was not completely solid, but she turned, and she looked at Liang, and she reached toward him. The impression faded before he could react. Liang Wuhuan stood in the middle of the street with his hand half raised toward where she'd been. Wei watched him and said nothing. After a long time, Liang said, "That was my grandmother's grandmother." "How do you know?" "She looked like her." He lowered his hand. "My grandmother kept a drawing. I've known what she looked like my whole life." He was quiet again. "She tried to reach me." The impression was not conscious. Ashen had said so clearly. But the world's memory was vivid enough now that it was expressing specific people, specific moments, the specific texture of individual lives rather than generic presence. Linghai remembered Wuhuan Meijin, and something in that memory had turned toward her descendant. "She carried you 3,000 years, Wei said, in whatever form memory takes." He paused. "She's here." Liang was quiet for a long time. Then he sat down in the street, and Wei sat down next to him, and they both looked at the place where the impression had been, and the gray sky was the lightest it had ever been, and the heartbeat below them was steady. 3 days later, Liang Wuhuan came to Wei with his world key. He placed it in Wei's hands. "Keep this," he said. "I was going to use it. Now I want you to keep it so I can't." Wei accepted it. Chapter 60. What was always coming? The two surveyors disappeared overnight. Chai Mingji reported their absence on a Tuesday morning. They checked out of their accommodations, paid their accounts, and left no forwarding information. Standard departure for someone who had completed their assignment and had no reason to maintain a local presence. They had sent their report. Whatever assessment the Meridian Survey and Conservation Trust's principal had required, it was now complete. Solon confirmed the surveyor's departure through her own channels and filed a note in the ongoing case documentation. Void Harvester affiliate observers departed following 3 weeks of site assessment. Principal likely to receive report within days. Recommend precautionary documentation filing. The precautionary Living World classification petition was already prepared. She filed it that afternoon. Wei Cangming stood at the anchor location in the early morning of the day after the surveyor's departure and thought about what the Dust Patriarch would do when the assessment report arrived. Shinbali had described the historical void harvester approach, confirm the target, assess the economics, commit resources proportionate to the return. A world at 48% revival, the current percentage after 3 weeks of joint channeling, was worth less than a world at 30%, but still worth significant resources. The Living World classification petition complicated the jurisdictional picture, but didn't resolve it. They needed 60%, and they needed it before the Patriarch decided to move from assessment to action. Timeline, he said to Shun. Unknown. The assessment report will take days to reach the principal. The principal's decision will take time to act on. Resources need to be repositioned. Shun paused. 4 to 8 weeks before any significant action. Possibly longer if the legal complications give them pause. We can reach 60% in 5 weeks with Liang's help. Yes. Then we work. They worked. The primary circuit advancement with Wei and Liang channeling simultaneously reached the rate of approximately 2 to 2.5% per day on working days. Not every day was a working day. Wei's physical condition required rest days, and the aging cost of sustained channeling, even with Yu's improved compounds, accumulated in ways that Xianxia managed by enforcing mandatory recovery periods. But the direction was clear. The arithmetic was clear. 60% was 5 weeks away. The silencing shell held. Solin's petition created procedural complexity in the harvester's legal pathway. The revival doctrine's stewardship claim maintained its protection against domestic threats. Duan's formal extent assessment was scheduled for 3 weeks away and was manageable within the legal framework. Wei Cangming had built something that was larger than himself and was now partially running itself, and the weight of carrying it alone had distributed across a team of people who were each excellent at what they contributed, and the world below his feet had a heartbeat that was getting stronger every day. In the Sovereign Code Office, Solin's precautionary petition landed on a senior arbiter's desk. The arbiter, elderly, with 40 years of unusual case experience, read it carefully. He made 2 notes in the margin. Then he sent a private message to Wei Cangming through the official correspondence system. The message said, the Patriarch has done this before. He loses the legal case, and then he stops being legal. Wei read it and showed it to Shinbali. Shin read it. An honest warning from an experienced official, he said. Yes, Wei said. He's telling you to expect the harvesters to abandon the legal route when it fails. Yes, Wei said. And you're continuing. Yes, Wei said. What else would I do? Shinbali looked at him with an expression that was more complex than Wei could fully parse. The specific look of a man who had served Linghai his entire life and had voted for its death because it seemed like the only right thing to do, watching someone else make a different choice with equal certainty. Nothing, Shin said. There is nothing else to do. The primary circuit was at 48%. In the dry ocean basin, where the river of Linghai's ancient sea had once moved, the first trickle of water appeared in a previously dry streambed near the revived district's eastern edge. Not much, not enough to notice at first, but water, real water, returning to a world that had been dry for 3,000 years. Wei Cangming crouched by the trickle and put his fingers in it and felt it cold against his aged hands and thought about the craftsman Pen Tu's ordinary contentment and the engineer's anguished trust and the general's cold specific love and the apothecary who had followed him because she found his case medically interesting and a girl who had blackmailed him into teaching her and a man who had arrived to seal a world and stayed to help rebuild it. He thought about all of these things, and he thought about 60% and the vault and the weapon and the undying throne that was somewhere in the world not yet knowing that Linghai had been found and was coming back. And he put his hands in the returning water and felt the heartbeat below the earth and said, "What does a dying world teach a man who finds it?" The water moved over his fingers. That when you stop dying, he said, to no one and to everyone, you remember what you were for. Across the continent, the Dust Patriarch received the assessment report and read it twice and looked at the coordinates and looked at the revival percentage and looked at the legal documentation the advanced scouts had photographed. He looked at the coordinates for a long time. Then he began traveling toward them himself, not to consume, for reasons he was not yet able to articulate even to himself. He had never seen a revival this far advanced. In 60 years of consuming dead worlds, he had never seen one that was coming back. He wanted to understand, before it ended, what had made this one different. He did not know if it was going to end. That uncertainty was new. Chapter 61. The cost of soul kindled the ley line junction at the heart of the Eastern District had been dormant for 6 months. Wei Cangming had mapped it early, a deep structural nexus where 3 major spiritual veins converged in a triple helix formation that Ashen described as architecturally elegant and practically irreplaceable. It was also completely inert. The three veins fed into the junction from opposite directions, creating a cancellation pattern that neutralized each other's energy flow. Reviving it required simultaneously flooding all three input veins with calibrated qi, while a fourth stabilizing force held the junction's geometric center. The equivalent, Ashen said, of threading a needle while the needle was also on fire. Wei had been building toward it for 3 weeks, mapping the vein angles, working out the circulation sequence, running mental models of the channeling rhythm with Shun Baoli until the older general said, flatly, "You've thought about this enough. Do it or stop thinking about it." He began at sundown. The first hour was technical, establishing the initial flow through vein 1, the westernmost input, which accepted his qi most readily. It had been partially revived as a secondary circuit 3 months ago and still retained some residual warmth. Vein 2 required more coaxing. It ran deep, below the foundational layer, and the approach angle demanded he bend his cultivation structure into a configuration that Shun's training allowed him to sustain for approximately 40 minutes before the strain became prohibitive. He did not stop at 40 minutes. He held the configuration for 2 hours. Vein 3 came online just after midnight. The moment its energy joined the flow, something changed in the quality of the space around the junction. A hum that wasn't audible so much as felt in the chest, in the marrow, in the back of the eyes. Ashen, monitoring from his survey post on the district's northern edge, transmitted through the anchor. "Junction is responding. Hold the geometric center." Wei held it. What happened next was not planned, which was the only reason it worked. When all three veins reached sufficient flow density, the junction's own structural memory, the geometry encoded in Linghai's original construction, activated. It did not simply accept the energy. It organized it, drew it inward along spiral paths that Wei had not mapped because they had not been visible until this moment. Ancient pathways cut directly through the world's bone, carrying the revival energy down and inward toward the world's core in a concentrated column. And the core responded. Wei Cangming felt it as a wave moving up through his feet, through the floor of reality itself, a sympathetic resonance between what he was channeling outward and what the world's core was generating inward. For 3 seconds, the flows merged. For 3 seconds, the boundary between his cultivation structure and Linghai's spiritual geography was not perfectly clear. When the wave passed, he was on his knees. He did not remember going down. "Wei Cangming." Ashen's voice through the anchor was precise and urgent. "Report your status." He became aware of several things sequentially. His hands on the ground. The grass under his palms. Real grass, Linghai grass. Damp with midnight moisture that should not have existed 3 weeks ago. The junction above him, blazing with restored light. 3 veins pouring into it in perfect, synchronized rotation. The world around him, perceptibly more alive than it had been an hour ago. And his cultivation structure, which had rearranged itself without asking permission. The architecture of a soul-kindled cultivator was fundamentally different from marrow-tempered, not just more capable, but differently shaped, with the spiritual body's interior organization shifting from a network of linked nodes to something more like a single unified field. He had read descriptions of it in the memory stone fragments. He had thought he understood. He had not understood. "Junction is stable," he said, and his voice came out roughly. I advanced. Silence from the anchor. Then Ashen, confirmed. Soul-kindled signatures present. Irregular advancement pathway. Junction sympathetic response, not standard channeling compression. A pause that had something clinical in it. Inspect your reflection when you return to the anchor point. He found a still pool in the revived district. The groundwater table had risen as the eastern veins came online, creating several small reservoirs between the stone foundations, and looked at himself. The man looking back was somewhere in his mid-40s. Not the soft middle age of a sedentary life, but the weathered 45 of someone who had spent decades in outdoor labor and hard conditions. Lines around the eyes that he recognized had not been there yesterday. The slight slackening at the jaw and neck that came with the body's tissues beginning their long argument against gravity. He had aged approximately 12 years in a night. The soul-kindled advancement was real and significant. The marrow-tempered cultivation limit had been a ceiling he had been pressing against for weeks, and crossing it opened technique access and spiritual perception capabilities that would matter enormously in the coming months. But the cost had come out of him all at once, compressed by the sympathetic resonance into a single brutal accounting. He touched the reflection's face. The reflection touched back. "The aging regimen will need adjustment," he said, to no one in particular. "Yes," said Yu Fengling's voice from behind him, and he turned to find her standing at the district's edge, her medical kit slung over one shoulder, and her expression carrying the particular quality it got when she had been monitoring his vitals remotely and had seen something that moved her from concerned to actively alarmed. She had set up a monitoring anchor 2 months ago, at her own initiative, calibrated to his cultivation frequency. She could read his basic physiological markers from her home laboratory in the real world. The advancement and its associated aging cost had apparently been sufficient to wake her at whatever hour this was. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "About 20 minutes. I came through when the cultivation spike showed on my instruments." She looked at him with professional assessment, not panic. Soul kindled. "Yes. 12 years, approximately. That was my estimate as well." She set down the kit and opened it without ceremony. "Sit down. I need to check the structural response." He sat. She worked. The Eastern District hummed around them with the quiet aliveness of a neighborhood that had finally, after 3,000 years, been allowed to breathe again. After 20 minutes, she sat back and looked at him directly. "Show me," she said. "The examination is not the examination. Show me what you're doing. The full scope. Whatever you're hiding, whatever this is. I have been developing cultivation compounds for you for 6 months, and I have been treating the results of something I have never been allowed to see." Her voice did not rise. It was the worse for not rising. It had the quality of something that had decided. "I have followed your one true thing a week exchange, and I have not pushed. I am pushing now. Show me." Wei Cangming looked at her across the ghost light of a revived ley line junction, in the middle of a dead world that was learning to be alive again, and thought about what Ashen had said about better positioning. He thought about what Xin Bali said about what trust cost. "All right," he said. "Come with me." He led her to the anchor point and into Linghai. Chapter 62. Yu Fengling enters the world. The transition through the anchor was not a dramatic event. A step, a brief sensation of crossing a threshold, and then, Linghai. Yu Fengling stopped moving. She stood just inside the anchor threshold for approximately 90 seconds, which was how long it took her to process enough of her immediate sensory input to begin applying the methods she used to process everything: systematic observation, documentation, and then questions. After 90 seconds, she produced a notebook from her coat pocket. Wei Cangming watched her begin to write, and felt something he hadn't fully anticipated. The specific vulnerability of showing someone something you had built, something that had cost you more than you originally planned, and waiting to see what they thought of it. The revived district they had entered was the northwestern quarter of what Ashen identified as Linghai's old artisan neighborhood. The reconstruction was not uniform. There were whole blocks still in ruin, foundations cleared of debris, but the structures not yet rebuilt, while adjacent streets were almost intact, the building's original stonework preserved so cleanly that you could mistake it for recent construction. The difference, Ashen had explained, was the ley line density. Higher density areas revived first and most thoroughly. There were plants. Not cultivated plants, not garden specimens, but city plants, the kind that grow through cracks in stones, along the bases of walls, in the gutters where organic matter accumulates. Small and tenacious. But also, in the intersections where the ley line density peaked, something more. Stands of what Ashen called spiritual grass, a Linghai agricultural variety that predated the civilization's collapse by centuries, growing with a density and color saturation that had no analog in the real world's botanical catalog. There were ghost impressions. 3 were visible from where they stood, 2 moving along a wall toward what had been, presumably, a market, and 1 crouched in the center of the street working at something with their hands that left no mark on the ground. They were not fully solid. Somewhere between translucent and present, like images printed on glass held up against a bright background. There was sound. Not much. Whined through the rebuilt sections, the specific hum of active ley lines that Wei had long since stopped consciously noticing, but present in a way that a truly dead space never permitted. "You wrote for 3 minutes without looking up. This is a surviving world space," she said. "Yes. The remnant of a cultivation civilization that collapsed approximately 3,000 years ago. The spatial crack in my registered scavenging site is the natural anchor point. You have been reviving it. Since I found it." She looked up from the notebook. Something moved across her expression that was not quite any single emotion, but contained several operating simultaneously. The aging cost. The revival requires channeling qi outward into the dead veins. The cost is vitality, paid in accelerated aging. I have a suppression regimen. My suppression regimen, she said, with a precision that was not accusatory but was very accurate. Yes. She went back to writing. He let her. Xin Bali found them first, or appeared, precisely, at the edge of the artisan district's main thoroughfare with the quality of a man who had been waiting for them to arrive and had decided not to hurry. He looked at Wei, looked at you, and said, "The doctor." "The general," Wei said. Xin Bali, Linghai's last senior military commander. Reconstituted approximately 4 months ago. You looked at Shun Baoli with the specific expression of someone whose working model had just been revised upward in a single jump. She wrote something. You are physically reconstituted. Not a ghost impression. Fully corporeal, Shun said, with the mild tone of a man who had accepted his own resurrection as a procedural matter. The revival process has progressed sufficiently. 3 of us have achieved full physical reconstitution. The others are in varying states. The others being citizens of Linghai. There are 12 fully wakeable individuals, of whom 3 are now physically present. Additionally, the ghost impressions you see represent the partial reconstitution of the broader population. Their full recovery is ongoing and depends on the revival's continued progress. You wrote something else. The notebook was filling quickly. Ashin emerged from the mapping station in the next block and took in the situation with the expression of someone who had already adjusted to the strange and was now primarily interested in what use the stranger might be put to. He looked at you the way he looked at anything with potential technical application. You develop cultivation compounds, he said, without preamble. Yes, you said. Then you have practical botany knowledge. Graduate-level coursework and 12 years of applied research. Ashin's expression sharpened. The spiritual grass in Quadrant 7 is exhibiting a secondary terpene profile I cannot account for in the original breeding records. The molecular pathway it should be using to produce that compound was interrupted when the biology was interrupted. The records say it should not be possible. The plants are doing it anyway. Can you tell me why? You looked at the spiritual grass, then at Ashin, then back at Wei. Then she started asking questions. The 16 questions occupied approximately 40 minutes. She asked them in the rapid, sequential style of someone who had been saving them up and was now letting them out in the order they had been prioritized, which did not correspond to any visible organizational principle from the outside, but which evidently made perfect sense internally. Ashin answered 13 of them in full, partially answered 2, and on the 16th said, "That is not answerable with current information. I need samples. I have equipment in the real world," you said. "I anticipated that," Ashin said. "I have prepared a collection protocol. We will need your analysis capabilities in exchange for access to the specimen archive." They negotiated for 11 minutes. Wei Cangming watched a 3,000-year-old scholar of a dead civilization reach a working arrangement with a present-day pharmaceutical researcher in under a quarter of an hour, and thought that Ashin, whatever his personality flaws, had always understood how to identify what he needed and how to get it. You stayed for 2 days. She moved through every accessible section of the revived districts with her notebook and her specimens and her questions. She sat with Qian Ruoyi, Linghai's healer, for 4 hours and emerged with what she described as the most sophisticated traditional medical knowledge I have encountered in my career, presented by someone who believes it is foundational and not advanced. She spoke with Shun Baoli about cultivation physiology in the context of military service and came away thoughtful in a way that did not immediately resolve into words. She watched 3 ghost impressions complete and dissolve into the background and wrote about it with clinical precision and then sat quietly for a while. On the morning of the 2nd day, she found Wei in the Eastern District's revived garden and sat down beside him. "This is the most important place on the continent," she said. She said it with the quiet certainty of someone who had been working toward the statement for 48 hours and had finally reached the point where it was simply true. I don't know how to say that in a way that conveys the scale of what I mean. The knowledge here, the biology, the cultivation theory, there is nothing comparable anywhere. If this were fully revived and accessible, it would change the direction of cultivation research for the next 5 centuries. That is approximately what I have been managing toward, Wei said. She looked at him. How are you not more frightened? He thought about this. There was a period early on when I was primarily frightened, but the work required too much attention for the fear to stay dominant. Eventually, it became something else. What? Responsibility, which is uncomfortable but different from fear. She was quiet for a while. Then, the aging suppression compound needs to be revised. What I have been treating as a vitality drain is not that. She looked at him with the focused precision that meant she had been working on this for the past day and a half and had reached a conclusion she did not entirely like. The aging pattern in the advancement data, it is not standard vitality expenditure. The cellular degradation profile is different. It looks like what happens when someone overuses high-resonance spiritual techniques without adequate recovery periods. She paused. It looks like soul thread depletion. Wei Cangming sat with this. What does that mean in practical terms? He asked. It means my current compound is addressing the wrong mechanism, she said, which means it has been partially effective at best. And it means the correct treatment requires information I do not have about Linghai's medical protocols. She paused. I need to talk to Qian Ruoyi. Chapter 63. Soul Thread Depletion. Xianruoyi recognized the term immediately. They were in Linghai's medical district, which had partially revived 2 months ago, and which the healer had been quietly converting back into a functional healing facility with the resources available. 3 examination rooms. A processing area for the pharmaceutical compounds that the revived botanical samples were now supplying in limited quantity. A records annex that still had most of its original stone shelving intact, though the shelved items were gone, destroyed or removed before the collapse. Xianruoyi sat across from Yu Fengling at the central table with the specific expression of someone who had found a colleague after a long absence. She was a middle-aged woman who projected a quality of steadiness that had nothing to do with the absence of feeling. She had been feeling things very acutely since her reconstitution, and the grief of learning that everyone she'd put into hibernation pods had died was visible in her in ways she did not attempt to conceal. But she was also, quite simply, a very good doctor. She had that quality that good doctors develop, of treating the problem in front of her as requiring her full competence regardless of what else was happening. Soul thread depletion in the context you're describing, she said, occurs when the practitioner's spiritual body expends energy through a mechanism that the standard cultivation structure was not designed to sustain repeatedly. Normally, chi use in cultivation or combat draws on the body's spiritual reserves, which replenish during rest. But certain techniques, high-resonance applications, world-scale spiritual work, sustained channeling of the type used in reconstruction protocols, draw directly from the soul thread itself. The thread does not replenish in the same way. Yu Fengling was writing. Progressive. Yes. With each significant expenditure, there is a small residual deficit. Individually, each deficit is negligible. Accumulated over months of sustained use, the thread begins to lose structural coherence. The symptoms present as accelerated aging because the soul thread's coherence partially determines cellular repair efficiency. As it degrades, the body's self-maintenance capability drops. She paused. In severe cases, the thread fractures. At that point, recovery is not possible through ordinary means. What stage is Wei Cangming currently at? I would need to examine him directly. But from what you have described of his aging pattern and rate, moderate thread degradation, consistent with approximately 8 months of sustained world-scale channeling without appropriate recovery. Not yet critical, but the trajectory is concerning. Wei Cangming, who was present and listening to this description of his own medical condition with the focused calm of someone who had already decided not to panic about things they could not retroactively prevent, said, "What is the treatment?" Xianruoyi looked at him. In Linghai, we had a specific cultivation practice, a thread renewal technique developed by the medical school over generations of treating recovery practitioners. It requires extended periods of inward cultivation rather than outward channeling. Rest, essentially, but the specific kind of rest that rebuilds internal structure. We also had a catalyst compound that accelerated the renewal process significantly. The compound, you said. What are the components? Qian described them. You wrote. 3 components were recognizable. Analogues existed in current-era botanical catalogs, accessible though expensive. The 4th component was not recognizable. The name Qian used had no equivalent in current-era pharmaceutical literature. Describe the plant, you said. Qian described it. Wei recognized it before the description was finished. He had seen it. Not in the revived districts, which were the shallow veins, but in the deep basin, below the level of the standard revival work. The plants that grew along the primal ley lines closest to the world's core had a different character than the upper layer specimens. More intense, more ancient. The Deep Basin Botanical Survey Ocean had flagged as priority recovery, not yet accessible 2 months ago. The 4th component grows in the deep veins, he said. Yes, Qian said. In Linghai, we cultivated it in the basin gardens, which were built directly over the major ley line junctions. It does not grow in ordinary conditions. The deep veins are approaching revival threshold, Wei said. Ocean estimated the lower basin would become accessible within a month at current revival rates. Qianruoyi sat back. Then you have a potential treatment. But it requires more revival before it becomes available. Which requires more channeling, you said, with the dry precision of someone completing a logical loop they did not appreciate. Which requires careful management, Wei said. Not stopping. The revival cannot stop. There are people reconstituting who depend on its continuation. But modified approach. The thread renewal practice in the meantime. Qian outlined the practice. You took notes for the revised compound formulation that would partially offset the deficit with current available components. It was not a solution. It was a bridge to the solution that would become available when the deep basin revived. Wei left the medical district and stood in the revived artisan quarter for a while, thinking about the specific quality of a civilization that had built its collapse infrastructure to include the treatment for the condition you would develop from performing the collapse reversal. That level of anticipation either indicated profound empathy for the person who would come after, or a profound understanding of cultivation biology, or both. Probably both. He was still thinking about it when Ashen found him with news that had arrived through the silencing shell's external monitoring array during his 2 days inside Linghai. The 3 major continental powers had issued a joint interest statement in the Revival Doctrine proceeding. The statement, filed with the Sovereign Code Office under the Revival Doctrine's public transparency provision, formally asserted that the Iron Throne Empire, the Merchant Sovereign League, and the Cloud Temple Cultivation Network each held material interest in the nature and disposition of the revived spatial territory registered under Steward Wei Cangming's name. They requested a formal consultation period. The Revival Doctrine's transparency provision required Wei to accommodate consultation requests from recognized continental powers. He could not refuse. He had a week. Ashen, he said. I need Shinbaoli. He anticipated you would, Ashen said. He is already in the strategy room. Chapter 64. 3 visitors, 3 problems. Shinbaoli had arranged the strategy room's furniture to reflect the structure of a 3-front engagement, which was presumably his way of communicating his initial assessment before any discussion began. 3 chairs on one side of the table, 1 on the other. The single chair was Wei's. Tell me what each of them wants before we discuss tactics, Wei said, taking his seat. Shin remained standing, which was how he preferred to think. The Iron Throne Empire wants territory. Their legal tradition holds that recovered spatial dimensions connected to the physical territory of a registered cultivation site inherit the political jurisdiction of the surrounding region. The Empire controls approximately 40% of the regional administrative zone that contains your scavenging site. They believe they have a legitimate argument for direct territorial claim. They do not have a legitimate argument, Wei said. They have a creative argument. The Revival Doctrine's sovereignty provisions were written for a different era, and the territorial inheritance clause they are invoking was not designed to account for spatial dimension recovery. Their legal team is competent. The argument will take time to defeat, which is what it is designed to do. He moved to the second position. The Merchant Sovereign League wants technique access. They have been tracking the Revival Doctrine filing since the joint interest statement, and they know, or strongly suspect, that a civilization with 3,000 years of cultivation development is going to produce technique knowledge with extraordinary commercial value. They want exclusive licensing rights to whatever methods emerge from Linghai. Linghai's methods belong to Linghai's citizens, Wei said. They are offering significant compensation, enough to fund the revival for a decade at maximum resource expenditure. Linghai's methods still belong to Linghai's citizens. Shin's expression carried a trace of something that was not quite approval, but was in its neighborhood. The Cloud Temple Cultivation Network is the most difficult to characterize simply. They have been studying cultivation history for 6 centuries. They have preserved fragments of Linghai's records, incomplete and contradictory, but not nothing. They believe the recovered dimension has theological significance related to a doctrine called the world return theory, which holds that cultivation's worlds do not truly die but exist in waiting states until the correct conditions emerge to restore them. Linghai is, from their perspective, proof of their theological framework. They want access, primarily to the historical records, and secondarily to the opportunity to interact with reconstituted Linghai citizens. The least dangerous want, Wei said. Possibly the most complex, Shin said. The Empire wants something that can be legally denied. The League wants something that can be commercially negotiated. The Temple wants to have been right about something they have believed for 600 years. That is harder to satisfy and impossible to disappoint without creating an enemy. Wei looked at the table. The strategy room had 2 high windows that let in the light of the revived district outside, the particular quality of light that existed in Linghai, slightly warmer than real-world daylight, with a depth that came from the ley line's ambient radiation. He had stopped noticing it months ago. Looking at it now, he understood what the temple's representatives would see when they entered this room, and understood why Shun was right about the theological dimension being complicated. When do they arrive? The Empire representative is already in the region. She arrived before the formal statement was filed, which is either efficient planning or a territorial pressure tactic. Her name is Lady Consul Sarah Van Thor. Shin paused. She met with Liang Wuhuan privately before presenting herself to any official channel. Wei went still. When, 2 days ago, Chai Mingji tracked it. The meeting was brief, under an hour. Van Thor presented something in writing and Liang responded verbally. Chai could not obtain the content. Shin looked at him. I thought you should know before you met with her. Wei thought about Liang Wuhuan, who had spent 3 days sitting with a Linghai elder discussing why the vote to die had been cast, who had given Wei the world key to hold because he did not trust himself with it anymore, who had been, in the past 3 weeks, steadier and more present than at any previous point since their meeting. What did Lady Vanthor want with him, he asked. What do you think? Shen said. He knew what Shen thought. He would find out from Liang directly. The League representative arrived the following morning. A smooth-mannered man in his 40s named Trade Arbiter Hellos Wen, who presented his credentials with the polished efficiency of someone who had conducted negotiations on 4 continents and found that consistent professional manner saved time on all of them. He was pleasant and precise and stated the League's interest with complete transparency, which Wei recognized immediately as a negotiating tactic. When someone tells you exactly what they want, they are creating the impression that they have nothing to conceal, which is not the same as having nothing to conceal. The Cloud Temple's envoy was last, a woman of indeterminate age who introduced herself only as Elder Researcher Thane, and who looked at everything in the room with the specific quality of someone seeing confirmation rather than novelty. She had brought 6 volumes of compiled research that she placed on the table without ceremony and said, "We have been waiting for someone to find this place for 200 years. We would like to understand what you have found." Wei managed all 3 in separate meetings over 2 days, with Shun Baoli in the corridor afterward each time to deliver assessments in the specific, dry military vocabulary he used when he was trying not to say, "I told you this would be complicated." The assessments were accurate. The Empire was maneuvering. The League was calculating. The Temple was genuinely, almost painfully, grateful. None of them left without asking more than they should have. All of them left having received less than they wanted. He was tired when the second day ended. Not the bone-deep cultivation cost tired that he had become accustomed to, but the specific exhaustion of managing 3 simultaneous competing interests while also being the only person in the room who understood what was actually at stake. Chai Mingji met him at the anchor point door. "Liang Wuhuan wants to speak with you," she said. His message said it was urgent. Chapter 65. What changed his mind? Liang Wuhuan was waiting in the small room off the anchor chamber that Wei used as an administrative space in the real world, the closest available meeting room, selected with the specific preference that practical people showed for meeting where they already were rather than traveling to the designated meeting room. He was sitting very still. This was new. In the months of Wei's acquaintance with him, Liang had carried a quality of compressed energy in his body, the tension of someone maintaining a position against pressure, someone who had to hold themselves in a specific shape to avoid movement. The stillness was different. It was not the absence of energy, but the absence of that tension. He looked, Wei thought, like someone who had set something down. "Lady Consul Vanthor," Wei said, sitting across from him. "She met with me 2 days ago," Liang said. He was not preemptively defensive or apologetic, which Wei noted. "Before she made any official contact with your proceedings. She presented an offer in writing and gave me 48 hours to respond." What was the offer? Liang produced the document from his coat and placed it on the table between them. Wei read it. The Empire's legal team was, as Shun had assessed, competent and creative. The document was precise and offered Liang Wuhuan formal recognition as a blood heir to the sovereign territory of Linghai, under the Empire's historical recovery statutes, a legal classification that did not currently exist, but that the Empire was prepared to create and register with the Sovereign Code Office within 30 days. In exchange, Liang would file a competing revival doctrine claim to Linghai, grounded in his bloodline's direct ancestral connection to the territory, and would recognize the Empire's territorial jurisdiction over the recovered dimension as the administering power. The offer was, by the standard measures of such things, extraordinary. Formal noble status, imperial legal protection, resources and recognition that no independent cultivator could match. The bloodline claim was legally valid. Liang's ancestry was real. His connection to Linghai's veins was real, and the revival doctrine did have provisions for ancestral claims that could potentially supersede stewardship claims. "The offer is genuine," Wei said. "Yes," Liang said. "Did you consider it?" Liang looked at him. The look had the quality of someone who had expected the question and had already decided how to answer it. "For about 3 minutes," he said. Wei waited. "I sat with it for 3 minutes," Liang said. "I thought about what it would mean to have formal recognition. To have the Empire's power behind me, instead of standing outside your proceedings arguing for my family's right to be considered." He paused. "For 3 minutes, that seemed like it would be enough. Noble status. Legal vindication. The Empire protecting what my grandmother's people built. What changed your mind?" Liang was quiet for a moment, not hesitating. He knew what he was going to say, but giving it the weight it deserved before he said it. "My grandmother looked at me," he said. Wei sat with this. "Not literally," Liang said. She is not fully reconstituted, not coherent yet. But I have been in the dimension every day since that evening. And when I thought about taking the Empire's offer, I thought about her. The impression of her reaching toward me. And then I thought about what she would see if she reached for me and found me on the Empire's side. He looked at his hands. She survived the collapse, carrying everything her world had made. She raised 3 generations on grief and on the songs of a place she never got to show them. And then the place came back. And the man who could feel it in his blood stood outside it arguing about territory on behalf of people who wanted to own it. You reported it to me immediately, Wei said. I sent Cangming to find you before the 48 hours were up, Liang said. I did not want to wait. Wei nodded once. It was the kind of nodding that meant more than the gesture. The Empire will try again, he said. Probably. But my answer is the same. They sat for a moment in the quiet of the administrative room, with the anchor point hum in the wall behind them. That particular low frequency that Wei had come to associate with Linghai's presence, the world asserting itself into the real like a slow, steady breathing. There is something else, Liang said. He looked up. The League representative, Arbiter Wen. He spoke with me as well, briefly, at the consultation center. Not about a claim. About the Void Harvesters. Wei straightened slightly. He said that the League considers the Harvesters a known commercial entity, Liang said. He did not say it as a threat. He said it as information he thought I should have. That the League has contracted with Harvester Services in the past for resource processing of non-viable spatial holdings. He paused. He said the current Linghai situation was, in his words, complicating an existing service relationship. Wei was quiet for several seconds. The Void Harvesters were not rogue agents acting outside institutional frameworks. They were contractors. Organizations like the Merchant Sovereign League hired them to do precisely what they were preparing to do to Linghai. Consume a dead world's accumulated spiritual energy for resale as commercial cultivation resources. He was telling you, Wei said slowly, that the League has leverage with the Harvesters. Yes, Liang said. I believe he was. I am not sure if it was a warning or an offer. Wei thought about Ashen's advice. Make her too useful to be a threat. He thought about the still voice and the precision of this entire situation. The way every party's interests had been declared openly. The way the League representative had chosen Liang specifically as the recipient of this particular piece of information. The way the Dusk Patriarch's advanced scouts had gone dark and their replacement had not yet arrived. He thought about 3,000 years of Linghai's careful engineering and about the note in the vault, for the one who finds us. Tell me exactly what he said. Wei told Liang. Word for word, what you remember. Liang told him. Wei Cangming listened to all of it and thought about what a dead world had taught a man about the patience required to keep something alive. Chapter 66. The contractor problem. Wei Cangming spent the evening after his conversation with Liang Wuwen in Ashen's mapping station, which was where he went when he needed to think in a space that imposed precision on his thinking. Ashen's mapping station had that quality because Ashen himself had that quality. The station occupied the rebuilt library annex of the Artisan District's administrative building. The walls covered in large-format survey maps of Linghai's leyline geography, marked in Ashen's systematic notation system, updated with colored overlays as each district revived. You could stand in the center of the room and read the current state of the revival across 600 years of infrastructure at a glance. It was the closest thing to a clear picture of the whole problem that existed in one place. Ashen was working on the northeast quadrant when Wei arrived. He continued working while Wei paced and summarized Liang Wuhuan's conversation. When Wei finished, Ashen put down his annotation tool. Contracted, he said. He said it the way someone says a word they have heard before and do not find surprising and do not enjoy hearing confirmed. The Merchant Sovereign League has engaged Void Harvester Services previously, Wei said, for resource processing of non-viable spatial holdings. Those are Wen's words as Liang reported them. Ashen was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had the flat, precise quality that Wei had learned meant he was managing something more than he was expressing. They were contractors then too, he said. Different era, same arrangement. Linghai was not the first civilization they pursued for a patron. We knew that, intellectually, during the period before the collapse. The Harvesters had been engaged against 2 other worlds before they came for us. Both times, the patron was never publicly identified. He looked at the map. The trade networks of that era had significant overlap with the current Merchant Sovereign League's predecessor organizations. We noted it at the time. It did not change our situation. It changes the current situation, Wei said. Attacking the Harvesters is not simply self-defense. It is interfering with a service contract held by one of the 3 continental powers that has just formally asserted interest in Linghai's disposition. Yes. which means if I move against the harvesters militarily, or if the Dusk Patriarch acts against them, the League can potentially claim jurisdictional standing against the action. The legal structure is somewhat more complex than that, Oshin said, but the concern is valid. Commercial service relationships between continental powers and cultivation entities are recognized under sovereign code treaty frameworks. Disrupting a contracted service is treated differently than defensive action against an unaffiliated threat. Wei stared at the northeast quadrant map. The veins there were still mostly dark. The revival was spreading outward from the core districts, and the northeast was at the far edge of the current recovery radius. There were structures marked in those dark zones that he could not yet reach. History that he could not yet read. What was the original patron, he asked. The entity that contracted the harvesters against Linghai 3,000 years ago. Do you know? Oshin paused. We had a theory. We never confirmed it before the collapse vote was cast. The investigative work was abandoned when the decision was made. He looked at Wei with the specific quality of a man who knows that what he is about to say will make an existing problem significantly larger. Our theory was not a commercial entity. It was an individual cultivator, an ascendant, by the classification system of that era. Someone who had achieved a cultivation level that placed them above normal institutional constraints. The commercial entities were intermediaries. The patron's interest was not resources. Our most thorough intelligence suggested the patron wanted something we had built. Wei thought about core. About the engineer's fragmented memory, fully assembled. About the vault weapon's design purpose and the specific enemy it had been designed for. The vault weapon, he said. Oshin looked at him directly. The vault weapon is the only thing Linghai built that would matter to an ascendant cultivator. Yes. Is the ascendant still relevant? 3,000 years is a long time. For standard cultivators, yes, Oshin said. For ascendants, and I mean ascendants in the true sense, not simply those of high rank, but those who have crossed the boundary into self-sustaining spiritual perpetuation, 3,000 years is not long at all. He was quiet for a moment. I do not know if the specific individual survived, but if they did, they are aware that Linghai's revival signature is detectable. They were detecting it before the collapse. If they still exist, they know about the filing. Wei spent another hour in the map room, walking through the implications. When he returned to the real world through the anchor, Chai Mingji was waiting with a note that had arrived at his registered cultivation address. It was from the Cloud Temple's elder researcher Thane. She had one more question, filed through official consultation channels. It read, we hold 73 records from the pre-collapse period that reference Linghai. 61 of these contain the names of cultivation practitioners attached to specific techniques. 12 are fragmented or incomplete. Of our complete records, 3 reference an individual known as the chief engineer of the Deep Basin, who we believe was responsible for the dimension's most significant architectural achievements. We have been trying for 2 centuries to identify who this person was and what they built. Do you have any records that might help? Our interest is purely historical. Wei read the message twice. The Cloud Temple had been tracking the chief engineer, Core's master, the person who built the vault weapon, for 200 years. Independently. For theological historical purposes. He wrote back a careful reply that confirmed he had some records relating to that period and would share what was appropriate through the formal consultation process. Then he went to find Shin Baoli and asked him what a 300-year-old military bureaucracy would do if it suspected a living ascendant was a threat to its existence. Shin Baoli thought about it for a while and said, it would look for allies before it confirmed the threat was real, to avoid fighting alone. Yes, Wei said. That is what I thought as well. Chapter 67. What the temple knows. Elder researcher Thane was staying at the formal cultivation guest house on the town's administrative corridor, which was not the most comfortable accommodation available, but which she had chosen because it was on record, and, she explained when Wei met with her the following morning, she preferred to keep her professional activities in contexts where they could be observed and attested. She was a woman who had clearly spent a great deal of her life in libraries. Not in the sedentary sense, but in the engaged sense. She had the quality of someone for whom proximity to organized knowledge was energizing rather than depleting, and who moved through questions with the specific sustained momentum of someone who had been asking them for decades and had no intention of stopping. The Void Harvesters, she said. After Wei had settled across from her and accepted the tea she produced with the ease of someone who kept portable equipment for this purpose. You are aware that the temple has records of their activity. I suspected, Wei said carefully. We have been tracking cultivation entities that operate on world scale for several centuries, she said. The Void Harvesters are the most significant of these. They are very old. Older, we believe, than most of their current members know. She looked at him. May I share something from our research that is not in the formal consultation materials? Off the record, as a starting point for a more frank conversation. Wei looked at her. She had the quality of someone who had waited a very long time to have this conversation with the right person and was not going to risk it by being indirect. Yes, he said. She opened one of the 6 volumes she had brought to the consultation and placed it open between them. The page showed a reproduction of a historical document in an archaic script that Wei recognized from the memory stone fragments as a variant of Linghai's written language, approximately 400 years older than the main body of the stone's content. This is from the oldest text in our collection, she said, approximately 3,500 years old. We date it to approximately a century before Linghai's collapse. She indicated a specific passage. The relevant section refers to what is called the heart of the world, a defensive structure built in the deep basin of a cultivation world space. Our scholars have debated its nature for generations. The most common interpretation is metaphorical. It represents the spiritual core of the world, a philosophical concept. A minority interpretation holds that it was a physical structure with an actual function. She looked at him. I believe the minority interpretation is correct, and I believe you know what it is. Wei looked at the text. The script was close enough to what the memory stones had given him that he could partially read it. Not fully, not fluently, but the shape of the meaning was present. Why do you believe I know what it is? He said. Because the same text that describes the heart of the world describes how to access it. And the access condition is specific. It requires someone who has channeled enough personal spiritual energy into the world's core that their soul thread is partially integrated with the world's deepest ley lines. She closed the volume gently. No one has met that condition in 3,000 years. You are currently meeting it. The aging pattern in your cultivation signature is consistent with extended world-scale channeling. The soul thread integration markers in your spiritual emission are distinctive and match what the text describes. Wei was very still. She leaned forward slightly. I am not here to take it from you. I am not here for the temple to claim jurisdiction. We are historians. We have been trying to understand what happened to Linghai for 6 centuries because it is the most significant event in cultivation history and no one has ever adequately explained it. She paused. I think you know what happened to Linghai. I think you are, in fact, better positioned to know than anyone alive. And I think the heart of the world, the vault weapon, which is what I believe it actually is about to become relevant in a way that it has not been for 3,000 years. Wei made a decision. Not a full disclosure. Not yet. But enough to make her a useful ally rather than an uncertain unknown. The Cloud Temple's records include references to an ascendant cultivator that may have been the patron of the original Void Harvester contract against Linghai, he said. Do you have any records relating to that entity? Thane went very still. Then, carefully, the Undying Throne? The name landed like a stone into water. You know it, Wei said. We have one record that uses that name, she said. One. From approximately the same period as the Heart of the World reference. We have never known whether it was a title, an organization, or an individual. We have never been able to confirm whether it persists. She looked at him. Does it persist? That is what I am trying to determine, Wei said. If you have anything in your records about its nature, its methods, or its relationship to the cultivation world that existed before Linghai's collapse, I would like to see it. She opened the volume again and turned to a different page. They spent 2 hours in the consultation room going through the temple's fragmentary records. What emerged was incomplete but directional. The Undying Throne appeared in 3 separate historical documents across the temple's collection, each from a different source tradition, each referencing an individual cultivator, not an organization, who had achieved a cultivation state that made normal mortality inapplicable. The 3 documents could not be confirmed as describing the same individual, but the methods described were consistent enough that Thane believed they were. The Undying Throne was interested in Linghai specifically because of what Linghai had built in the deep basin, the heart of the world. It wanted the weapon destroyed before it could be used, or, alternatively, wanted to understand how it worked and replicate it. Wei thanked Thane and rose to leave. At the door, she said, the temple will support your revival doctrine case against any jurisdictional challenge. We have resources in the Sovereign Code bureaucracy. What you are doing here is the most important cultivation event in centuries, and we would rather see it succeed than see it consumed by institutional politics. He nodded once. I will think about what I can share with you. That is more than I expected, she said. It is enough. He was halfway back to the anchor point when Elder Duan Chiefing fell into step beside him. It was not an ambush. Duan was visibly alone, without the official bearing of his formal position, dressed in plain cultivation robes without sect insignia. He walked with the slightly reduced pace of a man who wanted to talk before they reached the destination. A moment, Duan said. Not a question. Walk with me, Wei said. They walked. After a block of silence, Duan Shifeng said, I want to have a conversation that is not on the record of my official investigation. He paused. I want to have it because I am frightened, which is not a condition I have experienced often in 35 years of senior sect cultivation work, and I find that fear clarifies what matters and removes what does not. Wei looked at him sideways. Duan was a man who had spent his entire career in the careful performance of official authority, the measured assessments, the formal processes, the patient pressure. This tone was something different. This was someone who had decided to set the performance down. The Void Harvesters killed a cultivator in the next prefecture last week, Duan said. Legitimate independent practitioner, properly licensed, nothing suspicious in his history. They killed him because he was conducting a spiritual vein survey near the border, and his equipment registered an anomalous dimensional signature that they apparently could not allow to be documented. He stopped walking. He was not even connected to you. He was just nearby, and they killed him to prevent a potential data leak about something they do not want surveyed. Wei stopped as well. They are accelerating, Duan said. Whatever they are doing, whatever they are waiting for, they are no longer operating as if time is on their side. They are beginning to eliminate information problems. He looked at Wei directly. None of the careful official assessment in his gaze, just a man looking at another man who shared a problem. You have something they want. I do not know exactly what, but I have been researching Void Harvester historical incidents for 20 years, and I have never seen them move at this tempo. Whatever you have, it is sufficient to change their operational calculus, which means you are in more danger than your current defensive posture assumes. Wei said, what are you offering? Iron Basin Sect has 37 active combat rank cultivators and 6 array specialists, Duan said. I can mobilize 20 of them without requiring explanations that would become official record. I have been tracking Void Harvester activity in this region for 2 decades specifically because they destroyed a dead world fragment west of here 20 years ago. I have equipment calibrated to their specific operational signatures. And I have, as you may have noticed, significant motivation to understand what is happening before it becomes something I can no longer manage. He paused. I am not asking you to tell me everything. I am asking you to tell me enough that I can help. Wei Cangming looked at Duan Shifeng, the official who had been monitoring him since day one, the patient pressure that had been the background note of his entire legal situation, and thought about what Ashen had said about positioning. He told him, not everything, but enough. The Dead World revival, its scale, the Void Harvester's historical connection to the original pursuit of Linghai, the escalating threat timeline. He did not mention the vault weapon. He did not mention the Undying Throne by name. Duan listened without interrupting. When Wei finished, he stood in the street for a moment and then said, You have been managing this alone for how long? Wei told him the number. Duan put a hand over his face briefly. Then he removed it and said, with the specific tone of a man who has decided that his prior assessments were outdated and has moved on. You need to tell me about the Anchor Point's defensive vulnerabilities. Tonight, if possible. Wei's communication stone chimed as they were walking. Prefect Solin's cipher. He read it. Asterisk Dusk Patriarch confirmed en route. 2 weeks. Asterisk Chapter 68. What Duan Shifeng kept to himself. The meeting with Duan Shifeng happened in Chai Mingji's tea house after closing, which Chai provided without being asked and without mentioning it was her place. She simply handed Wei the key and said the back room, and went to do something else that did not require her to know what was discussed. Duan Shifeng arrived alone and stayed alone for the 3 hours they talked. He brought 2 things. A documentation case containing 20 years of Void Harvester incident reports compiled from official and unofficial sources, and the specific quality of a man who had been carrying a private understanding of a large problem and had finally found someone to share it with. 20 years ago, he said, opening the case, a small dead world fragment, perhaps 1/30th the size of what you have, was consumed by a Void Harvester team approximately 40 kilometers west of this region. It happened in 3 days. The fragment was unregistered, previously unknown, roughly 1,500 years dormant. By the time the Sovereign Code received a report, there was nothing left but a collapsed spatial scar in the ground. He placed a document on the table. I was a junior investigator on the survey team. I took the evidence reports. I have been watching for another incident since then. Wei looked at the survey records. The consumption methodology was documented in clinical detail. The harvester team had established a perimeter array, suppressed the fragment's ambient signatures to prevent detection, and processed it with a systematic efficiency that suggested extensive prior practice. This is why you have resonance detection equipment, Wei said, calibrated to Void Harvester operational signatures specifically. When the first pulse escaped your silencing shell 6 months ago, I detected it within 3 minutes. Duan looked at him steadily. I knew immediately it was not a standard spatial anomaly. The signature was different, larger, older, more complex. I began investigating you within the hour. You recognized the dead world signature. I recognized something I had never seen before, but that matched no other classification. The dimensional fragment 20 years ago was small enough that its signature was simple. What you have is not simple. He paused. I want to be honest with you about something. In the early stages of my investigation, my intent was to bring whatever you had under sect jurisdiction. I believed an uncatalogued spatial artifact of that scale was a governance problem, and that proper institutional handling was the appropriate response. What changed? Wei asked. Duan was quiet for a moment. I read the revival doctrine filing carefully. Not the legal boilerplate, the specific attestation of revival percentage and methodology. Someone who had been concealing this for personal gain would not have filed with that level of detail. The detail was designed for a reader who understood what they were reading, not for a bureaucrat who would file it without comprehension. He looked at Wei. You filed it for the record. As documentation. In case something happened to you. Wei said nothing. I began reading the revival doctrine's precedent cases. Duan continued. The clause about stewardship obligations for revival maintenance. The cultivator who files is binding themselves to the world's continued recovery. It is not a claim of ownership. It is a statement of responsibility. He folded his hands on the table. I want to tell you that I was looking for evidence of exploitation and found evidence of something else. That is the honest account. And now you're frightened, Wei said. I have been watching Void Harvester operational patterns for 20 years, Duan said. What they do to dead worlds, they do efficiently and without hesitation. They have done it many times. They are experienced. He looked at the documentation case. They are also accelerating, as I told you. The cultivator killed in the next prefecture was the third incident in 6 weeks. The previous 2 were attributed to other causes. I believe they were also harvester-related. He paused. The Dust Patriarch is 2 weeks away. That is their senior operational commander for this region. They do not send senior commanders except when they believe the target requires it. You monitored my communication with Solon, Wei said. I monitored public sovereign code cipher traffic that was relevant to my investigation, Duan said, with the precision of a man who knew the distinction between the two. Her alert was not private correspondence. It was a classified threat assessment that I have standing authority to access. Wei accepted this as accurate. He offered Duan what he had offered, the revival scope, the historical connection, the harvester threat timeline. He left out the vault weapon. He left out the undying throne. He watched Duan's face carefully as he spoke and noted the moments where Duan's expression suggested he suspected there was more. Duan did not press those moments. He was, whatever else he was, a professional who understood the value of the information he was being given and did not want to jeopardize it by demanding more. The sect can provide 20 combat cultivators and 6 array specialists, Duan said, at the end. 3 of the array specialists have specific experience with spatial defense, containment boundary construction, anchor point reinforcement. I can mobilize them under a training exercise authorization that will not appear in official records as a Void Harvester engagement until and unless engagement actually occurs. What do you need from me? Wei asked. Tell me where the anchor points are, Duan said. All of them. And tell me what a harvester team would need to do to compromise them. I would rather build the defense from the threat model than from my own guess about what needs defending. Wei told him. It took another hour. When they finished, Duan packed his documentation case with the precise movements of a man who had made a decision about how to spend the next 2 weeks and intended to implement it without delay. At the door, he paused. The Cloud Temple representative, he said. Thane. She has been in correspondence with the Sovereign Code's Historical Records Division for some time. There is a classified notation in their files. I have access to the classification level that indicates the temple has provided information to the code about a specific long-dormant cultivation threat, the nature of which is not in the portion I can access. He looked back at Wei. I mention this because it suggests the temple knows more than they have formally shared, and may be an asset if you engage them directly rather than through official channels. Wei thought about the hour he had spent in Thane's consultation room. I have already begun, he said. Duan nodded once and left. Solon's cipher chimed again as the door closed. The full message had not been the single line. There was more that had buffered. Patriarch's last known position, for days west of the regional border. Traveling with a 9-person unit. Equipment assessment suggests long-haul consumption preparation, not short engagement. He is not here to observe. 2 weeks was optimistic. Revised to 10 to 12 days. Wei stared at the message. 10 days. Not 14. He put the cipher stone away and went to find Liang Wuhuan. Chapter 69. The 2-week push. The mathematics were stubborn. Linghai was currently at 52% revival. The vault weapon's activation threshold was 70%. Wei's calculation, built with Ashen's methodology and Xun Bao's operational assessment, identified 70% as the minimum viable defense point. Below 70, the weapon was inaccessible. Above 70, they had options that currently did not exist. 18% in 10 days. His maximum sustained channeling rate, with Yu Fengling's revised compound management and Qian Ruoyi's thread renewal practice running in parallel, could push approximately 1.5% per day in optimal conditions. Optimal conditions were rarely achieved. Real conditions produced closer to 1%. At 1% per day for 10 days, 10%. The remaining 8 would require either a catastrophic personal cost or something else. The something else was standing in the Eastern District's reconstructed plaza when Wei found him, watching 3 children, ghost impressions, not yet solid, but clearer than they had been a week ago, chase each other through the restored fountain space. I need to talk to you about the revival rate, Wei said. Liang Wuhuan watched the children a moment longer. I heard the Dust Patriarch is 12 days out, he said. 10 to 12. Solin revised the estimate. Liang nodded slowly. Ashen mentioned the vault threshold is 70%. He mentioned it last week, actually. I think he was giving me time to arrive at the conversation myself before you had to have it. He looked at Wei. Your bloodline resonance improves the absorption rate along the deep veins. If we channel simultaneously, the aging cost splits, Wei said. Not eliminated. Split. You would carry part of it. Liang was quiet. The ghost children ran through the fountain spray, not getting wet, existing in a register adjacent to the physical, but the impression of their movement had a life to it that was different from the earliest ghost impressions. Richer. More present. How much? Liang asked. Ashen estimates the combined rate at 2 to 2.5% per day. In 10 days, 20 to 25%, which would put us at 72 to 77. Wei paused. The aging cost at that rate, split between us, would be approximately 3 to 5 years each. Not catastrophic, but real. And if we don't reach 70? Liang said. Wei let the silence answer that. Liang watched the fountain for another moment. Then, my grandmother looked at me, he said, for the second time in 2 days, in a different context that somehow meant the same thing. How do we begin? They started that afternoon. Ashen had prepared channeling protocols for dual practitioner revival. Theoretical, he admitted, since Linghai had never actually used simultaneous channeling from 2 external practitioners. But the architectural principles were clear, and Liang's bloodline resonance had been documented extensively enough in the 6 weeks since his collaborative work began that Ashen could map the optimal vein sequences. The first session was 3 hours. Wei on the primary input veins, managing the circulation rate and geometric distribution. Liang on the bloodline resonant deep channels, which accepted his energy with the ease of something that recognized its origin, as Ashen had described it, the vein infrastructure responding to an ancestral signature it had been designed to accept. The first session produced 1.5%. In 3 hours, Yu Fengling, monitoring both of them, made notes with the expression of someone recalibrating a model rapidly. After the session, she administered the thread renewal compounds and checked both their aging signatures. 2 years each, she said. For this session. In 3 hours, Wei said. Yes. She did not look up from her monitoring instruments. The rate is high. I can partially offset it with compound timing adjustments, but not eliminate it. At this pace, 10 days will cost each of you 6 to 8 years. She paused. The math still works for both of you physically, but I want you to know the number before you commit to 10 sessions. Wei looked at Liang. Liang looked back with the expression of someone who had already decided and did not find the number sufficient reason to undecide. We know the number, Wei said. They continued. 3 sessions in. On the second day, Core appeared at the channeling station's edge with the expression of someone who had been waiting to say something for a week and had finally decided it could not wait any longer. There is something I have not told you, he said. Liang and Wei were in a recovery period between sessions. The compound timing required spacing. Wei looked at Core and said, Tell me. The vault weapon's activation threshold is 70% revival, Core said. That part is correct. But the weapon's function is not simply automatic once the threshold is crossed. He sat down across from them with the posture of someone about to explain something complicated to people who needed to act on the explanation in a limited time. My master's schematics describe the weapon's mechanism in full. I have been memorizing them since I woke. The weapon works through the world's ley line network. It sends a resonance pulse through every vein simultaneously, calibrated to a specific frequency. That frequency is disruptive to the void harvester's consumption process. He paused. But the calibration requires the operator to feed their own spiritual signature into the weapon's core as the targeting matrix. The world's energy is the power source. The operator's soul thread integration with the core is the targeting system. I understand that, Wei said. I need to be integrated enough with the world's core to operate it. Yes, Core said. But there is a second condition that the schematics are specific about. The operator cannot be someone who simply channels energy into the world from outside. The operator must have a partial soul thread integration, the kind that develops from sustained world-scale channeling over a long period. He looked at Wei directly. You have been developing exactly this integration since you began the revival. Ashen can confirm it in your spiritual signature. But the schematic is specific about what this means for the operator's relationship to the world after activation. Tell me, Wei said. The integration becomes permanent, Core said. The activation process completes what has been developing naturally. After the weapon fires, the operator's soul thread is fully integrated with Linghai's core. They can leave the world. The physical anchor is not necessary, but they cannot separate from it spiritually. They will age with the world, be connected to it, experience its condition as a continuous awareness. He paused. They cannot simply walk away afterward and be an ordinary person. They are bound. The channeling station was quiet. The ley lines hummed through the stone beneath them. Outside, Linghai continued to revive, one breath at a time, slow and inexorable. You have known this since you woke, Wei said. Since I assembled my master's full memory, Core said. I did not tell you earlier because I did not know if you were the right operator, and because I was assessing whether telling you would change your actions in a way that would compromise the revival. He looked at his hands. My master's final instruction, the one he left as a message at the center of his memory, was, tell them what it costs only when you are certain they have already decided to pay it. He looked up. I believe you have already decided. Wei Cangming sat in the channeling station of a 3,000-year-old dead world in the process of returning to life and thought about Yu Fengling asking what does bound mean, exactly. About 32 people waking up in a single night. About a grandmother reaching toward a grandson through the space between death and recollection. He thought about Ashen's dry voice. You developed something unusual. You believe in it. I have already decided, he said. Core nodded. He did not say anything else. He had said the necessary thing. The next session began. Chapter 70. The choice between secrecy and survival. The vault was accessible at 70%. Wei Cangming had not entered it before. He had known about it since Ashen found the blueprints in the old administrative archive, and he had located the physical entrance in the deep basin 2 months ago, and he had felt its presence as a structural feature of the world's core whenever he was in deep channeling. But entering it required the revival to reach the threshold, and the threshold had been a target on a timeline, not a door he could walk through yet. On day 8 of the joint channeling push, at approximately 3 in the morning real-world time, Ashen's monitoring instruments registered the crossing. 70.2%. Wei was in a recovery period when the notification came. He read it twice, set down the monitoring instrument, and looked at Liang Wuhuan, who was 3 meters away in the channeling station doing his own recovery exercises. We are at threshold, Wei said. Liang was still for a moment. Then he stood. Do you want company? Wei thought about it. No, he said. I need to understand what it is first. He went to the deep basin alone. The vault entrance was not dramatic. It was a doorway cut directly into the bedrock of the basin floor, heavy stone, with the same precise geometric marking that characterized all of Linghai's significant architecture, worn smooth by 3,000 years of void. The markings responded when he touched them, a resonance response that matched his soul thread integration signature, recognition building up through the stone like warmth. The door opened. Inside, darkness that resolved as his eyes adjusted, and as his connection to the world's core provided an ambient light source that was not external but internal, the ley lines themselves providing illumination through the stone. The vault was the size of the artisan district. He had not expected that. He stood at the entrance for a long moment, looking across the space. The chamber's floor was continuous stone, worked smooth, with the ley line patterns inscribed in relief along channels that formed a vast geometric diagram he recognized as a targeting matrix. Core's schematic description made visual. The center of the chamber held a crystalline formation approximately 4 meters in height, oriented vertically, with internal structures visible through the crystal's translucency that pulsed with a slow, regular rhythm. The heartbeat he had been feeling through the world's core for weeks. He walked toward it. The chamber was not empty of memory. The walls held inscribed records, line after line in the old script, documentation of the weapon's design, and the reasoning behind each technical choice. He could read portions of it. The parts he could not read, the soul thread connection supplied in fragments. Not complete words but impressions, the emotional and intellectual residue of the people who had built this and understood why it was necessary. They had been afraid. He felt that clearly. Not of the weapon, of needing it. Of having built something designed to kill an immortal because an immortal had decided their world should not exist. He reached the crystal. It was warm under his hands in the way that the world was warm under his channeling. A resonance, a recognition, his spiritual signature finding its corresponding form in the weapon's architecture. The integration that had been developing for 8 months was not complete. Core was right that the activation would complete it. But the preliminary resonance was present and strong. He could feel the weapon's potential through his palms. He could also feel its range. This was what he had not understood before stepping inside. The vault weapon's targeting pulse traveled through the ley lines, but ley lines did not observe the boundary between Linghai and the real world. The deep veins extended through the anchor point. They extended into the ground beneath his registered scavenging site. They extended, at their most attenuated, into the bedrock of the regional zone. When the weapon fired, everyone in the regional zone with cultivation sensitivity would feel it. Every monitoring instrument within 50 kilometers would register it. The Sovereign Code Office would receive alerts. Every Continental Power delegation currently in the area would know that something extraordinary had happened in Wei Cangming's pocket dimension. He stood in the vault chamber with his hands on the weapon's crystal and understood with absolute clarity that firing it ended his ability to maintain the careful management of presentation and information that had kept Linghai alive for 8 months. Salin's observation report with its single flagged line. The careful one true thing a week exchange with Yu Fengling. The revival doctrine's legal architecture that traded disclosure for protection. The cover identity, the tournament persona, the 47 ways he had managed what people knew and did not know about what was happening here. All of that ended when the weapon fired. There would be nothing to manage afterward. The continent would know. The consequences, legal, political, military, social, would be immediate and enormous. He had built this for months on the premise that survival required careful concealment. He had been right. Without the concealment, the early revival would have been destroyed before it established enough momentum to protect itself. But the Dust Patriarch was 8 days away. The Harvester's operational tempo had accelerated past the point where concealment would save him. They were coming regardless of what he hid. The choice was not between secrecy and exposure. The choice was between using the weapon on his terms, with preparation, with allies in position and the legal framework as strong as it could be made, or having the Harvesters arrive before he was ready and losing Linghai regardless of what he chose to conceal. There was a third option. He had known about it abstractly, but had not examined it directly until this moment. He could take the Undying Throne's implicit offer, stop the revival, let it stall, prevent the weapon from ever being accessible. The Harvesters would stand down if the world stopped recovering. The threat would dissipate, and 200 reconstituting Linghai citizens would stop reconstituting. The ghost impressions would fade. The children running through the fountain square would dissolve back into memory. He took his hands off the crystal. The warmth faded. The heartbeat continued, steady, independent. What does a dying world teach a man about what he cannot abandon? He said. To no one. In the deep vault of a civilization that had engineered its own resurrection around the hope of an answer. He already knew the answer. He had known it for 8 months. He went back through the vault entrance and up through the basin and found Liang Wuwen still in the channeling station, not asleep, reading one of the memory stones by the ley line light. We fire it, Wei said. But first we have to make it impossible for the aftermath to destroy what we've built. That means telling everyone what's here before the weapon makes the decision for us. Liang set down the stone. All of them, Wei said. Yu, Ro, Shun, Ashen, Qian Ruoi, Kor, Chai, Duan, Salin. He paused. Everyone who has been standing next to this without the full picture. They deserve the full picture before they're asked to stand in the way of what's coming. He looked at the ley line light on the stone walls. And some of them might surprise me. They began preparing for the meeting. Outside, in the real world's night, the Dusk Patriarch traveled toward them through the dark with the patient tempo of a man who had done this before. In the revived fountain square, 3 ghost children ran through water that was not yet fully there, and laughed in a way that was almost audible. Chapter 71. Everyone in the room. It took 2 days to arrange the meeting because the meeting required people from 2 different categories of existence. The first category was straightforward. Yu Fengling, Rou Xiangtian, Liang Wuhuan, Chai Mingji, Elder Duan Qifeng, and Prefect Mirasalin were all physically present in the real world and could simply be asked to appear at a location. The second category was more complicated. Shin Baoli, Grand Scholar Ashen, Qian Rui, and Kor were physically present in Linghai. which was not the same as being physically present in the real world, even with the increasing quality of their reconstitution. Wei Cangming solved this by holding the meeting in the anchor chamber, a space that straddled both sides of the dimensional boundary sufficiently that Linghai's fully reconstituted citizens could manifest in partial corporeal form for the duration. The chamber was not large enough for comfortable seating for 11 people, but the dimensions of the problem did not care about comfort. He spent the morning before the meeting running through what he was going to say, not rehearsing. He had not rehearsed a conversation in his adult life and did not intend to start, but inventorying, identifying what each person in the room did not yet know, and in what order the truths needed to arrive to be comprehensible rather than overwhelming. The meeting began at noon. He stood at the chamber's center and did not pace. "I am going to tell you everything," he said. "Not a partial version. Not the version I have given each of you in pieces. The complete scope, from the beginning." He looked around the room, at Duan's careful attention, at Salin's composed readiness, at Yu's expression of someone who had been waiting for this conversation and had prepared for it, at Ashen, who already knew most of it and was watching the others, at Shinbaoli, who did not. 8 months ago," he said, "I found a spatial crack in my registered scavenging site." He told it in order. The crack, the dead world, the first channeling attempt, and the grass growing. The memory stones, Ro's arrival, and the blackmail that became partnership. The dead river fist technique, and what the memory stone's emotional imprint felt like. Elder Duan's interviews, and the false Clearwater lineage. The broken compass from the dying sect elder. The aging cost. Shinbaoli waking from the glowing stone formation. He told them about Ashen, about the silencing shell and the revival percentage targets, and the void harvester's first detection signal. About Qian Ruai waking and asking to see what grew. About Liang Wuhuan's grandmother looking at him through the dimensional barrier and the world key changing hands. He told them about Kor's memory, the complete assembly of the chief engineer's understanding, the undying throne, the vault weapon, the fact that Linghai had not simply collapsed, but had performed a deliberate sacrifice to deprive an immortal predator of both their world's energy and the one tool that could kill it. He told them about the vault, about standing in the chamber with his hands on the crystal, about what Kor had told him about the operator integration and what it meant permanently for whoever fired the weapon. He told them about the 3 continental powers and the League representative's comment about the harvesters as contracted services, about Thane's records and the undying throne named in the temple's oldest text, about Dusk Patriarch being 8 days out. He told them about the weapon's range and the pulse that would travel through the ley lines into the real world and make everything visible to everyone within 50 kilometers simultaneously. He told them that he was going to fire it. The room was quiet for a long time when he finished. Then Duan Shifeng said, "You have been managing this alone for how long?" 8 months, Wei said. Duan Shifeng put his face in his hands. Shinbaoli said nothing. He was watching Wei with the expression of someone who had commanded soldiers in impossible circumstances and recognized in Wei's account the specific quality of a person who had been carrying a siege alone because they could not yet trust anyone else to hold the wall. Yu Fengling said, "The soul thread integration. After activation, you cannot leave permanently." "Correct." She looked at him for a moment. Something moved in her expression that resolved itself into the professional containment she used when she needed to think before she felt. She wrote something in her notebook. Ashen said, "The undying throne. You believe it is the same entity from 3,000 years ago. The temple's records and the vault's own documentation are consistent with each other." "I believe so, yes." "Then the vault weapon was designed for a specific target," Ashen said. "Not a general-purpose defensive application. It was built to destroy that specific ascendant." "I believe that is correct." Ro Xiangtian, who had been sitting very still since Wei began speaking, said, "You've known most of this for weeks. The vault, the weapon, the permanent integration. You've been deciding this alone." "Yes," Wei said. "And you're telling us now," she said. "Before the Patriarch arrives. Why now and not earlier?" The question was not accusatory. She asked it the way she asked most things, directly, with genuine interest in the answer. "Because earlier, I did not know if any of you would be safe knowing," he said. "Partial information in the wrong hands at the wrong time creates specific vulnerabilities. I managed the information to protect the revival, but we are past the point where that protection serves anyone." He looked at her. "And because the weapon fires from inside the world, and some of what is inside the world includes you, you should know what you are inside." Ro nodded once. "Not acceptance. Exactly. More like the processing motion of someone updating their model of a situation they had suspected was larger than what they were shown." Prefect Salin said, "I need to file a report." "I know," Wei said. She looked at him steadily. "A full disclosure report. Every material fact you have just stated, on the record, filed with the Sovereign Code Office. Not a partial notification, full disclosure. I know, he said. File it. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, the Revival Doctrine's Sovereignty Protection Clause becomes significantly stronger with full voluntary disclosure from the steward. The clause was written for exactly this scenario. A cultivator who has been managing a sensitive recovery situation and chooses to bring it into the light rather than continue managing it privately. She paused. I have been preparing the filing since I first met you at the tournament. I updated it 4 times as I learned more. I can file the complete version within the hour. File it, Wei said again. She produced a cipher stone and began composing. Duan Qifeng lifted his face from his hands. He looked at the room, at the Linghai citizens manifesting around them, at the ley line light in the stone walls, at the revival percentage Ashen had written on the chamber's wall in the notation system he used for meetings, 71.8%. He looked at Wei Cangming and said, with the specific exhausted precision of a man who has just recalibrated a significant understanding. What do you need from the sect in the next 8 days? Wei told him. Solon filed the report. Chapter 72. The Continental Response. The Sovereign Code Office received Solon's filing at 3 in the afternoon and issued a preliminary acknowledgement within 20 minutes, which was faster than any standard bureaucratic processing time. The preliminary acknowledgement was not a substantive response. It was a holding signal that indicated the filing had been received and classified at a priority level that required senior review before any response could be issued. The senior review began within 2 hours. Wei Cangming found out about the response timeline's acceleration when Solon appeared at the anchor chamber door that evening with an expression that was professionally composed and somewhat alert beneath the composition. The filing triggered a Continental Alert classification, she said. That is the highest tier of Sovereign Code response. It is used for events that affect multiple jurisdictional zones simultaneously and require coordinated institutional action. The last one was issued 4 years ago for a different kind of incident entirely. She looked at him. They are moving faster than I expected. How fast? 3 days, she said. Representatives from all 3 continental powers, the Sovereign Code Office, and at least 2 independent cultivation alliances are being mobilized. They will arrive within 3 days. Wei absorbed this. Simultaneously. The alert classification triggers mandatory coordination. No single power can move independently on an alert-level filing without Sovereign Code oversight, which means all of them arrive together, which means none of them can make unilateral moves. She paused. This is the protection mechanism I was trying to activate. The filing creates a coordination requirement that freezes individual action for the duration of the review period. How long is the review period? Standard, 60 days minimum, up to 6 months for complex precedent cases. This one will be complex. She almost smiled. I have been building the complexity for 6 months. It is a very complex case.